Well, I mean the grape harvesting, the harvesting itself, I don't mind too much, because the machines are really cool. They actually like self balance and self level themselves. It's really interesting. So if you're on a slope or something, they will actually be upright. You know, they will keep themselves vertical. Um, but the fact that you can't ever really hire workers, that's what that's what clinched it for me. It was just like, oh, I don't mind doing it. You know, I don't mind doing it once or twice and learning how and doing that. But oh, the tediousness of the mulching and the plowing and doing it on those thin lanes is just annoying. So yeah, everybody, we've got grapes now in our hydroponics bays. Boink, right here. I modded the hydroponics thing to produce grapes, and I modded um, the whatever. I modded it's the crates, the pallets. I had to mod the pallets because yes, there is a grape pallet, but it only held default 550 liters, and that just won't do. It just won't do at all. So we are doing a good job here. So yeah. All right, here's a thing of chocolate. So we're gonna drop off some of that chocolate. Yeah, what I would like to see in whatever next iteration of this game exists, I would actually like to see much wider variety of crops and climates, right? Like, why can't we, we can produce chocolate with sugar and milk, but what about actually growing it? How about coffee? Like, uh, uh, why can't we grow coffee and have a coffee production, something like that?
What's the deal here? Are you thinking this is some kind of simulator for farming or something?
Yeah, like let's actually see what other crops there are in the world and how they manage them and all that kind of stuff. Um, ooh, there was a lot less chocolate left in it. All right, let's go grab this lettuce that remains over here.
Lettuce remains. That sounds
It's
sinister.
it's not romaine lettuce, it's remain lettuce. Uh, there is a little bit left. So let that spawn out. Oh, no. That it? I think I already have these set. These are already producing grapes. Okay.
I like how funky that looks. Just pushing them around to load them in.
Yeah, I don't know what the why the truck doesn't load them in. Like when you drive up through it, you have to like touch them to trigger them.
Yeah. It's like it stops broadcasting its ability to pick up or
Yeah,
something.
like goes to sleep. It's just like
Maybe the pallets are at that age where they just get super forgetful.
oh damn it! Right when I got to the end, just oh fine.
Is that not enough space?
Yeah, there's like
Oh,
9 pallets left out of all
shit.
of that. So I gotta take 2 trips. A lot of lettuce though. Ooh, it's a lot of lettuce. Selling as much as I can here. I already sold a set of cake. Do we have any cereal made? We do. Let's sell some of that cereal. Super cereal. About a million lettuce for 700,000. If it were this easy to making money, I mean, imagine what a loaf of bread would cost.
Yeah.
People really, I don't know. You know, you go around demanding. What do they do? Demand California like pass something that set the minimum wage in fast food to like $20 an hour.
Oh.
And I was like,
I, one of the things that annoys me the most about that is it it completely obliterates small communities, rural areas.
well, yeah, nobody can pay that and stay alive. Like,
Yeah.
it's funny that news about California and their fast food minimum wage came out, and then literally it was within 24 hours, McDonald's announced its first highly roboticized restaurant, like test site. It's like they replaced like 80% of the workers in the restaurant with robots. It was like, yeah, that's what happens.
But wait, the people who were saying that would never happen had to have been right, right?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's so funny.
I was actually going to make a joke right before you said that too, about you know, price or the wages go up, and in completely unrelated news, all workers are now replaced by robots.
Yeah, in completely unrelated news, this has nothing to do with what we talked about before. All right, butter. We can have a load of butter go to the donut factory. We have more than enough canola. Cake can again be. So we just set cake to sell. I don't even know how that works, but maybe it'll do it once an hour. Ironically, strawberries are the thing that's gonna run dry first. Yeah, chocolate donut. We need more flour. We need sugar. We need milk. We have eggs. We have room for more eggs. We need butter. I just put some chocolate in there. Oh yeah, milk is. How much milk is over? Let's see. Only 320,000 liters. It's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. How are the eggs over there? You can check the eggs.
Importantly. Spun around. Oh, eggs are doing great. That's right, you sold a bunch of them, so they're probably not producing as much.
Yeah, I sold like 500 chickens, so that's going to take them a while to build back up again. But the eggs themselves are not full.
Correct.
Okay.
There's only 5 visible pallets in the truck.
Okay. So that means I can fast forward a day, but I would like first to. So I think what I'll do, you asked about streaming on Halloween. I've kind of been rolling that around in my head. Like, what could I stream? Obviously, a super scary, spooky game is not really in my wheelhouse. Just because I hate that shit. I mean, I know it's entertaining to watch people get scared out of their skin, but on this side of the camera, it's not fun to play those games.
Yeah, the audience isn't the people who have to regrow said skin.
Yeah, or change their pants, over and over and over again. Sugar is set at distributing. Okay. When did that happen? Flour is also set at distributing. Okay. Okay. Nola
I don't think I
oil.
screwed that up.
No,
Yeah,
I'm probably definitely did it because I was just tired of moving this shit around all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
So what we can do, I don't even know. Sorghum, oat, barley, wheat, corn. Oat is the best. Okay, how many of the oats do we have? We have 5 million oats. Let's grab a trailer, one of those TARDIS trailers. They're the
short blue ones?
Yeah, they're short blue ones. Grab a load. Go to the silo. If you drive underneath the spout of the silo, you should be able to hit R to fill and then choose the thing to fill. And fill her with oats. Yeah, you should be able to fill the thing. It'll hold 2 million. This thing holds over 2 million. So you should be able to fill with oats. No problem. So yeah, get her a load of oats over here to the grade mill, and then we're gonna want to do sugar beets, technically we want a sugar beet cut. Whoa. I would like to have sugar beet cut, but I mean, I don't know if we really need to min-max sugar beets because we have a lot. We have a lot.
Yeah. And is that what I was supposed to grab? Is the
Oats.
oats?
All right, let me get butter. Butter. Yeah. Oh, you didn't need two of them.
Yeah, they were attached, and I'm lazy.
The dump is always the grate on the ground. So the grate that's sitting over here on the ground is where you dump stuff. This is where you fill the secondary pieces like chaff and stuff. This is where you'd fill the chaff.
Oh,
The silo,
pick up the oats, yes.
yeah, the silo is just the thing over here. I don't know. It's very hard. It's very easy to miss, which kind of sucks. But anyway,
I'm having a worse case of goldfish brain than usual.
now let's sell some cereal.
Oats. As long as I'm here, I'll drop off the other trailer too. Hi, puppy. Recently, it's been the other puppy that comes up and lays in the little doggy bed by me.
Oh, what? Okay, well, apparently cereal is not. Alright. So apparently it's only cake. Butter. There's some butter. I don't know why I have to say butter with like a New York accent. Butter. Butter. I don't even know. Did we even sell? Did we even make any donuts? In the last world, I want to say we maybe made one set right at the end, but I wasn't able to actually sell them all because you cap out at $999,999,999, and you're not actually allowed to go up any more than that.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, yeah, when you got $1 billion, you're a farmer and you got $1 billion, I think you're sitting pretty. But I don't think there's any farmer out there right now that has $1 billion.
Yeah.
Unless you start with $1 billion. farming is not one of the most profitable things to do in the world, but I do like they're happy hoops, chalk loops, sweet wheat. Sweet wheat. Happy hoops. Definitely colored the same as Cheerios. Alright. Alright, that's exactly 200,000. So I need 800,000 more, please. Yay. Alright, we have 9 million, so let's start. That was a lot. So that whole grid, that 3x3 above the cotton, is now ours. That last section of land, that's going to be expensive. Each one of these last plots here is over $1 million, because what I did is the further you spiral out from where you start, which is number 36, the further you spiral out, the more expensive it gets. That's kind of how I did that. So, yeah, pretty crazy how expensive that gets out there. And I think, sugar. 3. Sugar. Okay, we'll keep that as priority 10. Maybe, just maybe. The donut factory doesn't have pallets or carton rolls yet, so let's do that next. Also grab another load of sugar beets and put them in the same grain mill. I think you might do the TARDIS. If not, the red wagon right next to the silo is what I used, but it holds a lot.
All right.
So you gotta monitor, make sure you don't overfill it. I mean, you don't have to make sure. It is what it is, but. Oh wait, I forgot. I've got cereal in here. I thought it was empty for some reason. I don't know why. Sell the cereal.
It's a cereal sale.
Yeah, the grain mill can hold roughly 3 million sugar beets. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I felt those claws. I felt the claws on my leg.
Kitty surprise.
Yeah.
Is Lucy a ninja kitty too?
She can be.
A lot of cats are.
Depends on what you mean by that.
Just sitting around, and then surprise cat.
Yeah. Most of the time she announces herself. Or she reaches up and like touches my leg. But sometimes she'll jump in my lap, just like now, and she just jumps in my lap. I had no idea she was down
Yeah. Yeah, that's another ninja kitty move.
there. Oh, here. I hear the purrs. I do. I hear the purrs. But I need 2 hands to play this. You should know that by now. Palette. 100,000.
Anything else we need to moved around?
Oh, Jesus. Canola or canola oil. How much canola oil do we have in the mill? Because we might need to drop some more canola off. And we need canola oil in the butter, so we make more butter. Butter. Gotta make more butter.
Ooh, yeah. We need more canola in there. Definitely.
Pretty sure we have canola.
Have a couple laying around here and there. Is that in the silo also?
Yep.
I probably scrolled by it as I was looking for sugar beets, but did not see it, or did not notice. Oh wow, snow is a resource in here.
Yeah, some
There.
mods allow you to turn snow into water as a resource for water.
Makes sense. And dollars. Yeah, I do like that the what is it, that master carpenter has the pallet stacked out back. I like games that have visual representations of inventories.
Yep. And it's actually relatively simple too. I don't know how the game handles it, but yeah, all the like the pallets in the like the boxes in the back of the truck that appear as the truck fills.
Yeah.
That is just a simple animation that the game you just you set the object like the i3D object and then you set that this is an animation and that max fill you set it whatever the max fill level like what value should be what value equals full and then it just scales the animation from there. The number of objects visible scales from there. It's really, I don't even know how it does it, but it does a pretty good job.
Maxville, is that a relative of Maxcraft?
No, max headroom.
Fair. I actually, a streaming service. I found that on a streaming service. I think I actually specifically sought it out because it just popped into my brain. Because you see the 80s references of him all over the place, but the show never got that big. It I think it had a small second season and then it was canceled.
Right, but he became, Max Headroom
Like,
became more famous as like an ad guy because he was the Pepsi ad guy for a long time. And
yeah.
then he appeared in the second Back to the Future movie. Um, he was like the bartender in
Yep.
the future diner. And so, and then the last time saw a reference to him was in the Ready Player One book. Wayne Watts in the book has his personal assistant is Max Headroom. So
I think he's somewhere in the movie as well.
I don't remember him being in the movie, but I mean he could be. I don't know where he would have been. Um, I don't
Yep,
remember
I'm not
seeing
sure
him in
either.
there. But anyway,
And it's kind of funny because the actor that played him was not necessarily obscure, but he wasn't super notable. It was the role I remember him most in, and I think I got the right guy. I'll look it up as I'm talking. But Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the neighbor, the father of the
oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
yeah. I know he's got some other notable
Was that the
roles
guy
too.
who played Max Headroom? Really?
I think so. I'm looking it up to verify.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it because it definitely has the facial structure for it. Because Max Headroom, the character was, there was a lot of makeup involved, but overall structure was the same. Okay, so cake is just I'm setting this to selling. I'm gonna see what happens. Does it only sell does it only sell at midnight or does it sell? Let's see if it sells. I've never actually sold or set any of those on selling. Oh yeah, our money just went up, and cake is it went down a little bit. Um,
Now I gotta scroll back a ways. The 80s happened to have been a long time ago now.
shh,
40 years.
bite your
That's
tongue.
just Well, I'm insulting myself more than you, so
Barely.
barely, but yeah, there it is. Yeah, so he was the guy in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Let me see if he has any other really notable
All
roles.
right. I'm gonna sleep, so get ready to sleep.
Oh, sure. All right, I'm in the game. Ready when you are.
Well, we made some money and then spent some money. So, all right.
It's almost like that's a basis for an economy.
Right? Let's go here and check eggs. Ooh, yeah, eggs are definitely full. Holy shit. Uh,
Yeah, this actor is way more um words uh prevalent than I realized. 'Cause he's got a lot of credits to his name. And I don't know if I said it is him. It's the guy I was thinking. Interesting. The last 8. 8 of his roles are all on TV series. And it looks like they're minor because 12 episodes is the most I see for one. But this might be a short series, Castlevania.
I thought that was a. I thought that was a like a animated. Castlevania sounds like an animated like manga or something.
Um was probably the Americanized version. I think there's been multiple renditions of it. I clicked on it to check it out, and yeah, it looks it's definitely a Americanized art style inspired by anime. But yeah, this must be an American version. Yeah, I typed in Castlevania into IMDb, and there's like 9 different
Oh yeah.
entries. It's almost like that series just won't die, like it's one of its main characters. Oh, humorous thing, something that when I think back on it, I almost literally facepalm. The the instruction manual for um Castlevania, because believe it or not, children, video games when you bought them from a store actually had little booklets with them. Wow, I'm old. Uh, but in that, I was we had gotten it, and on the way home, I was reading a bunch of the stuff, and some of the items, because I think the goal of that particular Castlevania, it might even been the original. I don't remember, but you had to collect some of the pieces of Dracula, and one of them was his heart. Um, and in the like description part of it, it said, "Careful, it might attack you." So I'm like, "Oh wow, well we better be careful when we hit that one." but I never made the connection. Heart attack.
Hmm.
And I realized this. It was just one of those things that just randomly popped into my head because it had always kind of bugged me because, we found the heart and it didn't attack us. So it's like, well, what was the warning about then? And, years, possibly even decades later, it popped into my head on that. And then I realized, oh, heart attack. Ha ha. Oh, man.
Oh. All right. Let's see. Cows. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna pick up that slurry. Milk. Food is good. How about chicken? Oh, chickens. Chickens are doing fine. Chickens don't eat a whole lot. Um.
Yeah, chickens are one of those things you want for an apocalypse because they sure don't take much. Those and rabbits, but you want to make sure you have more than just rabbits for your protein.
Why?
Because if you only have rabbits for a meat source, you will literally die from starvation.
What?
Yep. I can't remember the specifics on it, but they are such um
Do they not have very much vitamins and minerals in their meat?
um I think it's actually fat, if I remember right.
I've already got plenty of that.
True, but give it a few years and eat just rabbits.
All right. Did any of the farms? No, no farms are ready. No fields are ready to harvest. But I wanted to make sure we did all of the things and stuff here. All right. Canola oil can be moved to um moved to the dairy, basically just right across the street from it. This
No,
distributing system doesn't work quite like I thought it was going to. Um,
let's see, I need a semi. Oh, there it is. Well, that's the goods trailer. We need the logistics. And you said canola oil to the dairy?
yep.
Okay. But I've also seen that in some of those survival TV shows. I watch them every now and then, but I'm not as into it as some of my relatives. My brother was watching those last couple years. Obviously, when he didn't have too much else, and they're not something you can always watch for too long.
That's for like, are you talking like Survivor or like what do you mean by Survivor
No,
shows?
um, uh, let's see. I think Naked and Afraid was one of those where you that one uh, we're talking actual survival ones where they drop them off in the middle of nowhere and they're supposed to survive. I'm sure there's a lot of
Yeah, who's
um,
running the camera?
they are actually. Usually it's the participants themselves.
Who's charging the devices?
That they never get into. But yeah. I like I said, I'm sure there's a lot of or I don't think I finished the sentence, but it's probably not. 100%. But they at least make it look good. Oh, but in those, this is kind of what I was saying, is that they they had to be careful what meat they were after, because um, if you were to eat just fish or just rabbits, those don't have enough fat in them, and especially like one of them, uh, they it was a survival in the frozen north. So I think your first 30 days were in fall, but then the rest of the time was winter. So they had a lot of people check out because they just were not prepared.
One of the greatest, the absolute greatest stories I've heard about survival. I think it was a British producer, British show, I think. But so the premise of the show was, we're gonna take a group of people and we're gonna separate them, and then we're gonna drop each group in the same sort of survival thing, and then we'll see which one survives the longest without intervention. So I don't know if they actually broadcast it, because it was hilariously bad. What actually happened? So the premise, their season was taking a group of men and a group of women and dropping them off, right? And comparing the survival instincts between men and women. The women, and this was one of these like long term, like, let's see you last 30 days sort of things, right? The women lasted 9 hours before every single one of them basically threw up a flare and said, "Get me out of here." Because they, like, 9 hours, they didn't have a camp, they didn't have food, they didn't have a fire, they didn't have shit to survive. And it was getting cold and bugs were eating them. Whereas the men had a camp, they had a fire, they basically like turned into a little tribe and were singing and dancing together. Like, it was this whole thing where the men just they survived and outlasted the women very, very easily, because by the time the women were like checking out, the men were like surviving great. There was, a couple guys that were hunters that they sort of said, "Hey, I know how to hunt, set traps, do all of that." There were guys that knew how to build, and so they just started building little lean-tos and little huts. And like, the contrast between men and women in that situation was so hilarious that I don't think they broadcast it, because it kind of goes against this current like woke narrative that men and women are equal in all things. We're equal, and it's like that flew in the face of that sort of mentality, and very, very harshly flew in the face of that mentality. So, but it was funny, seeing the footage of the women just bickering and arguing and not getting anything done, and just like blaming one another and yelling at one another, and it was just like this endless parade of just not getting shit done that you need to get done. Whereas the men immediately split apart like the tasks, prioritized food and shelter, and it was great. It was a great example of like why we have specialization, why men and women are different.
Oddly enough, part of what you're saying is social pressure, because if and perhaps it's in solo situations, biologically speaking, women are actually better, necessarily better survivors overall, but they're hardier. Part of it is that they actually have a higher percentage of body fat, and in a survival situation, that's very important. That's why rabbits don't make good survival food. Because I did look it up. It didn't specify don't use rabbits, but it did say that they're highly high in protein but low in fat.
Right,
And
but humans, we can turn into fat any excess calories that we take in. So you eat a whole lot of bread, some of that gets turned into fat. You eat a whole
yeah,
lot of peas and carrots, some of that gets turned into fat. It's not fat. Fat is just excess calorie store. Um, so the same
not all
goes.
calories though. Yeah, fruits and vegetables, yes, but protein passes through you. Protein doesn't get stored as fat.
Um, as far as women being hardier, it might be true. It is true that women have a higher average fat body mass index. But it, it's it's not because they they're hardier. It's because when they're pregnant, those fat stores become vital and very very important
Yeah,
forms of energy. So it's not like if you want a healthy society, you want children to be born. Women still are not like they're not the best for that because if you have pregnant women, um, they need that body fat in order to have a healthy pregnancy. Um, Oat, canola, sorghum, sunflower, soybeans, corn, sugar beets, sugar, check.
but you see, that's exactly why they do have a higher survival rate in those situations, is because men are disposable, and in survival situations, men aren't as important, because every woman can produce children. Well, barring complications, of course. But one man, you only need one man for a lot of kids.
Right, but men in when it comes to the physical side of things,
Yeah, they have a higher
we are
chance.
stronger, we are faster, we are capable
Oh shoot, the
of
phone is ringing. I better make sure somebody gets that.
um, I would just it's Saturday. Who the hell is calling on a Saturday? Um, Fill me up. And I'm not saying that all women are. I'm saying that genetically speaking, the vast majority, this is how it's divided. Um, there are definitely exceptions. As with anything in the human condition, there are always exceptions. But overall, this is how things break down. And not forcing the issue, but just being like, yeah, this is how things are. Different does not mean less than. Different just means different. Um, really wish I knew
All right, I'm back.
How to change the height of. Have you seen the projections for the next big Disney Marvel movie?
Is it in the
Oh
negatives?
my god, it is so bad. So the Marvels, which stars 3 women, has basically no men in the whole movie, and
Except the villains, of course.
it's like the trailers are so bad. Like one of the clips includes a cat, like Mrs. Marvel flying through space, and she has a cat on her shoulder. But it's so hilariously bad looking. And because of the trend and how bad these movies have been, um, they're estimating. Now, remember, this movie has a budget estimated to be $275 million for this movie. It took 4 years to make. And the total domestic box office estimate right now, it is a range, of course, but the total domestic box office right now is like 175 for the entire domestic box office. 175 million for a 275 million dollar movie. And that budget does not include marketing, doesn't include anything. Paying for bots, paying for reviews. So, Disney's out, 400 or 500 million for this movie, and if it only pulls in 175 total, you have a huge problem on your hands. So yeah, this is one of, if not the lowest estimated box office movies in like Disney Marvel history. It's so bad. But yeah, the trailer, everything about this movie looks just total garbage. Just constantly preaching, constantly just awful.
And how insulting is that? They have all these female superheroes, and they're like, yeah, women can be superheroes too. And it's like, oh, okay. So in other words, what you're trying to say is that women can only be powerful with superpowers. They're not powerful on their own.
Well, yeah, there might be an element to that, but making them what's the big difference between historic heroes' journeys, right? You going all the way back to like Gilgamesh, Beowulf, like the hero's journey has always been a staple of storytelling in human history.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very well documented, very well understood what the hero's journey is, right? You've got an individual who has some conflict that they need to overcome in order to be this heroic figure, right? There's some either external or internal. It's very well documented. Anybody who knows the hero's journey, even the Bible has the same. It's the same story. All the way up to Harry Potter and Hunger Games. All these modern stories, they're just these heroes' journeys, right? You overcome something. Well, even when superpowers aren't, there's always something to overcome. Look at Iron Man. Look at like all of these heroes' journey. Now you contrast that with the girl boss hero's journey, the female version of this, what Hollywood has shoved down our throats for the last couple of years, is not a woman who overcomes a problem. It's a woman who is perfect the way she is, and the whole story is her convincing everybody around her how awesome she is. She doesn't have to overcome shit. She is perfect. I mean, look at Ahsoka. Look at the Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy, right? You have this woman who wakens up to the Force, who can immediately after she discovers this power, is able to use it like flawlessly. She is able to manipulate minds. She's able to, move things with her mind and using the Force, and she's able to do all this stuff in the first movie. Whereas if you go back to like Luke's training with Yoda, after months, he was still struggling doing any of this kind of stuff. So it shows that a man has to actually work at it, whereas a woman is just good at it out of the box. And the whole sequel trilogy was her just being a badass and kicking everybody's ass. And it was laughable because there was no struggle. There was no overcoming adversity. There was just like, I'm a badass Jedi already out of the box. No training needed. She goes and visit Luke, and they turned Luke into a literal milk drinker. And it people were just like dumbfounded. Like, what the hell happened? And yeah, that was Disney. That was that's what they do to these franchises. And yeah, the sequel trilogy at first was getting a lot of love and attention, but it quickly faded. They quickly destroyed the franchise, especially because the Rise of Skywalker, or no, not the Rise of Skywalker. What was the first one?
Force Awakens. Maybe?
Force Awakens was a carbon copy of eggs. Eggs are full. $1.3 million.
Jeez. Yeah, it was a copy of the New Hope.
Yeah, it was a copy of the New Hope. It was exactly the same goddamn movie. It was crazy. How obviously bad it was. And
I do have to disagree with you, at least in part, on Ahsoka, because the new series doesn't have her hero's journey. She did have hero's journeys throughout the Clone Wars. That's where she got her start. That's a cartoon. Because yeah, she was actually Anakin's apprentice. And interesting thing to note, if you watch a lot of those cartoons, she was killed by Vader, but then time travel saved by actually a boy, not even man yet. I think he was, I don't know if they ever said, but between 14 and 16. I heard speculation that one of the new trilogy movies will probably deal with him. But they might have shifted that to the Ahsoka story. So yeah, I can't speak to the new series, just to reiterate. For all I know, that could be girl boss all over the place. But
yeah, the Ahsoka series they just put out is so laughably bad. Everybody I've seen who've watched it to review it is just like, this is the most boring, unrealistic, unbelievable bull crap. Even on Disney's terms, it's bad. Even according to them, it's just It's so bad. So and these are people that, I mean, I would trust at least their initial, initial attitude towards something. Like, yeah, anytime somebody reviews anything, you can take it with a grain of salt, and maybe you'll like it, maybe you'll like something they don't, but they're pretty damn consistent on what good content is, what's it preaching to you, all of that kind of stuff. Because it's inconsistent, right? You'll have scenes, you'll have a single episode where Ahsoka shows that she's able to use like the Force power to solve a problem. 10 minutes later, she's confronted with the same problem, and she doesn't use the same solution. She's befuddled, right? And in the same episode, you'll have stuff like that where it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why? And then you'll have in the series 2, there was somebody who proved no matter how hard they tried, they weren't a Jedi. They didn't have access to the Force. They couldn't do anything with the Force, and time again, they failed. And they basically determined I don't have any Force powers. And then 2 episodes later, they're using the Force. Just like out of the blue, they start using the Force. It's like, I thought you couldn't use the Force. Like, what is this? So it's very, very inconsistent writing, character-wise. And it's just bad all around. Just so bad. So I didn't watch any of the Clone Wars. I didn't have any of that knowledge.
Yep.
And good, the grapes actually work.
Don't want somebody blame warring you over something like that. But yeah, in the new series, I haven't seen that, so I totally believe your relayed assessment, let's say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if anything, like the same group of people who have been trashing on Disney and most of the Disney stuff, there are the occasional movie that they love. Spider-Man No Way Home was really, really good. They liked that. Top Gun Maverick was really, really good. And then, One Piece came out on Netflix. And everybody was like, yeah, this surprised me. This is actually phenomenally good. They weren't expecting it to be good. They were expecting more of the same BS, but it was actually very, very good. And then the wider world is, yeah, it's a really good series, and they did a really good job translating it from the original source material. Because the people who made it were the same people who made Cowboy Bebop, I think it was, that utterly flopped because they did such a horrible job. And so the same people who made that made this. And they're like, why is this so good and the other was so bad? Well, the producers came out and said, we listened to the fans, we listened to all the reviews, and we stuck to the source material. Whereas they didn't do it the first time. And they got huge backlash. And so they're like, we stuck to the source material, and now it's super popular and very, very well received.
Hadn't heard that they did One Piece. Although I'm not sure. I haven't had any exposure to the original on that either.
Yeah, I don't have any knowledge of manga. I've never been a big comic book person. And 2, never been a big manga person. But I like a good story, right? I like good stories. And right now, the manga world has a lot of really good stories. There are very, very good.
Rich.
Yeah, I mean, Death Note. Death Note is a phenomenal. Like, the premise of that is great. Now, there have been some missteps on trying to convert it, of course, as usual. God, I got the hiccup bad. It looks like our oats might be done next month. Maybe, possibly.
Let me know if you fast forward time, because I'm researching something before I speak on it. Oh, also, pronunciation note, it's manga.
Manga.
That's a Japanese pronunciation thing. They don't really have an ah sound. Not like we do, anyway.
Eh. Eh.
For example, we say kamikaze. That's not how they pronounce it. They say I might not get it perfect, but kamikaze.
Kamikaze.
Yep.
Divine wind is what that stands for.
Ah. That I didn't know.
Which is a fancy way of saying go kill yourself. That's what. Yeah. If you call it something cool, you get a whole bunch of people like buying into it. Like, oh yeah, divine wind. I want to be part of that. That sounds awesome.
Could be that was like the origin of it, and then it was subverted. And
all right, I'm gonna fast forward time because I think next month we want to do oats. So let me.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure oats are gonna be harvestable, and maybe wheat too. I'm not sure, but the wheat is gonna go in the farm supply factory just to make seed. Fortunately. Oh, more eggs. More egg shenanigans. Alright, go. Damn it, chickens. You pop these things out too fast.
wow, that was full again?
Yep. Well, there's probably a whole bunch inside.
That didn't spawn? Shoot.
Yeah. Usually I have to fast forward a month or two. You can go grab another truck. There's another truck or two around here with a trailer. You can grab those. I'm gonna go drop off what I can.
Hi, puppy. A visiting puppy. Okay, so I didn't finish looking it up, but what I was going to speak to is I might know the problem with the Ahsoka series. And I've spoke about this a little bit to you, but I don't think we've really talked about it like on stream or anything. There's kind of a civil war inside of Disney. You've got, I think it's Dave Filoni, but I'm not sure. He's the one who created, or not created, because Lucas actually created Clone Wars. Then it was rewritten and expanded upon. Rather than being like a mini series, they turned it into a more full-fledged season-type series. But yeah, there's a guy that's the working force behind those, and was heavy in the creation, not necessarily the managing of The Mandalorian, and I think one of the other live actions, but I'm not sure offhand. So
well, yeah,
he's
Dave
actually,
Filoni is one, but the other one is Kathleen Kennedy.
Yep.
She's the one
yeah.
behind the. She basically, when she was hired, she basically turned and said, "I'm going to make women the primary characters of all of these." And she literally wore a shirt that said "The Force is female," and
Yep.
so it was a very specific directed action. And Bob Iger is the one that set all this in motion, right? He's the one that did all this. And I will never understand how the board of directors brought him back. Like, yeah, Bob Iger puts all this in motion. He leaves, puts another guy in charge. Disney starts failing left, right, and center. The other guy is blamed for it, even though he just sort of was there. And that guy gets fired like on a Sunday evening. Like, the board of directors literally like calls him at home and is like, "Yeah, you're fired." Like, what a way to let go of somebody at that level. Like, you're CEO of Disney and you're just like, you're just canned. Looks like our grapes can be harvested as well. I think. Let me go.
Is that a
check.
logistics one?
No,
Or-
they're the vines. The last harvest of the vines.
I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. I found a semi finally, but
Yeah, I've already parked one at the eggs again, so we'll just have to wait until it's full. Which reminds me, I'm gonna put the time on 2x. Just for reasons. Alright, so oats. Oats are harvestable. Let me grab.
But yeah, Kathleen Kennedy is one of the sides, and the other one I think is that Dave Filoni. Pretty much anything that Dave Filoni touches turns to gold. Anything that Kathleen Kennedy touches turns to manure. And if I recall correctly, she brought it to, I'm not sure whether it was the board or whether it was just the president, and is like, fire this guy, fire him. He's ruining my work of ruining Star Wars.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The news came out in the last couple of weeks that Bob Iger has basically admitted the culture war stuff is not good for business. Which is ironic because he's the one that basically started it all. And so yeah, he's come out and said, I wanna move on from this, and fix what's broken. And yet, when that news came out, Disney stock took a jump, but he literally has not done anything to show that he meant it, right? So one of the news items that came out this week was he just appointed a new head of DEI in the company. Those are the wrong headers, buddy.
Is it? Oh, it's the trailer ones?
Yep.
Ah.
Those other ones are corn and sunflowers. Only. So yeah, he just appointed a new DEI person, which tells me he's not putting the culture war behind him, because that is front and center in the culture war. The whole diversity shit is total garbage. So by him doing that, appointing somebody in that office, that just tells me, it's still the status quo there. There's nothing has changed. So yeah, it's pretty funny. And why the board invited him back? Oh my god. This is the same board that tried to block The Sound of Freedom. The movie about child trafficking. They tried to block it. They tried to bury it.
Yeah.
Now, you got to ask yourself, why would they do that? Wow, this thing is low on fuel.
Well, it's turning out more and more the rumors about Hollywood are true. I won't elaborate beyond that. But I think most people can kind of fill in that gap.
Yeah, I mean, when my brother and I were last talking about it when the movie came out, and he's like, yeah, people at Disney tried to bury it, and everybody's kind of wondering why they would do that. And I was like, well, they probably were worried that they were in the movie.
And yeah, that's probably their concern. I mean, at the very least, it raises public awareness of the problem, because there's so many people out there who don't even know it is a problem.
Or they just, they want to avert their eyes and wear a pair of blinders and just say, I don't want to think about it. It's too horrible to think about. Which, that's part of human psychology. Protect yourself from the world to a point where you just. It's not necessarily denial. It's just like, I don't want to think about that. It's too horrible. I want to go about my day and not have to worry about that.
Yep. We all do it to some degree. It's just, unfortunately, when it comes to that subject, there shouldn't be no degree of it. It should just not exist.
All right, worker hired.
I didn't adjust the width first, so now I have to refine the position because I just got it perfect for the wrong size. Is that close enough? Let's see. Yay! Oh, damn. I didn't turn off straw swath. There we go. Can that be voided?
The straw?
Yeah, because it dumped out some straw.
It can be.
Okay.
I can just plow it
easiest.
under. I mean.
Oh, that works too. It is a bit of a pile, but might be able to hit with sides.
You can also go over it with the landscaping smooth tool, the smoothing tool, and it'll just void it.
Ah. Alright, so I got a harvester on the east side. You got one in the center. We're gonna get another one in the center?
Oh, probably.
Okay. I'm having some pretty massive stutters here again today. It's not frame rate stutters though. It's like connection trouble stutters. And for those vehicles in particular, it's murder.
Hopefully, at one point, I'll get that upgraded internet connection, and then I'll know it's everybody else and not me. Then anytime there's a problem, it's like, no, it's not me. I know it's not me.
In part, it's the differing architecture, because it's like not just your character position is controlled by the server, but your character movement is also heavily, not necessarily controlled to that degree, but it's definitely influenced by the server. Um, Greater than most games. But in part, that makes sense because it's kind of the only way you could get coordinated bots to work together.
Come on, which direction are you going, Mr. A?
Mr. A. That sounds like a villain name, like Enigma, Mr. A. Who are you? That is a Mr. A.
Yeah, you don't mess with Mr. A. All right, those are going. Let's go up to the one and final last grape harvest.
See if I can be some assistance on this, but this is another one that's really rough remotely. But if I can do a third of work, or a third of the work, it's better than nothing.
Ooh, those are making raisins fast.
Let me know when you reach the end of this aisle so I can make sure that I get pretty close at least to the numbers. I'm going to slow mine down a little because I think it'll run a little better that way too.
Like, let you know how much I have when I get to the end?
Yeah. Because yeah, when I'm looking behind me, I just see tons and tons of blue. But I think eventually they disappear.
7359.
Okay. Yep. 7359. Same here. Good. It actually seems to be going smoother this time too. Maybe I just got closer to the source.
I don't know.
Or got it centered better is what I meant to say. I'm sure you're getting used to it, but sometimes if I can't find the right word for something, or words, I just spout nonsense. Speak in tongues. I might have somebody end up calling an exorcist on me. Oh, speaking of indecipherable nonsense, you had mentioned a while ago that there was, I don't remember, did you say it was a Bible or whatever that was written by somebody and it was a language that nobody's ever seen before, etc.?
Well, it wasn't a Bible, but it was a monk who wrote it.
Yeah, that's what.
Now, yeah, most of the stuff that they would write was religious, certainly, but this, nobody knows what the point of this book was because it was. The language itself was indecipherable, and then the illustrations. The illustrations were completely like they weren't illustrations of any life forms on Earth. The plants and animals in there were just like it was as if like it was like the Dr. Seuss of medieval times. Like the crazy illustrations and then the language, nobody knew what it was. and it's a very old manuscript. It's a couple hundred years old, 400 years old. But they estimate it took somebody like 40 years to write it, and it was like, who the hell would spend their entire life writing a book that no one can read? It just didn't make any sense. So yeah, it's one of those ongoing mysteries.
Because yeah, I mentioned that, and at the time I didn't get a. Do you know the name of it at all?
Oh man, there are a myriad of videos about it. What is it called? I'd have to alt tab out of the game to figure that out. To be able to Google it. Because I know there's a channel called Today I Found Out. They did an in-depth deep dive on it. Yeah, I'd have to use some Google Foo to try to find like mysterious manuscript or book of book with weird drawings, medieval book with strange drawings.
I'll see if I can find it. But okay.
Your Google Foo is a lot stronger than mine.
The irony? I'm not even using Google. I use DuckDuckGo most of the time. Because Google.
They protect you from people knowing that you're searching for like midget clown porn.
Yes. Although I think they're getting to the point where they're sick of seeing that search.
Yeah, they're like, God, why are so many people searching for this? See a need, fill a need.
Literally.
Wait, why did my... There we go. I kept hitting the wrong button to set my cruise control. Cruise control is slow. There we go.
I may have found one. Would you say it's about 600 years old?
It's very, very old.
Okay, because I actually found a headline that said that finally decoded by UK genius. I haven't
Do they
read any of the text,
do they give the manuscript's name?
I'll have to try and read the
It's like something codex or something like that, I think.
Yeah. Because I believe I had heard of it in the past, but I just never got a big description nor. Okay, this doesn't look like a book. It looks more. Oh, that might be multiple pages put together. Codex. Okay, codex isn't in the article. Voynich manuscript?
Voynich. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's probably
That doesn't sound familiar.
probably something else.
You're kind of driving off into the sunset over there, by the way.
I meant to do that. Yeah, I knew it was probably past time to check, but
Um,
priorities. What are we doing? Playing a video game or chatting about random stuff?
kind of both.
Yes, hi again, puppy. Yeah, I'm nearly keeping up with you, so this is going a lot smoother than last time.
Oh, maybe it is. Voynich manuscript.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay, well, according to that article, I didn't read the details, but it sounds like it was decoded.
Yeah, well, take that with a grain of salt, because
Right. Because that could be like
people
a
have
head fake or something.
yeah, people have literally been trying to decode this for hundreds of years, and they've even got AIs and shit working on it. So somebody
Yep.
suddenly saying, "Ooh, I know what it says," is like, really though? So go ahead and dump. I'll do this one last pass here. Go over to
Is
the
it the
raisin
second one?
factory. Yeah, but by
Oh,
the
yeah, I
time I come
suppose.
back, it'll be done. So you can drop those off at the raisin factory. How many did you end up with? 500 and something?
484665.
4-8.
Yep.
Huh.
You probably got an extra 2 or 3. I think this is the raisin factory. Yes. That's the sound the grapes make coming out.
Both the truck and your body.
Yep.
Yeah, composed in Italy during the Italian Renaissance, and it's just like, it's really weird.
The manuscript thing?
Yeah, it's just bizarre.
Yeah. But like you said, also, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's there's a word for it, but I like decoy. Could be that he meant for people to try and solve it that way, but it's all a red herring.
Yeah, I mean,
Is hidden.
it would be rare for like somebody to work on a joke for that long. like haha, I got you, but it's like you just spent 40 years like making that shit. Like what? That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe he was the world's first meme lord.
Yeah, like he wanted to be famous for making a book that nobody understands. All right, I'm just gonna straight up drive this to the vehicle thing, sell it. How are our combines doing? Come on, saving content.
Boy, that's sometimes hard to pronounce. R hour.
Why did it freeze? Did it crash?
I'm still moving around. You're lagging. But I'm not rubber banding, so that almost indicates that it's at least partially functional.
It's like stuck on.
Oh, there I rubber
Wow.
banded. Wow.
Jesus. That was insane. That little hitch. Wow. Yeah, this one's low on fuel. Wow, he's almost full. That's a lot of oats.
Jeez.
When he gets to the top here, I need to empty him out and fill him up at the same time. I need to empty him out and fill him up. How about that?
Yup. One on the east side's only 59%. That one might be fine until it meets up with the one in the middle.
Yeah, this is the one I'm in is the one that went around the whole thing before we even started the other one, so it tends to fill up first. But I didn't think it was going to get that many oats. Holy crap, there's a lot of oats in this field. But this one's almost out of gas, so I gotta...
Is there any conversation threads that got left?
Oh, probably. We tend to bounce around a lot.
Yeah. Usually we try to reach a conclusion, and if we don't, we pick it up again. But I know we brought up a sound of freedom, but I think that one, I mean, other than just saying, oof, not much more to say. Other than, I hope it stops. But unfortunately, the reality is it probably won't. It might even get worse before it gets better. But from what I gather, it's pretty damned bad.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard
Really,
to
really.
imagine it getting worse, sort of, short of a, not necessarily an apocalypse, but like maybe a world war, and people care less about that as a result, or governments locking down on their citizenry for their safety, of course.
Always.
I wonder if anybody's tried to do the math to count the death toll of what locking down the country did for COVID is. Because that's one thing that always bothered me, is that they're saying, you know, we've got to lock down and shut down the country so that we can save lives. And there was no consideration for how many lives are lost as a result.
Well, yeah, you can't. It's hard to compare numbers because how do you prove? Yeah, how do you prove these people died because of the lockdown? That's a very, very hard thing to prove.
Yeah.
But Um, the thing
One really
is,
easy.
for me, is the more interesting statistic was for the 2 years or the year and a half that we were locked down, there were 0 deaths from the flu. There were 0 deaths reported from the flu. Every death was attributed to COVID. So
Yeah.
they massively inflated the numbers. Massively. Because usually, every year, every flu season, there can be upwards of 30 to 45,000 people die from it. Mostly, the same sort of people who are at risk for anything, right? Very, very old people or very, very young people. So every year, year after year after year, 30,000 people die, during flu season. Well, mysteriously, in like 2020, 0 people died from the flu. I'll imagine that for the first time in history. So the whole lockdown thing, it wasn't for, if you look at the grand scheme of things, and conspiracy theorists kind of go crazy with this, but the fact that they picked and chose what businesses were able to stay open,
Yeah.
The entertainment industry stayed open, and yet mom and pop shops, these people depended on their business for paying their bills, though they were all forcefully shut down. And yet Walmart was able to stay open. Well, I would go so far as to say Walmart is a bigger petri dish and disease spreading facility than a small mom and pop shop grocery store. Right? The vast amount of people that go into a Walmart are not the cleanest people in the world, nor are they the most attentive to anything. And these are the people you're shoving together, and masks proven to be completely ineffectual, and yet there are still businesses who are forcing their customers to wear masks. There was just a video posted this week of a woman walking into her Wells Fargo bank, and they stopped her at the door and said, "You need to wear a mask when you're in here." This woman was a lawyer, and she said, "No, I do not." And the bank literally called the damn cops. The cops show up. They're wearing masks.
Oh.
So she basically was like, "I need to close my account." It is an insane system. It is an insane system that takes an ineffectual device and convinces its population this is necessary, and then punishes those who do not comply. And try as they might, this first shot across the bow, which was largely manufactured, by the way, it's been proven now that it was manufactured. The virus itself was manufactured. It's been proven that masks were ineffectual, and so the first time around, even though this data was already out there, Fauci was already on record 5 years ago saying, "Yeah, masks they're not effectual for spreading diseases. They're mainly for surgeons who are doing surgery, not to drool or not to sneeze or cough into the open wound of a person on the table. That's what they're for." And yet,
and that's N90 masks.
Yeah, those are high level.
Not the cloth mask.
Not these stupid things that people are making at home. Like, it is a ridiculous notion that these things do anything other than concentrate the virus in the mask that you're constantly breathing in all the time. Right? So, if anything, you're more prone to infect yourself because you're wearing the mask because it's concentrating all that gunk right in front of your mouth. Anyway, so the fact that companies are still forcing their customers to wear masks and then punishing those who are not and using the police departments to do so means that we are not out of the woods yet. We are not quite able to stop with this experiment, which is largely WEF, WHO, you know, the powers that be, to take a line from, I think it was Angel was the show, the powers that be.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this guy's full. Yeah, the other two are probably going to fill up here soon, too.
This one's getting close, 94%. I'd be surprised if they both make it all the way, but we'll see.
But yeah, the moral of the story is they had their chance. They had one shot at controlling the population, and they did everything they could to test the waters. But people, by and large, they complied the first time around. Most people. There were definitely some that were like, not me. But now I think the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, and people are sort of aware that this is just an attempt at manipulation. This has nothing to do with public safety. This is to see how far people can actually be stretched before they break. And so, yeah, a lot of people are like, nah, never again. I'm not doing it again. The inflated numbers, the BS. You know, my grandma has still bought into it, lock, stock, and barrel. She's like, but all the hospitals were full and blah blah blah, and they were loading body bags into trucks, and it was like, at the time they were saying that all of these places were full. There were people taking hidden camera footage walking through these hospitals that were completely empty. Downtown New York hospital, walking through, nobody. There's nobody in any of the rooms, and yet they were saying their hospitals are overflowing, blah blah blah, and there was no evidence to actually back that up. There were some places, yeah, if you had a nursing home that was blasted by the virus, and yeah, there were probably some people in the hospital, but yeah, it was way overblown, way overblown. So yeah, people are just like, not again. You know, you had your shot, you had your chance.
Damn it.
All right.
As I was passing by, some of these oats went into a trailer, I think. I'll have to...
Yeah, best not to drive around with the pipe out.
Yeah, I shouldn't have. But it's just so easy to do. So I don't have to do anything. Not only the flu, but also heart disease was one of those things that was nearly non-existent as a result of COVID. And that one, we're talking typically 100,000 people a year die from.
Oh, you're saying that heart disease was reported as 0 deaths?
Not zero, but very low, very low compared to what it usually is.
Probably because it had to do with the vaccine, so they wanted to under-report it.
Oh, this was even before the vaccines came out. This was when we were in the midst of the lockdown, the like heart of it. Part of that was, people wouldn't seek medical attention. You know, you don't want to go to a hospital, especially with heart disease, because isn't that one of the things that they were suspecting? I haven't gotten an update whether it was verified, but they were suspecting people with heart diseases were more vulnerable to COVID.
Um, heart disease. I'm not aware of heart disease being a thing. I know it was mainly COVID was mainly a respiratory thing. So it was smokers. It was people like with COPD. Um, anybody with respiratory issues was at an increased risk. But heart disease, I don't remember heart disease. It could have been.
And like I say, that was at the time they were suspecting. It wasn't necessarily a sure thing. All right, got that guy going. Let's hire him. Fire this guy so we can unload.
All right, let me check the mill. See how many of the oatses you have. Oh, you are just about full. Okay, so let's just put them right in here.
But yeah, I don't know if you recall, but when COVID was first getting going, one of the first things that I really talked about, because I actually didn't talk about that much. That's the kind of thing that I maintained radio silence on because it was so polarized. The first lockdown, the 15 days to stop the spread, when that was going on, I think I even told you, okay, if we do this and we fail, I think we should just call it quits. There should be no more lockdowns.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was kind of the promise, Well, we're gonna try and stop the spread and see if it works.
Well,
But
yeah, the mantra was flatten the curve. I remember that. Flatten the
yep,
curve. It was like, yeah, it's yeah. What a crazy time. What a crazy time.
but unless you want to put a nail in the coffin on that conversation, I wouldn't mind sharing a few things.
Sharing a few things.
Yeah, because I've never really talked too much about it. I think I talked to you offline some, but oops, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons here. For one thing, the cloth masks. I had trouble wearing them for very long.
Oh yeah, I knew all about that.
Okay. And I hadn't really mentioned it publicly, but we'll see if we have anybody commenting on it, calling me crazy, because, of course. Yeah, if I was in a store wearing a mask, it was the point where my head would start, I'd start getting a headache. I'd get what I call my head being fuzzy. I know that's totally medical lingo there. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to play too. That's really difficult for me right now. And I actually had trouble standing up straight. I, on multiple occasions, had to grab a shelf next to me because I was going down. And keep in mind, everyone, I was forced to do this. My only other option was to use those. I love the phrasing of it. If you can't wear a mask, you're welcome to use our delivery service, or you're welcome to order online and use in-store pickup. Not, we're forcing you to do this
Oh,
because
yeah.
you're now a second-class citizen.
Oh yeah, there were people calling for like concentration camps for people who didn't want to be wearing masks or didn't want vaccinations. Like it was amazing to me how fast the rhetoric turned into just pure hate and distrust for anybody who dared like say, wait a second, this is going too far. The vitriol and that attitude of, oh, we didn't force you to do this. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you didn't tie me down and jab me, but you were literally threatening to like basically do what China does when somebody speaks out against their government is they put them on a list, and you're effed. You are effed if you're on that list, because they literally plaster your face on billboards saying do not interact with this person, right? It will affect your social credit score. This is straight out of an Orwellian nightmare. So, like, for me, at first I was very cautious. At first I was fine with whatever precautions because there was a lot of unknown variables at the time. And I was concerned about being around my grandmother for that first summer, and I was very, very cautious because we didn't, there wasn't a lot known, at least publicly released, about the virus, how bad it was, and but the weird thing is, the more data that came out, that it was shown to be about as bad as a bad flu season, right? The mortality rates, all of that stuff, the types of victims that it hit were just about as bad as a bad flu, right? And after that, I was like, okay, well, it's just a bad flu. And most people did that. And the funny reaction to that is they tried to up the fear factor with long COVID. What is long COVID? That's when I started shaking my head going, really? long you get COVID, now there's long COVID, and it's like, what are the effects? And then the vaccine comes out, and suddenly you have athletes in the prime of their life dropping dead from heart failure.
Yeah.
Right? These are the groups that were forced to get vaccinated. Forced. And it's like, oh, obviously not having anything to do with the vaccine. This is just pure coincidence that these 18-year-old athletes are dropping dead. Like, to me, it is laughable. The whole mask thing was laughable to me, because I started seeing people, just like South Park started making fun of. I started seeing people wearing masks but having their nose uncovered.
Yeah.
And it was like, or the famous picture of the two girls playing their band instruments like flutes, and they had their mask on, but there was a big hole cut out right in the middle of the mask so they could play their instrument.
My God.
That mentality of, I'm wearing a mask but it's completely ineffectual, right? That to me just says a lot. The Karens who would confront somebody for not wearing masks and then spit on the people because they themselves weren't wearing masks, but then they would spit on people. And it was like, you understand how viruses are actually transmitted? And then there was the famous video of like this woman's conference, basically it Karens all around, and somebody in the audience wasn't wearing a mask. Now, the video showed none of the people on stage were wearing masks. Not one. And yet, They literally kicked this person out of their arena, out of the theater that they were in. They kicked that person out because they refused to wear a mask. And they belittled and berated that person for not wearing a mask. None of the people on stage were wearing masks. So the the distance from reality, the distance from common sense that we have today is the most alarming thing in my book. It's shocking how far separated people are from common sense these days.
Ooh. One thing that bugged me about the rhetoric was if you pointed out, okay, the death rates, they were highly over exaggerated. It was not as dangerous as it could have been. You know, if you're in an argument with somebody, and they'll say, "Oh, well, what if it mutates?" My response to that is, "What if the flu mutates?"
Yeah. What if Ebola mutates? Like, yeah. there are things way more deadly out there. And if you're worried about something mutating, worry about one of them. Right. Worry about one of them. Because one of those mutates, we are effed as a species. It would collapse it would basically be The Stand from Stephen King. That's the story. Yeah. That when you have a virus that's so bad that possibly a small percentage of actual humans are naturally immune to it, which is inevitable. With the genetic diversity that we have on the planet, there could be upwards of 1 to 5% that are naturally immune to that, right? Scattered throughout the whole globe. Well, everybody else is gone. Everybody else is gone. They're toast. So you want to look at what things would happen. The Stand is a phenomenal story about human beings. Now, if you take the story of The Stand and you remove the whole, like, God intervention bullshit, that's literally how we would start separating ourselves. You would have good people being separated from not good people, right? And it would be a free-for-all, an absolute free-for-all. We would go back to 10,000 years ago, tribal warfare for territory and land, only it would be for a power plant, it would be for a farm, it would be for food. You know, we would still have technology and we would still have modern weaponry, but it would be more of a tribal situation. Which, let me tell you, nobody wins from that scenario.
Yeah.
But in that case, yeah, look at all the eggs sitting in here. 177,000 eggs still in this thing. Yeah, it can only put out so many. Let's see. Chicken. So yeah, this 11 months, 4 months, 13 months.
But
might be time to
mind
sell.
if I talk about my job and COVID?
Oh yeah, your job was you had a crazy workplace.
Yeah, and I might even skip some of the details. So yeah, my workplace, they not only got on the masks bandwagon. Now, in their defense, there was an entire department that caught COVID because somebody came in when they were a little under the weather. You know, so one person who was literally responsible ended up infecting an entire, not necessarily the entire department, but most of the department. Which was weird because, you know, I actually worked, a coworker of mine, somebody who I worked pretty close with, he came down with it. I didn't get it. His family didn't get it. That was the weird thing about COVID, is that sometimes it's super infectious, but other times it's like, no, I'm not willing to share. But yeah, they jumped on the mask bandwagon early, even before our governor and the mayors started stepping in and doing the mandate slash non-mandate, because they technically have no legal authority to tell people that they have to wear masks unless they declare martial law. And to my knowledge, no one ever declared martial law, because that would have been a huge red flag. The way they did that is that they were mandating businesses, saying that you should tell your customers that they have to wear masks, because that has a little bit more legal teeth to it, but even that's pretty disputable. So they jumped on the mask bandwagon. At first, I think like the first week before that department came down with COVID, it started as this is voluntary, or not voluntary, but this is on you. If you're potentially vulnerable to wearing a mask, so you don't need to wear one. And then they drop the hammer, and it's like everybody, not even customer facing, because now the mandates, they specified that customer facing people needed to wear masks, whereas the company I worked for, every single person in an office, or if you're in an enclosed space, you need to wear a mask. I think they even said that people who worked outside needed to wear masks, which now and even early on, even back then, we know you're an idiot. You're straight up an idiot if you say that. If you're telling children in high school, or not even high school, elementary school especially, that they needed to wear a mask when they're outside playing, you're an idiot. Science proves it too, by the way.
Well, I mean, you've got people who are driving around alone in their car wearing masks.
Yeah.
What drives a person to do that? It's part of it is habit. I've seen a couple of reports of people confronting somebody somewhere and going, "Why are you wearing a mask? You're like, what is the point?" And they literally look at that person and go, I don't know, it's just habit, right? And it's funny to me that I'm trying to find the version of the tractor. Oh, it's the last one, of course. God, the very last tractor. Out of the 8 that are sitting there, it's the very last one I tried that already has the grass thing loaded up, ready to go. Yeah, so a lot of people are just habitually wearing them, but the unfortunate side effect of the whole process is what it did to kids. And you have psychological studies coming out now that show the psychological impact that it's actually had on kids is very hard to ignore. The younger that they were when this happened, the more stunted their social growth, because they weren't able to go out and play for like a couple of years. When you remove a couple years worth of potential development, you stunt that development for the rest of the kid's life. Like, it's hard to get that back. And also one of the side effects is the kids themselves are more paranoid.
Yeah.
They're they have social anxiety, so there's massive problems that that is a result of all these mandates and stuff, and it's just unfortunate. It's just massively unfortunate.
Yeah, there's probably going to be decades of repercussions, probably diminishing as time goes on, but still decades of consequences of not COVID, but the lockdowns.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so at work they had they started instituting um mask mandates, and they ramped it up beyond what the government was trying to say. I think they even once floated double masking. That never came, not in my time there, but it never came to fruition. Um, so I was in the IT department. There was 5 people. One of them got sick of it and he quit. I should have. As soon as the mask mandates came in, I should have, because a lot of my health problems now, um, not necessarily were caused, but were amplified
Oh yeah.
by the mask mandate. And I'll get to that. But when the vaccine came out, um, they started offering $100 incentive if you get the vaccine, which that alone really bugged me, because and I'll elaborate on this even further. Um, a workplace should have next to zero influence on your health. Um, Exceptions could maybe be made for, say, a driver
Tell that
and alcoholism.
tell that to all the coal miners.
Yeah. Um, but let's see then. So yeah, they started with the $100 incentive, and then fast forward a ways, and the mask mandates start coming down a little, decreasing. What my employer had done was they said, okay, if you want to stop wearing the mask, you have to get the shot and then prove it. And it's at that point that I really I was fed up, because for those who don't know about the Nuremberg trials, um many people consider that international law. Now that's just a term. There's
Oh, we
even
got
the
a
UN.
wow. That was another leg spike. Jesus.
Yeah, oof.
God damn. What is causing those? Go
Even
ahead.
even the UN, which is the pretty much the only international governing body, which technically they're not a governing body. Um, they don't have any teeth in when it comes to international law. But okay, Nuremberg trials. That was after World War II. It was to go over some of the things the Nazis had done. One of those trials banned mass medication. Um, which, if you make a mandate about vaccines, for example, that's mass medication. And even some of my employers were trying to argue that it's not. Oh, like I said, I was getting really fed up with it. Um, and I told you I have a problem with masks, wearing them. It caused damage. By that time, I was starting to get more headaches. I was starting to literally have trouble focusing on a task. I wonder if I have some form of brain damage, in part caused by that. Now I have other problems, so deciphering what caused what, don't know if I'll ever be able to figure that one out. Um, so I opposed, not necessarily the vaccine. I didn't have any opposition to the vaccine. I had an opposition to being forced and to prove it that a person was vaccinated. Because I actually considered getting the vaccine. I was planning a trip. The trip fell through, so I didn't end up getting said vaccine, but I was going to for that trip. Buggy knows what one I'm talking about.
Think
Might not
so?
remember it offhand. Um,
Anything before breakfast, I don't really remember.
well, I may as well say it. I was going to visit my girlfriend, and she dumped me. But yeah, so I was having was getting pretty annoyed at this point, and I still liked the people at the time who I was working with, even though now I consider them backstabbers. They did not have my interest in mind. They didn't even have the interest of most of their employees in mind. They had their narrative, and that's what really mattered to them. I am convinced. Or maybe
Yeah,
they were
I
just.
mean it's the same. It's the same crowd of people who are forcing pronouns on people. I mean it's even though it
Yeah.
was vaccines and it was mask mandates, it's the same. It's the same attitude of do as I say, you know, because I have a little power and I have the ability to influence. Do as I say or else. And the problem with that is let me back you up. Yep. God, if I could back up in a straight line, that would be great.
Yeah.
My God. Get out of the way. There we go. And hit period. And first waypoint. Go.
Oh, where was I on that? So I was talking about it. I still kind of liked some of the people I worked with. Oh yes. So I told them that I was going to essentially protest um the whole vaccine issue, because at the time Biden, so this fast forwards through, the Trump presidency into the Biden presidency. I said that if the if the mandate comes down, because he was floating the idea of for and I hate the way they tried to do this. They weren't mandating vaccines. They were mandating that people made the choice of having vaccines or getting a weekly test to see if you are COVID positive. So in effect, because they did that with the military, they did that with the federal level of government. They started by saying, "Oh, this is just it's not mandatory. It's still voluntary, but we're really punishing the people who don't, so
Right.
it's a mandate." And
I
then
mean,
they actually went so far as to mandate it afterwards.
yeah,
So I saw that pattern and I said, "No,
yeah.
go ahead."
If you want to look at it like other countries, like we were, I mean, we had massive opposition. There were already people at the time who were like, no, this is stepping over the line. And so the rhetoric was very, very strict, and people were very, very brutal, and saying, we should round them all up and put them in jail or put them in camps or whatever.
Yeah.
Even to that point. But if you look at other countries, they were off the chain. They were
Yeah.
beyond anything. And the totalitarian attempts at control. I don't think enough people got scared.
Yeah,
and
that's
really
the
saw
big
it, because if you look at like Australia and New Zealand and Canada, if you look at those, how they treated their own citizens, Um, the fact that there was not a lot of resistance, especially in like Australia, was really bad. This totalitarian, these mandates came down, and the control of the population, or attempts to control, were so mind blowing in terms of how could somebody actually be okay with this happening. It's kind of surprising to me because
Yeah.
nobody should have been okay with how they handled things. So yeah, I look at, you know, like your experience um, with your company as very, very bad. But what I hate about the whole situation, regardless if it's a company or a country, is nobody was ever held to account for their bullshit. That's what I hate. Is
Yeah.
nobody was held up and said, you know what? You just spent the last 2 years lying to everybody. You get some prison time. Because
That
we
would've been
don't
great.
we don't, for some reason, as a species, we don't punish lying, outright lying, like we punish our children for lying. Like when I was growing up, the worst possible offense, the most punishable offense in the household where I grew up with my dad was lying. That was the most egregious shit. The most egregious. If you lied about anything, the punishment was way worse than if you would have just told the truth. Way worse. And then I get older and I realize, holy shit, my dad was lying constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly lying to all of us. Constantly.
Oof.
And never held to account. The same is true with society at large. We abhor lying, right? You lie, you betray, you know, your wife cheats on somebody and she lies about it. People are like, oh, that lying, blah, 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 blah. But when a public official comes out and literally lies to your face over and over and over again, like Biden, constantly lying, just flat out lying. Nobody is like, why are we putting up with this? Right? Why is nobody being held to account on either party? The Democrats, if I was a Democrat and I was serving my constituents, I would be pissed at all the lying. I would be so against all of the lying. But they have to toe the party line. They can't say a word against anybody. And that to me is why this society is collapsing.
Agreed.
Because people aren't held to account. They're not held responsible. You know, some of my most favorite videos on YouTube are the instant karma and Karen's being arrested. Because these people are insane. I watched one last night it was so insane. These women are just out of their minds. Screaming and yelling and being hauled to the police car, kicking and screaming, all while yelling, I'm cooperating.
Jeez.
Literally kicking officers. It's like, that's assault on an officer, lady. Like, just completely detached from reality. And a case in point, one of my most favorite videos that I saw this week, I have to relay this story. It is one of the most glorious stories about somebody actually getting what they deserve. So, it was a video that was titled, like, famous cases that were won by the... They were won, but the other side is what won it for them, right? So rather than It's like if you're a defendant and you're being accused of something, but the prosecution actually proves your case, right? So you're immediately exonerated. That was the premise of the video. So one of the lighter examples, before I get into the heavy one of the lighter examples was, it was a guy who worked as a investigator for an insurance company to detect fraud, and he had a case against somebody who was collecting employment compensation or disability, not disability, it was workers' comp for an injury he supposedly sustained at the work site. And so he's up on the stand, and the prosecutor says, "Please raise your arm," because it was his like shoulder that was injured. Please show us the limit of how high you can raise your arm now, since you've been injured. And the guy raises his arm a little ways. He's like, "Yeah, can't do it." And the prosecutor asked, just as an example, can you raise your arm to show what your range of motion was like before the injury? And the guy just like raised his arm. It's like immediately the judge just was like, bam, right there, because it's obvious that he can move it, right?
Yeah.
So the other story is so great. So it's a custody battle and divorce, and the man is fighting for custody of his kid, and his his arguments are that his ex-wife, or his soon-to-be ex-wife, is crazy, violent, very entitled, and is not a good mother. And she, of course, has a rich daddy who is protecting his daughter. And all right, you are gonna shut down, Mr. Dude, and fold back up. Actually, fold back up. So this guy is trying to convince the judge, because it's a judge only, it's not a jury. He's trying to convince the judge that this woman is not a good person, and she outwardly seems like a good person, and her daddy is pulling strings and protecting her at every round, but the guy doesn't have much solid evidence to prove she's abusive, to prove she's basically a psycho. And so the trial goes on, and it's obvious that this woman is winning. And so the day comes the day comes for the judgment, the decision, and before the proceedings happen, the woman says, "Judge, I have this note for you. I want to submit this to the court before you make your decision." And she hands the note to the bailiff. The bailiff hands it to the judge. The judge opens the note and reads it. And he pauses, and he looks at the woman, and he says, "Are you sure you want to submit this as evidence in the court?" And she says, "Yes." And he goes, "Well," he looks at the the guy, and he's like, "This turned around really fast. I hereby what's the word? I hereby find for the husband, for the I don't know if he was defendant or plaintiff. I don't know. I don't remember that part of it. But I hereby find for the plaintiff, he gets sole custody of the child, and child support will be decided later on. Bailiff, please put her in handcuffs." So the father comes to find out, because it's part of, she wanted to submit it, so it's part of public record what this note had in it. The note said, "Give me my son or I'll fucking kill you." That's the note that she gave the judge in the case. Even though she was already winning the case, she literally threatened the judge, and she said, put her in handcuffs. She gets charged for threatening a judge. And so immediately flipped the case right over, right? Could you imagine what her lawyer was thinking? Like, could you imagine the lawyer standing next to her? Probably a pretty expensive lawyer, because, you know, her daddy was very protective, and probably a very expensive lawyer, probably had no idea what this note had in it. This was probably something that she cooked up in her own mind, because no lawyer would have ever let her submit that to the court. No way. And it's too late when she already asked the judge about it, right? The lawyer was probably sitting there going, what is going on here? I have no idea what's going on. And so I just couldn't imagine that lawyer who knew that this was a slam dunk case, who knew exactly where it was heading, and suddenly it was flipped right around. Like, that was one of those, I get tingles inside when I hear about people that are so stupid and they're so detached from reality. They get what's coming to them, right? They're I have no sympathy for those people, which is why some of these Karen videos of Karens getting hauled away in cuffs is just like,
karma.
I mean, yeah, the instant karma drivers where there's cops like right there, and people drive terribly, and then there's a cop right there. That just like, that's like, hello.
If you wouldn't mind, I got a couple things that I'd like to put the icing on the cake for my story.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, you got that one going. Good. Early, I only was remembering this as I was talking. Early into COVID, because I worked in the IT department, all of us were working from home. You know, after the 15 days to stop the spread, we were working from home, and it kept that way for a few months. And then other departments started to complain that we didn't have to show up for work.
Even though you were working from home.
Right. They wanted a physical presence. Now, we never got specifics on who it was. I actually wonder if it was corporate. Just the corporate people are like, yeah, I'd feel more comfortable if there's somebody here. Because that was a thing. Occasionally we'd have problems, and we couldn't have an IT lunch. We couldn't all go out to lunch at one, all at the same time, because
God forbid something happened in the next half hour, right?
Yeah. And I partially could understand that. You know, like because disasters did happen where, you know, like we lost our internet connection in the main branch. All the satellite branches would have to switch to a different accounting system. Technically, that's not fully accurate, but they'd have to switch things around, and to have support on hand would be, or, you know, on site was highly recommended. Not essential, but recommended. So like I say, I partially understand that, but at the same time, you know, you guys are making all these draconian rules for COVID, and oh, nope, you guys have to show up. And keep in mind, once again, to remind everybody, I was forced to wear a mask, and it was painful. I had, you know, I would go to the bathroom, which was less than a minute walk. I would stumble to, you know, on my way back, at least 9 times out of 10.
For the people who aren't aware, because it might sound like us is like I don't know, falling apart at the seams, but not everybody is aware of what you actually are dealing with every day. So
yeah,
the fact that you're having so many health problems, it's not common knowledge about what you have or why you have these health problems, right?
Yeah.
So that might, if that's something you want to share, that might help clarify things a bit.
The breathing issue, I've never found an issue or uh, a cause for that. In the
But
winter, it got worse because I have non-allergic rhinitis, which is a
but
fancy word if I
you
get
you do
stung.
have something that can cause problems, right?
Yes.
It's not like you are perfectly at the peak of health and all of a sudden you can't freaking breathe because you're wearing a mask.
Yeah.
There are underlying health issues that not everybody is aware of, which is what I was getting.
Yep. I think we on Wednesday we were talking a little bit about A1C and stuff like that. Um,
Right, but I've never
so
actually said
yeah,
like what it is because that's your business. So I'm not like, oh,
yeah, and I still don't. I don't know. I'm not diabetic. I'm not even pre-diabetic, so that's not the direct cause. But I'm definitely having hypoglycemic. Okay, so this is my perspective, not a diagnosis. It seems like I'm having hypoglycemic symptoms without having diabetes. So it's um now I've got to start checking all the organs to make sure they're working.
right again. But I know you have something, a chronic
Oh, that
something.
one. Fibromyalgia.
There
I
you
may as
go.
well go ahead and say it. But
I
I
was
don't
gonna.
know that. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm starting to doubt whether that's even an accurate diagnosis. Because if I'm having troubles with one of my organs, God knows how many problems that's causing.
Um.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I know it deals with pain and it deals with um, sort of a chronic inflammation of like nerve endings.
Yeah.
Um, my mom would be like, just stop eating gluten.
Of course.
Um, but I actually have, I am tempted to try that diet
Yeah.
because I saw somebody post the other day on Twitter that they decided to try it because they tried everything else and nothing was working for their specific health problems. And so they went on a gluten-free diet for a month, and the changes in their overall health were greatly enhanced. And one of them really piqued my interest, and that is the ability to breathe out of his nose.
Oh,
He
interesting.
actually reformed the ability. His nose opened up, and his sense of smell actually returned. Because the gluten and I know this because my mom preaches it all the time. Um, Gluten itself, especially modern forms of super highly processed gluten, can cause inflammation. And I know it helped my brother. My brother was hit several years ago with a really bad bout of rheumatoid arthritis. And arthritis, as we now know, is a inflammatory condition regarding your immune system, right? So it's your immune system actually attacking your own body. That's what arthritis is. And my brother was on very, very expensive medication, and he lost his insurance because the company he was at actually went out of business, and so he had to stop taking the super expensive medication. And so he tried dietary changes, and one of them was a gluten-free diet, and it completely cleared his arthritis. Completely, it just went away, and he was paying upwards of $4,000 to $5,000 a month on his medication. And just a dietary change is all it took, and it hasn't come back. He maintains not a strict diet, but he maintains um, um, a pretty decent diet, and yeah, his arthritis hasn't really returned. So diet plays a large part in our overall health, and that's why I was like, I'm afraid to tell my mom about it because just the sheer smug satisfaction that she would have.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I would have to find an alternate, alternate food that I can afford, because every morning when I get up,
right.
I have 2 slices of toast, and I have carbs are a big part. Not, I wouldn't say gluten is a big part of my diet. But I do have it, buns with burgers, stuff like that. So the main thing would be finding a breakfast that is easy, that doesn't, because I know my mom eats. I mean, they have eggs for breakfast every morning. I have eggs for breakfast once a week. Saturdays when I stream, I have a big egg and sausage breakfast. That is when I have a big breakfast. So for me, I would have to find something new for breakfast that was easy. That didn't dirty up the kitchen. And I mean, it's fine when you're cooking for more than one person for all of that, but
Yeah.
when you're just one person at home, I like meals and things to be very easy. But I've got a bit more, let's call it gluten. I've got one. I had one of my frozen pizzas, one of my DiGiorno pizzas this week. And I have one more in the freezer, which will probably be my last frozen pizza I ever buy, because the last one I ate was bad.
Getting too old to eat that stuff.
Yeah, my digestive system does not like whatever ingredients they put into that. And I think I'm becoming, or have become, lactose intolerant when it comes to cheese, digesting cheese.
I have I can't remember the source, but I had heard that there is such a thing as age-induced.
Oh yeah, lactose intolerant. Yeah, absolutely a thing. We're not actually supposed to. We're humans are not, or mammals are not actually supposed to be able to process milk beyond infancy, right? After we get done breastfeeding, the consumption of milk disappears, and so at that point our bodies should lose the enzymes to process milk. We don't, because of a quirk of genetic mutation. The genetic mutation, by the way, here's a fun fact, first appeared in what people's population that allowed them to conquer most of the known world. The one mutation.
Oh,
To be able to process milk. Very famous group of people.
I was just gonna leave it general and say European,
No.
but interesting. Okay, you got me kind of stumped. I might have an idea somewhere in the back of my head, but nothing formulated.
Genghis Khan. The Mongols, when they started sweeping over Europe, they were able to do so and move fast because the horses they were riding were their food source. They were able to milk their horses and drink the milk because they were able to process it. The first major human population to be able to do so. And so they didn't need to bring with them a large amount of supplies and goods and food, and so the armies were able to move very, very fast. They were able to they were basically riding their food source, because they were able to drink the milk of all the horses. Now, as disgusting as that sounds, I couldn't imagine, like, oof.
It's also survival, though. Survival is often
Right.
disgusting.
That's one of the quirky things about the human condition is when you are really, really hungry, the grossest food will taste wonderful.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, if you're really hungry, it doesn't matter what you eat. Um,
Yeah, your brain literally starts restructuring itself um, to weird degrees when you start are deprived of one of your base needs, one of those being food. Um, it's shocking, shocking to the degree of almost being horrifying. Um, oh yeah, so the nail in the coffin that I mentioned about my experience at my employer is I had a problem with masks. I told them about it, and I told them I'm in a protest for the upcoming law that Biden was proposing. They actually sent a company email because they probably got a lot of questions about, are you going to go through with this? Because there was a lot of people that weren't on board with that. They were getting a little fed up. I'm actually shocked that they didn't lose more people, and who knows, maybe a big outflux did occur after I departed. But I didn't want to make it a huge deal other than just me leaving. I even gave them a little while. I said, I'm going to stop wearing my mask in a couple of weeks. Well, funnily enough, I actually caught COVID um, after having made that announcement, and I pushed it back a ways because I actually cared about the people. I didn't want to abandon them. I didn't want to abandon the projects I was working on, et cetera, et cetera. I'm trying to be a decent person. Um, and let's see. So forced to wear a mask. That was coming out. I even talked to the HR person at one point, not necessarily in regards to the vaccines, but in passing, she mentioned that even if people get the vaccine, they could take back the mask exemption for vaccine. If COVID got bad enough again. So all these people who were getting vaccines, so they didn't need to wear the mask, they could have at any point rolled that back.
yeah,
So even if I capitulated for my health, and compromised my morals because I had a moral opposition to mass medication, they could have told me too bad, wear a mask anyway. Um, and they gave me no option to work from home because they felt that that was such a big deal. Um, they screwed me. It impacted my health. Oh man, looking back at that, I get so pissed off.
yeah. How many years were you working at that place?
20 years of my life.
Yep.
And by the time I left the company, now on my last day, I was in a meeting and I got upset. I don't think I made this public. I think I mentioned it to you. I had a headache that it literally felt like something almost popped in my brain. And, I was saying something, I was angry. That happened and I had to leave. I didn't care about anything. Somebody could have broke my leg and I would have been, oh well, I'm still gonna walk home. Um, yeah, I just had to go. And well, I found out the next day I was fired. Or well, technically they fired me the next day. They probably had a meeting at the end of the day and made the decision, etc. But yeah, oof. Uh, I wasn't in a condition. I'm still not in a condition to work. I have trouble playing the games as people who've been watching sometimes. Oddly, I'm feeling all right today. Um, I've been sleeping better. I've been trying to regulate my diet a little more. I think I'm also kind of pissed off, which is getting the adrenaline rushing. Hopefully, I don't crash soon because I might abandon Buggy. We'll have to see. Um, so I lost my house. I lost my only source of income. Couldn't make my payments. I had to sell it. Fortunately, I actually made a little bit of money off of the endeavor. The market. I had a house for a little over 9 years. The market had improved, and I was able to make some money back, pay off the mortgage because I had a 30-year mortgage. So yeah, I've got X number of dollars in my bank account, and that's basically my entire life worth. A lot
Yeah,
of
you're gonna have
fun.
to start an OnlyFans at some point. You know?
Start.
Uh,
Oh man. Job of the Hut wiggling for the camera.
yeah.
You're
Oh,
welcome for that image, everybody.
I have seen some seriously weird shit that people are posting. Like what? Like it's honestly frightening what's going on in the world today. It's honestly frightening what
Unless
people are posting.
I'm coming to the realization that unless my health improves, I might not live more than 10 years, and at this point, I'm okay with it.
Well, also you have to look at quality of life and what does it
Oh yeah,
mean?
and that's getting worse and worse. And add to this, when I finally do figure out exactly what's wrong, most likely they're gonna say, "Oh well, here, take this pill," and I um I pose it as when I talk to a doctor and they bring up potential medication, I tell them straight up that when it comes to medication, I win the reverse lottery. Because if there is a potential side effect, most likely I'm going to get that and probably worse. I mean, I had been taking a medication for a couple of years now, and this was after that headache I mentioned, and I didn't notice well, I had multiple things come up at once.
I already
So,
started the guy over there, by the way.
yep, I know. I'm lining it up so I can get somewhat accurate. We don't have a tiny strip in the
Oh, that is
middle of the
impossible.
field.
That is impossible to determine. The width of um, the width of the plot of land is not a even width of um, what words I'm thinking. Um,
Yeah.
it's not an even width of the tools that we make. So I just kind of go in the middle, and start it up, and whatever direction it's going is the direction. I know. It's astounding revelation. The direction it's going is the direction.
Profound, I would say. But yeah, so even if I do find likely a medication that would help me, God knows if not only will it work, because I also have trouble with that, yeah, but also would the potential side effects be worth it? I probably better stop the pity parade. I try not to talk about things like that too often because that's sometimes the result. Oh, and now the conversation dies. I know you're probably at the moment just focused on stuff and things.
Got to get all the things done. You know, there's always work to be done on the farm.
Yep. Oh, looks like it went to the left. Yeah, left.
Ugh.
Ah, damn, I missed. I mean, I wasn't aiming for you. What are you talking about? Alrighty, I got this one going. Let me grab another one for. Oh, I was aiming at that vehicle. I hit
Wahaha!
space and nothing happened, and I'm like, well, what the heck? Why didn't I teleport into it? And the answer is the buggy.
There's another one over here, right across the lake from where you're standing.
Under the tractor. Oh, there it is. Well, I'm over here, so let's grab this and very realistically just pick it up and carry it over to the tractor. Yes, people who work on farms, that's how
Blocked by
strong
an
they are.
object. What's
Eh?
happened? What the hell is going on over here?
Did it turn the wrong way and I missed it? Must have.
Yeah, you
Shoot.
started
Okay, this one.
one.
I'll get this one going on the other side. I could have swore it was turning left. Suppose I should have actually gotten in the vehicle and checked. I was just eyeballing it from the mini map. Bad idea.
What?
Fortunately, they go 90 miles an hour.
What is? This guy is doing something weird. Yeah, let's
Whoa.
fire this guy and get him get him to the other side. Yeah, you notice how the tractor, when you're driving on the field, doesn't bump around like randomly. He's not bumping. I don't know what controls that. I really wish I could figure that out, but and higher. There we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, talking about that work situation, I'm still remembering little nuances to that story, and it's just, oof, bothered me a lot. If I had more mental fortitude, I literally would have seen if I had any legal recourses. I hate to be litigious, but at the same time, nothing's really gonna change if bastards get away with shit. It's almost like there's a legal system in place to attempt to curtail such actions. Why did I abandon that vehicle so quickly? Damn it.
What? That's all the grass that thing took?
Oh, wow.
Grass
Can't see the
hay.
numbers, but I can see the percentage is pretty low.
Silage. I just sold like 3 million silage out of this. Why? Oh, it's set on chaff. That's why. Okay, silage digestate.
Okay, definitely went left this time.
Digestate. Alright, I'll just leave this here. And while those are working their way through the field, I will hop in one of them arbitrarily and take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. I'm gonna sing the Doom song. Just in case anybody actually is curious, that's from Invader Zim. One of those cartoons that, wow, should not have been for kids. Sometimes it was very disturbing and random and fun. So do we have anybody lingering in chat, or are we all lurkers today? See, at the moment it says, might be inaccurate, but it says there's 3 people, which means me including 2 others, because I don't think it counts Buggy since he's logged in under his channel. Alrighty, fair enough. Nothing wrong with lurking. I do so myself. Oh, sorry everybody, I have to stop talking about him now.
Yeah. I mean, you can. I don't care, but yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, but I've been thinking all week, like, what I should do for Halloween.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about that bit.
And, you know, I was kind of going around and around and around in my head, like, what should we do? What would people be up to? You know, I've gotten little or no. I mean, aside from us and Wildman when he's around, Coffee when he's not somewhere else. You know, it's been tough to get a lot of people on board with one project or one game. So I don't want to rely on a bunch of people showing up to play something. So that leaves me with maybe a single player experience. So and it may not have to be spooky, right? It doesn't have to be something spooky. So I kind of landed on one of two options. One is I have an OP game going in Skyrim right now, and as far as spooky goes, crawling through a dungeon in Skyrim with the Draugr running around, that is about as spooky as I want to get. But I'm so OP in that world. I basically wanted to. I have so many mods on it, all like tons and tons of visual mods. The modding community for that game is completely transformed that game. So I fired up it's a lot. It's a lot of mods. So I just wanted to experience the game again. I didn't want to have to fiddle around with like a lot of shenanigans. So I have a super OP I have a 500,000 armor rating. I have like 700,000 carry capacity. Like I just am playing through it. So it's not like I'm challenged or could die. It's just I'm just playing through it just to be in that world. I've stopped sort of playing it since I started playing Farming Sim, but we're going to be wrapping up a lot of this soon anyway. So we need to go on to something else. So the other alternate for that would be City Skylines 2, which is coming out in a few days. So City Skylines 2 is more in line with the channel. Certainly more in line with the channel, but
Did you catch my 2 messages there?
Okay. Yeah, V Rising. We just played that. I don't know. There's nothing really else added to that. Deep Rock Galactic, I don't have installed anymore. Vintage Story.
Confused about that. But
Yeah, Deep Rock. They've got a Halloween event going on right now, but yeah, that game is largely sort of passed by my interest.
Same here, which is weird because it was great for a while, and I feel like I should play it again, but I just have no interest.
Right. Yeah. Largely kind of over it. And then the other one, Vintage Story. I'm always on board for some Vintage Story, but depends on if we just pick up the save where we left off or we start over with the newest version of the game. Because there's been quite a few updates since the last time we played.
Has there? I hadn't been keeping track.
They migrated the entire game to a newer version of .NET. So it's on .NET 7 now. The other version was on .NET 4. So the whole code base had to be migrated to .NET 7. And so 1.18.8 was the version that did that. So yeah. And then there's been a few little bits here and there, and then the number of mods for the game has gone up exponentially since we started playing. Just in the last 3 or 4 months, there's been another 200 mods added to the game. Yeah, it's crazy how many mods there are. None really in line with the one I'm failing at making. But
alternatively, could always do.
God damn it! Are you serious?
Uh-oh.
The wheels just happened to catch, and that was enough to. Damn it! I tried to get it out of the way,
Yeah, I'm piloting one of the rock collectors, so I hadn't been paying attention to those. I should have tried to do double focus. But yeah, is if we were looking for something new, the only thing that come to mind would be, and they're not Halloween themed, but Tectonic or Desynced. But both of those would be nice to have more people on board. But right now, it doesn't seem like
Oh yeah, there's a lot
everybody's
of
busy.
um a lot of potential for that. I'm not sure if Desynced has a player limit. Um,
I think I saw 20 or something like that, which would be a weird number. Usually they do base 2. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32.
yeah,
And I know
I'm,
you know that, but
I know what Beast 2 means. Um,
other people might not.
yeah, I just I'm not sure. Again, this gets into, you know, forcing people to buy another game when they may not be able to afford it.
Yeah.
Why did this one? Oh, this was the one you were piloting. I can manage this if you want to continue.
Okay. I just saw this one was at an end. Figured I'd
Yeah, this one's
jump into
this.
G for a sec.
Oh, I was
Oh,
just
Jesus.
just hit spacebar on that. That's funny.
Oh, man. So is that Great Minds Think Alike or Crazy
That's
Ones?
grape minds think alike.
Ah, there you go.
Um, so yeah, my two options: Skyrim, which would be a single, but they're both single player. I mean, I would welcome anybody in chat, of course, but either Skyrim or and just play through whatever, whatever on that. I'm not anticipating a lot of people will be around. Um, but City Skylines 2, which would be I would have to buy, of course, and I'm right now I'm on the fence whether or not to buy like the enhanced deluxe version because it's like $90, and that's a lot for me. So I might just end up getting the $50 version because that's still a lot for me. Auto save. All right. Got a decent amount of rock out of here, too.
All right, I'm back.
Oh,
So
back.
did you come to any decisions? Oh,
I mean, it's
damn it.
it's between Skyrim and City Skylines 2. That's where I was thinking.
All
But
right, I
I
gotta
mean,
go wash. Oh, go ahead.
you got to go again.
Yeah, I gotta wash my hands. One of those Asian beetles landed on me, so I grabbed it, and then it left stink all over my hand.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I don't know if you've I originally I didn't notice that they stunk, and I hadn't gotten bit by them, but that was luck apparently. Be right back.
Almost 200,000 stone on this plot, just in this one alone. That's not bad. $50. None of that 50 shit. Get out of here.
Okay, sorry. Now I'm back. So Skyrims or City Skylines, you're thinking?
City Skylines 2.
Yeah.
This is coming out in a couple days. And I'm not... With City Skylines 2, I thought, oh, this might be a good way. Like, it would make a good series, because I've covered the first one on the channel. Unfortunately, the company decided, hey, let's give a few channels 2 months advanced copies of this game. And so there are tons of videos already of the game. Like, people have covered the entirety of the game already because they gave 2 or 3 months early access to a few channels. So I can't compete with that at all. So
The search results are already going to be in their favor.
Yeah, it's just like
unlikely to shift.
I can't compete, so I would play it just because that's the genre of game that I love the most, are city builders. And it looks like they did a pretty damn good job with it. Now there are certain things about it that I've been constantly trying to get people to tell me whether there's an overlay for unemployment, but Nobody has responded. Not even the company has responded when I asked, like, hey, is there an unemployment overlay that I can use? Because this is one of the major things missing from the first one, right? So unemployment is a thing. It simulates the citizens to that extent. And there is that, they even go further with simulating citizens in the new one. And they can be unemployed. But the problem was you had to click on the individual buildings to see how many of its citizens were unemployed in the building. Each individual building. And I'm like, why can't there be an overlay that is essentially a heat map with the buildings shaded a color depending on what percent of population is in the building as unemployed? So let's say a big high-rise building can hold 120 citizens and 50 of them are unemployed, right? That is a unemployment rate of nearly 50%. Well, that's bad. That's a bad unemployment rate. And there's no way to see that, the big picture of that, when you're looking at the city as a whole. I want to be able to click an overlay, just like you can do with pollution, just like you can do with healthcare. Every other thing in the city has an overlay that you can click on to give you a colorized version, an overview at a glance of potential problem spots in the city, except for unemployment. So I have been on over and over again channels that have covered the game, as well as tweeting out to the company itself, can we please get an unemployment overlay? Can we please click a button and get a heat map, green to red? People are used to that shit. As what possible potential problem areas for unemployment there might be. Because getting an at-a-glance look at that would be very, very helpful in determining where I focus, let's say, mass transit. A neighborhood that might need a bus terminal or a train stop or a subway line to get them closer to jobs. That would benefit me as a player or a mayor very well. Like, where are the trouble spots? But try as I might, nobody will acknowledge it at all, and it just pisses me off. So I'm guessing it's not in the game because nobody has responded with, "Oh yeah, that's in the game."
That's sad.
It's like, what the, like, how do you not have that?
It would be relatively easy too.
It would be damn easy to do. And there's not even a mod that does it. In the first game, there should be a mod that does it, but there's not even a mod that would do that. There's other overlays. There are mods that have other overlays, but yeah, not unemployment.
Weird.
So yeah, maybe I'll get them to add it in eventually, but it's just frustrating.
Just don't go the route of that Karen in the court.
Oh my god.
Might get an opposite response. I just can't believe that. That is insane.
Isn't that crazy?
So anybody think
threatening the life of a judge? Like, how entitled do you have to be? Do you have to feel to think that you're going to get away with it? Like, imagine that person writing that note, feeling full well and confident that there will be no repercussion. Yeah. That to me is a mark of a true insane person who's detached from reality. And Karens, by and large, are detached from reality. The videos are hilarious. I mean,
I have that in spades.
It's hilarious. These women are crazy, and there are some men too. I forget what they call them, Kyles or something. There's Karens and Kyles. I know it's a K, but I can't remember.
Ken's maybe?
It's not Ken's. No, that
They
has
probably avoid that because of the whole Barbie thing.
yeah. There's a Barbie connotation to that, but I think it's Kyle's. I'm not sure. And there's a cat again on my lap. Yeah, these are babies.
Cat again.
There is a babies on the lap. But yeah, just oh my god, it's hilarious. There's one of these sites that does like top 5, for the week. Because there's just every week there are people posting these videos. There's one. So an African American woman goes to Target, fills up stuff, and she has so much stuff. I mean, to her credit, she didn't shoplift any of it, but she couldn't afford all the stuff that she had. So rather than say, take these off the bill so I can pay for what I can afford. No. What she did is she started demanding Target pay her reparations to to make up the difference of what she couldn't afford, which was like in excess of $1,000. The stuff that she had like rung up. So she's like, she started in the store. She started demanding Target pay reparations. So she started talking. She's like, I want to see the manager, and the manager comes over, and she gets right up in the face of the manager, like right up in the personal space. The manager, because you see the body cam footage of the officers, right? And the manager's like, yeah, I could feel her breathing on my eyeballs. Like she was that close. And this woman was just screaming, like, blah, 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 just an insane person. And finally, the head of security comes out and is like, you cannot be doing this. We will, we kindly ask you to leave the store. We will refund whatever it is that you charged, for whatever you tried to pay for, but we'll refund it, but we ask you. And she fucking lost her mind. And she started basically like charging at the head of security. And this guy is, he was head of security. He wasn't, probably was like late 20s, just this normal average looking guy. But he's like walking back to his office, which is back, the offices and stores like that are like tucked behind everything. And she like follows this guy back and screaming the whole time. And she charges into his office, like bursts into his office and lunges at him. And so he just decks her, just boom. And, by then the cops are already called. He had already called the cops, so they're on their way. And she has it in her head that she is a crusader to try to change the company. And like this all started because she tried to buy more shit than she could afford. And, she wants this other guy arrested because he struck her. And the cops reviewed all the footage. They got copies of all the footage, and they're like, you were in the wrong here. Do you understand that? You were in the wrong. And she's like, I'm just trying to point out the laws that are wrong and all the discrimination and blah, blah, blah. Completely detached from reality. Trying to say that because she was African American, that she deserves like special treatment. And it's like, no, that's not what equality means, lady. Equality means you get treated equally, not Jesus Christ. Not that you get special treatment. So yeah, she was let out in handcuffs, charged with like I don't know, public disturbance or something like that, and resisting arrest.
Man.
But yeah, it's the Karen videos are some of my favorites. Um, I don't like seeing when they get away with it because it's like, well, that's just great, son.
Yeah.
And I love that dash cams are a lot more prevalent now.
Yeah.
Because seeing how bad drivers are everywhere else, and seeing how people react to them is really funny. There was one there was one I saw. You know, the stereotypical like road rage. It's funny how people are so detached um, from reality that you know they don't really see the truth of what's around them very well. And so there was one video of somebody's dash cam, and a truck pulls up and literally cuts off as close as you can get without actually hitting the person, right? As close as you can get. They cut them off, slam on their brakes, and you know the vehicle they just about hit rear end this guy, right? And the guy in the front, the guy who basically was driving recklessly, jumps out of his car and starts going back, like walking back, like he's gonna attack the person. Well, there was a cop right behind the vehicle, and the cop pulls out and is just like, "What are you doing?" He literally stopped in the middle of the road. Pretty crazy.
Man.
But yeah, people are, man, it's scary. People are they're crazy. I'm selling all of the grape stuff.
Alrighty. And Alex says hi in chat.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah, we have a field to plant, 2 more fields to plow. I bought the land already. At least I think I bought them all. I might have to buy a couple more pieces, but cat's in the lap again. Now that I don't have to worry about grapes, I'm a lot happier.
Yeah. That's oof.
This was
Fun to do once.
this grape stuff was super tedious. And unfortunately, they're kind of making carrots as just, you know, all the root crops that are coming out now. They're making just about as tedious.
Oh man.
Because you have to do something different to prepare the field. Wow, the purchase key is taking a while. It's weird. Owned items. Great. And that takes care of the rest of that. Alright, let's check the map here. Did I buy... Oh. Cereal we can sell, French fries we can sell, clothes we can sell. Yeah, we have a few potatoes. Cotton can get refilled. I wish there was. Tempted to make a 5 million liter trailer. All right, what should we plant in this field?
Potatoes again, because insanity.
How many potatoes do we still have left? 21 million, almost 22 million liters in storage. And there's over 1 million liters left in the factory. I think there's over. Sunflowers, wheat, barley, oats, canola, sorghum. Let's plant some sorghum. We should just, in order to literally force me to make that cotton trailer, we should just plant everything in cotton. Because it's the only way that I would be able to maintain my sanity is if I had a cotton trailer.
Yeah.
All right, let's get in. Sword.
Hope ya get things set up. Should we try and hit it from the two angles again?
Yeah, if you want, if you're these are the bitches. These are the articulated ones that are really hard to drive. So it's up to you if you want to try it out.
I should be able to. Sorghum, you said?
Yep.
All right, so you're starting up here, so I'll start in the southeast. Or wait.
You want to start in the kitty corner. So the opposite corner of this one.
Yeah. So yeah, you're in the northwest. I start in southeast. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong side right now, but I'll zip down there.
Oh. This lap time is over.
What's that?
I said lap time is over.
Ah. Too much talking.
Either that or she saw the fly that's buzzing around here. I've had such a fucking issue with flies this year. Like, crazy number of flies getting into the house somehow. All the windows are closed, but somehow flies are getting in. And I don't know how. I don't know how they're getting in. It's really weird.
I think I just asked you this, but sorghum?
Yep.
Okay.
Watching the stream, you can see the icon down in the bottom corner. You get the icon right. I think when they first came out with grapes back in 19...
Oh. It's a little tough to make out the icon with my resolution.
It's like orangish brown dots.
Yeah. I do have it right. I was just letting you know.
Grapes back in 19. A lot of problems with it. I haven't really touched it. Yeah. I'm guessing from between 19 and 22, they didn't really do a lot. Other than like some graphical improvements. As far as because it's not enough time, right? When you're, because the contract they had, the publishing contract they had, was they had to put out a new version every 2 years. That was part of the agreement. Every 2 years. And so there's very little. There's minimal iteration. There's a minimum amount of features that you can add in that time frame, right? Especially if you're putting out DLC at the same time. So now that they're broken out of that contract, hopefully the next version they will actually spend some time to iterate on. The number one things with the grapes, how they were, is inability to hire workers. Even if you hire a worker that's more expensive, that's capable of running grapes, that is better than not being able to hire a worker. I think that is the number one place that they can actually make a big difference. Come on, turn around. There we go. It's about between the third and fourth. And hire a worker, please. I'm gonna babysit this guy, make sure he doesn't go in the other field. Because it has been known to happen where they go the wrong direction, and it's like, why the hell did you just go that way? It's so stupid. Who just finished work? Why do I have that finished work on my thing?
Strange. Did I bump H maybe? I don't think I did.
No, it was up when I started the field. So somebody out there was...
Huh.
I don't know.
What? I turned on the seeder. What the hell? Ah, oh, damn it.
I'm pretty
Of course,
sure.
you missed that little bit, and it ruins everything. There we go. All right. I shall babysit this one as well, because mine is probably even worse. In a worse position for that.
Yeah, that's actually the side that did it too. That side is the one that was naughty. And maintain that I gave yeah, grapes. That's why I modded the greenhouse. So the hydroponics greenhouse now allows you to make grapes. As I can show from this menu here. So you can see we have grapes. I have strawberries turned on as well. Because the probably want to deliver some strawberries. They're kind of switching back and forth because the Y right here, FG100, this Y actually indicates it's a shared production. So it's one or the other. Whereas the parallel lines mean the two crafts are independent. They pull from the same ingredient pool, but they're independent from one another. So they produce at the same time, at the same, at the max rate. Yeah, strawberries are out here, so cake actually stopped being made. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off grapes for the time being, and then strawberries spawn.
All right, it actually went the right way. Should I get more planters going?
No, these two should do it. We don't. The field's not big enough to really warrant. It's just so much work.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess yeah.
Huh? All
right. It was the sprayer on the grass that was. It finished work, and it was just like smashed up against one of the balers. Just like, I finished boss, and I just crashed into another $300,000 piece of equipment. It's like as soon as the thing is done, the guy just jumps out of the cab and just lets the vehicle just go forward. Yeah, this is like $1.5 million just in the sprayers that we have.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping the next iteration of the game, whatever version it is, they really sit down and decide, like, to do it right and to integrate some of the modding groups, what their wish list is, because I think the game could do very, very well in that front. Voxelized terrain. Oh, I've actually, speaking of that, that just reminded me. There are little blips, little bits of information being released about a game that is being worked on that I didn't know that was being worked on. And so it's all like tech prototyping, pushing things. Space Engineers 2.
Oh, interesting.
So the last one I saw was posted, the guy posted it a couple days ago over a presentation done by the team, because it's the same team that's working on the new one, but the presentation was all about the art and technology going into planets. And so they're talking about like the height map for the planet. They're going to an 8K height map, which is like massively improved. They're going for cave system generation. Like they're really putting some time into making planets look much better, because that was a thing for me with the original Space Engineers. So Space Engineers is one of those things in the back of my mind that's been gnawing on me for the last 3 months. Like, should we do this again? Do I want to do this? Is there any interest in doing this? Is this just me thinking there might be reason to do it, but there's not really any reason? I don't know. But Space Engineers is one of those. In its current form, it's had quite a few expansions, and I think I would probably, if I had to choose, I'd probably get like the automation expansion because it includes some automation stuff, obviously. But then going through the mods again, it's not. I wanna emphasize when we decide to play something on stream, it's not just get the game installed, boot it up, and let's roll. There is a massive amount of work on behind the scenes to either get a dedicated server up if that is an option, or b, or both, going through the mods and deciding which mods to use. The modding aspect of it is really hard to decide on because, for one, it's largely based on your playstyle, and everybody who kind of knows the channel knows my playstyle. I like going above and beyond crazy with a lot of my playstyles, but I don't want to. I want to make sure the mods are multiplayer compatible. I want to make sure that that they're stable, they're not going to crash. So it's hours and hours and hours of going through mods, picking and choosing, configuring, making sure everybody's on board, make sure everybody has the same exact mods and the same exact configuration to minimize the amount of headaches and BS that we have to deal with. So for me, deciding what we're going to play, this is one of the reasons why we're still playing Farming Sim. Because of the amount of time that I put in to make the maps, to customize all the mods. It is a massive amount of hours that go into customizing everything, making sure everything works. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to have that work every week or every other week. It's like, if we do Space Engineers and we get whatever mods, everything is set up, everything good to go, everything is ready, and we jump into that game, we're going to be playing that for a month or more. 2 months, maybe. Like, I don't want to switch around. Viewership, I don't care what the viewership does. Right? I'm playing this for patrons. I'm playing this to get people to have fun with the channel and to emphasize modding and emphasizing how important modding is to gaming and all this kind of stuff. For me, that's the important part. Any viewers, any donations, all that stuff is great, but, I can't rely on that. Let's just put it that way. And so if we're going to play Space Engineers, we're going to play Space Engineers. We're going to play it for a while. Which is great, because I don't think I played Space Engineers. When was the last time? God, we haven't played it in so long.
I think it's been over 3 years.
Oh, it's been at least 3 years. I'd have to do a search on the channel for the last Space Engineers tagged, stream. I think it was a stream. I'm pretty sure I did a series on Space Engineers. I'm pretty sure. But I know we did a stream after that.
I remember your Moon Destroyer.
Oh yeah, my miner. Oh yeah, I love those giant miners. Just drill right through the center of something, and I'd have all my processing in the back, so it was all being smelted down automatically. I love building those giant things.
And I would be all cool with that, because I still haven't had a chance to actually play it.
Really?
Yeah, I think one stream I was able to play for like half an hour or something like that, and all of a sudden I just started crashing. And the only thing I can figure is that my video card, because I had problems with that with another game, Arc. So yeah, I think it was just one of those things with my video card. It just didn't like that game or being used that specific way.
Yeah, it didn't. Your system didn't like V Rising either, and we just played that, and you were able to play
Yep.
it fine. So,
Yeah, that's
whatever
right.
whatever shenanigans that you were dealing with, hopefully has largely gone away.
And it's weird because it wasn't a garbage video card. You know, you have that sometimes when you like buy an off-brand video card, for example.
Right.
But yeah, I never got a chance to really play Ark either.
Yeah, Ark. I mean, I
Right.
watched somebody. He was playing. There's a couple really big mods for Ark. Like completely overhauls the game. Like completely changes it. Um, but I mean, I watched this guy play, and at first it looked kind of cool, but then it became, if you know the term "jump the shark," um, I mean, it just went off the rails, crazy, and brutally difficult. We're talking dinosaurs spawning with 6 billion health. 6 billion health. Um, and the number of tames and the progression was just so extreme. I just was like, no, not interested. I mean, that just to install that game is like 150 gigs. I mean, at least maybe 200 gigs. I'm like, I would have to uninstall some serious shit on my computer to be able to play that. So Ark was
Yeah.
kind of out. I kind of lost interest in that sometime over the summer. Like, oh man, I was interested for a while, but yeah, it just got too crazy. Um,
Not to mention the other people competing with you. I can't remember the name. Is very rich. There's a lot of people
yeah, there's
doing
a
that.
lot of Ark
So,
things. Go ahead and grab a truck. We need to sell lots of material here. We need to sell fries, cereal, clothes. All those come from the farm factory, unfortunately. So I'm gonna grab a truck
Food-
as well.
goods trailer.
Logistics.
Ah, fries, clothes. Uh, I'll start with those two. Start with clothes. 'Cause that one's like right here. Are you sure we have enough cotton?
We have so much cotton. 70,000.
Spawn. Oh, for a minute there, I thought I had a potential Halloween themed game to play because it's on a super sale. But fortunately, I dug into it first. The Back for Blood is like 80% off, which means it's still $12. So, jeez.
Woo!
But cannot recommend because apparently it's already abandonware.
That would explain the 80% off.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think Ziu or was it Vejas was a little enthused about that game and was hoping for prospects of it, but it was expensive when it came out.
Raisins.
I got the clothes. Damn it, I already forgot the other one I was going to work on.
Fries, clothes,
Fries.
cereal. And I can just back her up here.
Which one does the fries come out of?
It's all the same. It's all the same factory.
Oh, okay.
Farm factory. So let me do. I'll do cereal. It should still be enabled. Yep. Let's see, corn, oat, that's plenty. I just put another load of raisins in. Honey is plenty. So, yeah. Plenty of money.
Money, money, money. I gotta stop doing that. It just instinct to quote songs, but that's bad and wrong. Did I tell you about the time I was watching? Oh man, I can't. Oh, okay, I do remember his name, but I wasn't gonna name drop him. I think he was playing Scrap Mechanic. I liked watching some of those videos, and somebody brought up copyright. There's like, what do you think of how YouTube is doing copyrights? And there's problems, but the way the guy worded it was ambiguous, and the person who was running the stream was like, "Oh yeah, I approve, because I had this copyright issue, and they helped clear it up for me." And it's like, the person was asking more about the drawbacks to the copyright issues, not what they think about the positive aspects, because there is. I mean, if somebody infringes on your copyright, there should be a legal recourse, but sometimes the way YouTube applies it doesn't necessarily coincide with what's morally right nor legally. And usually it's a case of them going overboard, not them violating the law per se. I don't mean to imply that. It was sad because it's like, wow. Maybe the guy just didn't know that there's potential issues. I would hope so, because otherwise he'd just be completely self-centered.
Yeah, there are. I mean, it's hard to balance. I mean, I understand how YouTube is handling it. When you have so much content being uploaded every minute of every day, it's impossible to monitor it with people, right? It's impossible. You cannot monitor manually, so you have to algorithmically monitor it. The problem for me is when the entire system is done that way, and you if there's a copyright dispute, unless you're a very big YouTuber and you have a little bit of pull, or you have a representative in YouTube that you can call, which 99% of YouTubers do not have, um, if the algorithm detects copyright claim, when you appeal that decision, the appeal doesn't go to an unbiased third party. The appeal goes to the goddamn copyright holder. So that to me is the massive disconnect when it comes to the copyright system in YouTube. Is you are literally asking people to be honest and release their copyright depending on what you type in a text field, saying this is fair use, blah blah blah. If they uphold their copyright, you get a strike. So it is incredibly easy to obliterate channels via copyright holding. And so it's turned it into instead of being a protection of IP, it becomes a weapon. Yeah. And I think that is the number one thing that YouTube needs to fix. I mean, they're not going to, but to imagine a small panel of 3 lawyers, right? You have 3 lawyers that all they do is review these appeals. They look at, they spend at most 15 minutes looking at the copyright, looking at the claim, looking at the clip of video that was copyrighted or whatever. You get that clip, you see, you look at the argument, you look at the clip, and these are these are intellectual property lawyers. They know the law, and they would be able to pretty easily rule in a committee this is fair use, right? And that would be the proper way of doing it, right? That would be the proper way of doing it. And to discourage bad appeals, if it's still upheld, if you appeal it and it's still upheld, meaning the 3 lawyers voted at least a majority to uphold it because it looked like it was in violation, then you still get the strike, because that makes people double, second guess that decision. Do I appeal this or not? If you are very confident that it's fair use, then go ahead. But also using that data to retrain the algorithm to better decide what is a copyright claim and not, and having a little oversight on what people are actually claiming, because it's a little ridiculous that you can take an audio track of literally anything and then submit it to their system as the copyright holder. I was hit a few years ago on one of my 7 Days to Die series because one of the episodes, it was either an episode or a stream. So, you sleep through the morning, you get up in the next morning, you walk outside, there are birds chirping. That is the audio that was hit. Birds chirping. How in the world somebody was able to copyright audio from nature, literally walk outside, record some birds chirping, boom. There's going to be some algorithmic matches at some point, right? Birds chirping. Yeah. So what's now happened is companies have spun up, and these are mostly nefarious foreign companies, and they just spin up and they quite literally have banks of audio that they copyright. And for a brief window until they're caught, they're generating revenue from that. So my problem with the copyright system is that there's no common sense. There's no fairness in it. There's no rationality to it. So it's just unfortunate that content creators are at the mercy of these companies. And so when I talk about it being a weapon, if a game comes out and a ton of channels are playing the game because it's a big game, like look at Starfield, look at some of these games, right? This has happened in the past. If a channel particularly is harsh about the game, if they give it some harsh criticism, and the company doesn't like it, they can copyright strike. They can ding the channels that are more critical and try to get that content taken down. And that's what I mean turning it into a weapon. Is now you can manipulate the system. So yeah, it's kind of a crazy system because of just the volume of content that is up there. It's obscene how much content YouTube has on.
And some of it's obscene.
And some of it is crazy. There was one video, one of the podcasts I watch is Tom Segura and his wife, both of whom are comedians. But their podcast is called Your Mom's House, and it's beautiful. But it's not for the faint of heart. This is not a podcast that you watch with a weak stomach. Because his wife's hobby, what she loves, is finding the craziest, weirdest content on TikTok and Instagram. It is, where is the weirdest stuff that I can find? Where is the content that is just so bizarre that nobody would even believe that it exists? And that's some of the stuff they post now on this YouTube. When they post on YouTube, obviously they have to censor some of it because it's that bad. But yeah, it's crazy what's out there. There was one video they actually found on YouTube, and so YouTube's policy of informative or educational content is kind of funny, because as long as it's informative or educational, they they ignore some things. So somebody posted this a guy posted an educational video, and this is, unless it was taken down because they posted on this, they show it on the, it's blurred and it's a little censored on the podcast, but it's an educational video on how to wax your butthole.
Oh boy.
And the guy literally does it in the video. Naked and everything. He's just like, here's how you do it. I mean, it's all very like quote unquote educational, right? It's not meant to be obscene. But and YouTube has no problem with that. I remember, I think I told this story before. Years and years ago, my buddy and I, before I moved, I think it was even before I started a channel, we were talking about some of the crazy stuff on YouTube, and this topic came up. This educational, any sort of graphic content wasn't allowed, but if it was educational, right, it was allowed. And so we got into this conversation, and I was like, I wonder like how bad it can get, like, and so I literally searched YouTube for the simple thing of how to put a condom on. And because if you remember, fifth grade or seventh grade health class, there's always a banana involved. But on YouTube, the very first video that came up was true to life. And it was just a dialogue, somebody voicing over all of the steps to put a condom on. And the member that you saw, what was funny was I was playing this video and my buddy was sitting there and I started playing the video and this guy, one of the biggest D's I've ever seen in my life. Like whoever did this video, they did it because he was proud. He was a proud person. What's funny is I started playing that and I was talking. I was looking at the screen. I was just talking. I was like, see, this video is up. It was up for several years. YouTube doesn't have a problem. And I looked over at my buddy and he was just like entranced. He didn't even hear a word I said. He was just staring at like, holy cow, is this true? Is this real? Like, I just started laughing. I was like, dude, I was like waving my hand in front of his eyes, like, are you there, man? Oh man, it was hilarious. But yeah. So yeah, the content policy on YouTube is hilarious. What they have problems with, what they don't have problems with. It's largely like kind of up in the air, and it will change. It will change with the times, right?
Yeah. And nothing to do with legality necessarily.
Oh yeah. It's anyway.
Yeah, you were talking about the copyrights and how that works, and I actually thought of a good way of explaining it. Just imagine a farmer getting a piece of mail, and starts reading the letter. It's from a lawyer, and the lawyer says, "Dear Mr. Farmer, there has been an ownership dispute with your hen house. This now belongs to Mr. Fox. Have a good day."
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And largely, like, how do you defend if you're a small YouTuber like yours truly? How do you defend yourself from nefarious actors? How do you defend yourself against shit that happens if you're not a big YouTuber and you have limited resources? I mean, you are so SOL. You are so screwed. And it's unfortunate that it's the vast majority of YouTubers small people. All right, put this here. We might need to move some more shizzle. All right, are we ready to move the day forward? Let's double check. Go over here, look at eggs. Eggs are good. I already cleared out the poo.
Yeah, I sold off the eggs because I knew that would be an issue.
All right.
Or suspected.
All right. The field has been planted. So we're going to have 2 fields spring up next month. The two in the north. Both of these, I think, are going to finish. The wheat. I think this is wheat and this is sunflowers. All right. If we just tackle it, if we just go ham ape shit crazy, I think I'm gonna buy one more harvester because we can put 4 on the top and then 2 on the bottom field. And we ran out of eggs. I need to sell some chickens. Yeah, the chickens are getting pretty crazy. Let's sell. Yeah, it's funny. I have 1 rooster in here. No, I don't. I guess I don't have a rooster. I thought I had bought a rooster, but I was like, it's the luckiest rooster ever. So let's see. 50, 12 months, 14 months, 12 months, 14 months. Yeah, let's sell. Select this space, enter. Enter. Select space, enter space, enter, enter. I hate how crazy this process is.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy. Heck, there should really be an automated way of doing it.
Well, the fact you can only do 60 at a time is so ridiculously stupid.
Oof.
There we go. That should lower our egg output for a while. How many eggs are in there? That reminds me. Ha! There's 210,000 in there. Okay. So we have this and this. Let's buy. I think we have 5 harvesters. I need a 6th. Believe it or not. I know it's pretty crazy. Harvesters. Oh no, that's what we own. Harvesters. Colossus.
And now we use the other heads, right? The other combined front things.
On the sunflowers, yes. The sunflowers use the alternate headers. 2 of them are going to be on wheat.
Okay.
So at least this time around, I will not buy a header for this because we have enough headers.
Oh, speaking of combines, I meant to mention this to you before. So I've got a neighbor who's about a half a mile away, and I was, I could see in the distance, and I went out there. And I meant to grab my camera, but by the time I remembered, it was already getting too dark. I was gonna actually snap you a picture of it. They actually had a combine sitting next to a field. I assume they were either going to work on it tomorrow, or maybe they just parked it there because it was getting too late. Or I don't know. But it's a half mile away, and you could still see that it's just huge.
Oh yeah. They're not small machines, that's for sure.
There's a house about the same distance away, and it's a 2-story house, and the house is bigger, but not by a very wide margin. It's shocking. We're heading to the sunflowers right now, you said? Or
Yeah, I'm just driving them to where they need to be.
Getting them set up.
Getting them ready, because we jump on it all at once. Then they're basically synced up. It's going to be a lot easier to manage them at that point.
Yeah. Won't have to wait a few minutes between the first and the second.
If you wanna drive one of them to the other corner.
Yeah, so northeast corner facing south.
Yes. Okay, let's grab. That's amazing how much weight is on the front of these. Like I've seen actual like real life farming videos. And yeah, the headers, they're just huge headers on the front end of these. Like how they don't snap how they don't snap off, man. There's a ton of weight sitting on the front of this thing. I know they're engineered like that, but geez, amazing strength.
Yeah.
I thought Wildman was going to be back by now. He said he was going to be gone for like 2 weeks. Maybe it's not been 2 weeks yet. I don't know. It just seems like it's been forever and a day since he's been gone. Maybe he's back and he's just tired of farming. Wouldn't blame him.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, slow down. Sure the width is right. Out. And that, my dear friends, is why I have crop destruction off.
Because Oz just went.
Because Oz just blew through the field. Yeah.
That would have been a long detour.
Yeah, when you're on a map this size with this big of fields, it's crazy.
It feels weird. Oh, go ahead.
There are farms that are bigger with more. I mean, the number of acres, if you just added up all the acres on this map, like, oh shit, this needs fuel. How's your fuel gauge on that one?
It's a little low. About yours, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I need to fill this up. It will definitely, damn it, this will definitely
shoot
empty out.
For this one, it'd probably be easier to bring the fuel to me. Do we have that vehicle that does that?
We do not. I can get one. I don't think I have one bought.
I know the Unimog has an attachment.
We might be able to fuel it up with the Unimog. The yellow tank, we might be able to fuel it up. So let me drive this where it's needed. I don't know why I'm avoiding driving on the grass. It's grass, for God's sakes.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, you're getting the fourth one set up there.
So now we need one. The same kitty corners on the wheat field, on the smaller field.
Right. And that's with the trailer header.
Yep, that's with the normal grain header. Let's see, I forgot to check this. Gas tank will probably last. How about this one? Damn it, that one needs gas too.
This one's good at least.
And there's a new one. Obviously, this one's fine.
I lined this up so the header is right about where it needs to be for the field. And I have it the wrong way. So now I gotta do a 180 to get it lined up. And by then, of course, lose the lining up. Because I was left it as a trailer until I got over here. Yeah, I didn't mention that.
All right, so you are
Close enough.
there.
So you think that the yellow gas tank, if we get it close, might be able to fill from there?
Yeah, what you probably do is park the Unimog, then hop in the combine, because your refill option is going to be while you're sitting in the combine. You just got to get it close to the fuel tank. I'm pretty sure it works that way. So
the attachment I'm thinking of was that one that had the maintenance.
yeah, I know that one that you're thinking of. That wasn't a Unimog attachment. That was its own trailer. What I'm thinking of is the yellow tank.
Yep.
Yeah, that service trailer was yeah. That could do it. It held a limited number. It held a limited amount of fuel, so you only want to put in like 10 or 11,000 liters of diesel into that tank, because the tanks in the vehicles are not huge, right? They're maxed at. I think the largest tank I've ever seen in any vehicle was like 1,600 liters. So there's not a lot of fuel.
You don't want to spend $1 billion on gas.
Well, you don't want to fill the tank up with fuel that you can't use.
Yeah.
So if you have any excess fuel, then you can put that in either the water pumping building or the iron miner building. All right, this one is ready. We'll probably start this one after we start.
So the diesel filling is it by the like side of the tank?
Yeah, it's on the side of the building. It's not.
Okay.
It's where am I? Get my bearings here. Yeah, it's on.
Close.
That is the refuel. The fill the tank is over here. It's on the side of the building. That is what fills the tank. And I think you have to open the cover, so you have to hit N to open the cover.
Yeah, I think you have to open the cover to be able to pull out of it too. If this works. Is it, yeah, okay, it's in the right spot. About 10,000 you said?
Yeah, it shouldn't take much.
Ended up with 13 because it's so quick.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world. Or it is, I don't know.
Alright, what button do you think it would be?
For refilling, it's R to refill.
R.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see it. I am by one of the more full ones, but I didn't want to make the trip all the way to the end if it's not going to work.
Well, let me see.
Sure.
Yeah, this might. Does this even have any space in it?
Yeah, it might not.
Pull it to the other side once.
Sweet.
And, that is open.
What? Oversteer.
I could have sworn that I had. Oh wait, there it is. Damn it. Sorry. Go to the other side again. I hate to do that to you.
No, that's okay.
Got to have the actual right vehicle.
Oh, the combine. Yeah.
Combine selected. Damn it, where's these bugs go? These little gnats. Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Was this thing full? Is this thing? It seems like it's full. Because I'm not able.
Okay. I
Um,
know it's got a lot, but I don't know about full. I wonder if there's... Oh, the semi is probably pretty low. I mean, I see. There's the
yeah,
thing on the side
there's
here.
empty space on here.
Okay. I'm not sure which side.
Close the cover once.
All right. Then open it again,
And
maybe?
no, just sit there for a second.
Sure.
Okay, now open the cover.
Okay. I
Yeah,
have an idea.
it's
Let me
not
hop
working.
out of this. And if I point at the side here, because there's...
To discharge it, you need the engine running though. That's the thing. Is
Yeah.
anytime there's you're moving that material. So yeah, it doesn't look like I thought for sure. And you're not seeing a refill vehicle option in that, right?
Nope.
Let me just verify me. There's other keys. Let me hop in the Unimog ones really quick.
Oh, certainly.
I've seen. I could have sworn I've seen this before.
And when you open the cover, I mean, it opens something that looks like it should be, you know, an access point for the gas. On the right side. I wonder... pull up here again, because it looked like there was... I didn't see it, but I saw movement in my controls section. Okay, I see winch rope, but nothing about gas yet.
Yeah, I don't. Doesn't look like it's possible to refuel with this thing. But this, we come out here. Purchase. God, where would that be? Miscellaneous? Nope.
Looking for that trailer?
Yeah. Trailer.
Let's see if I can help.
Miscellaneous. There it is.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
You're a lot better at those, but if we were both poking at it, it might reduce the chances of missing it.
Uh, Now, what are the odds I would be able to not only pull it with this, but refuel it with this?
Yeah.
um, let's see. No, I didn't want to grab it. Activate service function. Need to fill the tool. No, I didn't. Really? You're not gonna fill from here?
I'm trying to see if there's any.
It should pop up like fill tool.
Yeah.
Alright, I think what I have to do.
Oh, start engine.
Yeah, it just tells you need to fill the tool.
Okay.
So come over here.
Need to open it or anything.
Maybe it's... Okay. God damn it. Okay, this is the wrong goddamn truck to do this with. So we need a different... We need to grab the other Unimog truck.
Oh, yeah, of course.
This is not the right... You can't have... It's like... It's really hard to decide if it's actually going to fill the tank, if it's going to fill the trailer, if it's going to fill, like, the actual truck itself. So rather than... rather than worry about any of that, just screw it and grab the other truck.
Yeah.
Okay, there is diesel in it, it's just not full, so you can... I got the refill where we were actually able to refill the vehicles rather than the tank, so it's right here to fill that trailer. I mean, you could just blast into it. It's probably filling the truck. There's nothing going in the trailer.
Damn it. Is that...
Nope.
No, that's the wrong one, too. Come on.
But make sure the trailer is selected.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
Okay, if I hit R, nothing.
Well, let me double check to see if the trailer... Oh, it is full. 2875 is what it actually holds, which is a weird number, but it's got it in it, so...
Alright, should I bring this out to that one, or do we have any other ones that need to be filled?
I know that there was one of the ones in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the ones in the middle needs to be filled.
How about the one on the east side?
The one on the east...
I see there's one in the southeast, but I think that's for the wheat field.
Yeah, that's the wheat field. That one's brand new. The northeast side was one that you did, and that one I know needs it.
Yep.
Just
planning my route.
And this one needs it too, but I can easily drive this one. This one's pretty close to the base, so while you're doing that, I can just drive this one to refill it. No big deal.
Oh, okay.
'Cause you've got that far one to fill, and then you've got the one in the middle to fill. So
Oh, man, I thought these things went faster.
the Unimogs, no. I mean, you could grab one of the Mack trucks, go 90 miles an hour with that trailer. They do have hidden hitches on them. So
Niche.
why is this?
I'll probably get this set up and then leave it off in the forest, and then we'll get the combines going and then pick up from there. Okay, if I remember correctly, yeah, then put it right about here. That's the engine.
So I think we get with these stock headers. I'm pretty sure is we got a case of the wiggles with these, which is why some of these harvesters were set to 35 miles an hour.
And if I was driving them, might even be set slower.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make sure.
Okay, rather than try and navigate that one super special, I'm just gonna pick this trailer up and move it.
A bad case of the wiggles. All right,
Yeah.
let's set this down to 35.
Oh wow. Slow. Oh, hello. Man, it's going so slow I can't even see it moving most of the time.
Wow, yeah, it's not fast, that's for sure.
Well, it probably has enough. Should I call it good or?
Well, it holds 1150, so you're so close to filling it up. I think you can just fill it up, just top it off.
So close yet so far away.
Yeah, these yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
I'll just leave the engine on.
All right, and I think this one was fine. Yep. And this one was the one that's brand new, so that's fine.
I didn't notice the light. It's got a light shining on the side of the gas. Whoa.
Yeah, that was an autosave.
Ah.
Yeah, there's a thing on each side that indicate one side is service, one side is fuel. Fuel, I think, is blue.
Yeah.
Um,
Or at least sounds right.
I think the service side highlights green when it's enabled. All right, serial we have can sell. It's pretty crazy how expensive every month when we fast forward. It's like 1.2 million in expenses. So, yeah, being able to have a bunch of stuff to sell to make sure that we're still profitable. I mean, at this point, last time when we started selling all this stuff, we had hundreds of millions. So, all my rebalance changes have helped at least keep it from being crazy profitable.
'Twas a little OP. Sorry if I was making noise. Grabbing some peanuts. It's funny, as I was approaching it, I couldn't see it. I was like, wait, what? but it was hiding. This one's gonna take a while. I should take a smoke break
Mm,
while filling it.
yeah. Just set the set the unharvested crop on fire. That's a good idea.
Well, I was thinking, since I'm dispensing a flammable liquid isn't quite the right term because even though it's a liquid and it becomes something flammable, I think diesel works that the same way as gasoline, right? It actually has to be gasified before it is combustible.
Diesel. The biggest difference between diesel and gas is diesel doesn't use spark plugs.
Yeah.
Diesel combusts strictly based on the compression. The compression in the chamber
Yep.
heats it up to the point where it combusts. Um, so even I don't even think really aerosolized. I mean, yeah, it's probably flammable, but I don't think it's as flammable as gasoline vapor is. Because it's, I mean, you can look at diesel as like it's basically like cooking oil. You can use cooking oil as diesel. So
Right.
you aerosolize cooking oil. Yeah, there's probably some flammability on it, but sitting in a drum or sitting in an open container, you're not going to get the volatile combustion that you would get on gasoline.
All right. Should I get this thing back, or do we want to get the show on the road? I can't remember what is side.
Well, yeah, you can pull it off the field. Um, since you're already over in that corner, not like we can't teleport to vehicles anyway, but just make sure
Yeah.
your cruise control is set 35. And I will start this guy on this side. And
Started at 35. We'll see if it. And we want straw swath out.
off. Yes, we do not want it.
Yeah. Sorry. My brain got confused because I saw pipe out. So it crossed the two words. Okay, this time it seems to be going pretty good at 35. So I could probably leave it that way. Suppose even if I have to do that, I could turn the speed up before hiring the worker, because the worker probably doesn't have the shakes.
Well, they would above 35. Yeah, that's where I caught it. Is the
Yeah.
worker started swerving because it's the size of the header that really affects the wiggles a lot.
Not the motion in the ocean?
No. And higher.
Nice. Alright, got mine going too. I'll hire this one. Do we want to get going on the wheat field now, or... Oh, you're already doing the ones in the middle. So I'll start navigating the Unimog back. Since we gotta wait to see what direction your worker goes. The Unimog and its 17 million gears. That's strange. Does it need to have? Because I'm sure this is based on an actual vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Does it need to have that many gears for like precise, horsepower to whatever ratio, or I suppose torque to speed ratio?
Um, well, depends on what it's for, right? Like, I think somebody in chat at one point when I was kind of pondering the craziness of the vehicle and all the gears and stuff, they said if you translate the name of the actual vehicle, Unimog, it actually stands for like Universal Modular like system. So it's meant to be
Oh, I'll get the other harvester going.
I mean it's
Oh, you
meant
are.
to be used for a whole lot of different things. So I would guess that the engine is geared for, the different things that you need it for, whatever that might be, which is why it's, 8 reverse gears? 8 reverse gears?
Yeah.
That I don't understand. Why you need to back up with such high torque? Kind of is a mystery to me, but
Yeah. So the middle one had gone left, so I'll get this one going.
all right.
The next one over.
Excellent.
All right. Straw swath is disabled, so we're good to go there.
Yeah, we would get sunflowers is the other crop that produces. It's the second most amount of straw. So, yeah, I didn't want to get any. That would have been another 20 million straw from that field. We already have like 21 million straw, so we don't need any more. What happened to this one?
Oh, weird.
Os didn't hire the worker.
Uh,
You
wow.
hopped vehicles without hire. I've done that too. So
Whoopsie.
all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 workers. All of the fruits of our labors are finally coming to a head where we've got an amazing amount of production, and finally, it takes a while for those high level crafts like cereal to actually start because you need so many ingredients. But once you start getting them, then the production really ramps up fast. All right.
All right. Put the Unimog by the cowshed.
Okay. Oh, that is just. Oh, that's so messy. I'm sorry. Get out of there. God. I hate how the physics engine treats things as sticky.
Yeah.
You get a collision with something and you stick to it like it's made of glue. There. Just do that. 510,000 liters of grapes. We actually ran out of strawberries in the bakery, so I needed to transfer or transition these to strawberries, but we already had a bunch of grapes, so it's like, ugh. Let's see if we can put a bunch of grapes in. There's a lot of strawberries.
Yeah.
Yeah, 680,000 liters in those first two.
I'll help you on these. Nope, looks like. Ah, okay. There's something.
Yeah. Sometimes they trigger, sometimes they don't.
Ah, they're spawning around me. I'm trapped.
Oh, and that's a full truck right there.
Ah. Okay, now I am really stuck. Oh, there we go. Not like it'd be any big deal. I can teleport.
You can teleport?
Yes.
What's your secret?
Not quick enough to think of something funny. Sorry. So you must accept patheticness. So I couldn't even think of the words to say that. Oh.
Sugar. We need sugar in the donut factory.
Alrighty. Aha, I knew I left a truck over here. I do really like, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I do like the way the base kind of, well, the town or whatever you want to call it, kind of sprawls out, adding new buildings and such.
Yeah, she's growing. Not sure what. I mean, I tried to put that gasification plant in, and that just was a bust because didn't really understand how, like, where the methane was going because there wasn't an internal tank. Like, I have no idea.
There's not much sugar in here.
Is it on?
It is, but it just must not have given us much.
It's out of sugar beets.
Yeah, it's out of sugar beets now, but I just filled it recently. That's weird. Okay, so the sugar beets are in
The big silo, or the underground silo.
yeah, the TARDIS trailer though is the one that loads it.
Yeah, you can use the TARDIS trailer for that.
Okay. Should I haul quick the cut sugar beets? Because we've got some of them in there.
Yeah, we can use those. It's slightly more efficient to use those.
I think that's a separate recipe, so I'll have to make sure that gets turned on.
Yeah, I just turned it on.
Oh, okay. Oh, so did you catch the most recent Friday facts?
Yes.
Okay.
I've gotten back in the habit of going, paying attention to that for a very long time. Obviously they stopped posting, but
Yeah.
because for years I was reading them every week, every Friday.
I was usually only tuning into them when something big was coming out, just because it spent so much time in development. Not complaining. The course of that game, although long, was appropriate. At least I feel.
Well, yeah, it's an indie game. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very, very common for indie games to take a while because the people are, it's usually one or two people working on the game. So,
Yep. These have 2 million capacity, is it? Yeah, it must
TARDIS,
be, 'cause
yeah.
I'm at 50%. Now, I don't know if they actually spelt it out specifically, but from the sounds of it, we won't actually be able to get on the space platform.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that. I picked that up too. Like it's accessible via remote view only.
Yeah.
Which kind of curious on how the community is going to react to that.
Yeah.
Because space exploration, I mean, it's funny because space exploration, you can go up there, and a big part of the game is you working on the space platform. So obviously, Arendelle figured out how to do it. It's kind of weird that you know uh, they didn't at least include the option to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, maybe they'll change course at some point. Do both. But yeah, maybe what it is that they ask themselves, okay, why are we having them go on the platforms? Does it actually need to happen? And they're just like, well, it's a good point. I guess don't need to. But yeah, that was they mentioned that was a big reason why they integrate or not integrated, but oh, I'm having trouble finding the right phrasing, but they made it so the controls were the same between remote view and or like map view was called and player view.
it's also interesting that they're not allowing chests to be built on space platforms, and
Makes sense, but yeah.
and you know that's going to be one of the first things that somebody's going to mod.
Yeah.
But yeah, no chests on the space platform to prevent you from over buffering the ingredients, and it's like, what? What? Um, I mean, the coolest, most cool thing, as far as I've seen, are the engines for the space platform. That was one of the coolest looking
Oh yeah.
animations. Man, those look cool.
In fact, I have to load it up right now.
Yeah, and even the exhaust, that very last picture in the Friday Facts that shows the whole thing, and then the engines, and then all of the exhaust. That exhaust is wicked looking.
Yeah.
Um,
The engine shakes a bunch, which isn't quite in line with reality, but it's Factorio. It has to go for that almost, what would you call it? Steampunk-esque?
have you
Look.
seen close-up footage of a rocket engine? That thing is not. It
Yeah, but
shakes.
the little parts inside of it are all weird.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I mean, yeah, the rocket engines themselves, oof. It's a wonder they stay intact. But
yeah.
the little parts like that shaking wouldn't happen because, well, they'd fall off.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Just the rocket engines alone. That technology is a very a very controlled, but just barely controlled explosion. Like
yeah.
just a constant explosion. That's, I mean, one hair's breadth away from not being good.
Oh man, I wish not that you would get into it, but more that it would be, I mean, I do wish that also, but it would be feasible to multiplayer a game like Kerbal Space Program. Or I did find an alternate game. It's now called Juno New Origins, and I think it even has multiplayer. It was shocking that I'll verify the whole multiplayer thing quick. But yeah, it was shocking that it like jumped out of nowhere. And although it was named Simple Rockets 2 originally, yeah, I was looking through my library one time because I had bought Simple Rockets 2. I was looking through my library and I stumbled across Juno No Origins. I'm like, what the heck is that? And why do I have another rocket game that I didn't know about? But well,
Rocket
I did.
Man.
Yes. But yeah, it would be cool to like be amateur rocket, not scientists, rocket blowy uppy people on a stream. But the game mode is just not conducive to multiplayer streaming. Oh, and I looked it up. Apparently, Juno doesn't have multiplayer, at least not yet. They probably won't add it, but you know, with mods nowadays, who knows? Because modding in multiplayer for a game like Dyson Sphere, it's just like, wait, what?
I mean, that was an easy game to mod. It's all C# based,
Yeah,
you know, and Unity. It's all Unity and C#. The mods I made for that game 2 years ago still work. That's how
nice.
That's how awesome it is to mod Unity games, because it's, depending on how you mod it, it shouldn't break.
Yeah, the harmony thing, the way it hooks in.
Right. The BepInEx mod is non-intrusive, non-permanent, so you know it. Yeah, BepInEx is just whatever that means, but yeah, it uses the harmony as the core, the harmony API. The only thing that can break it is if they completely refactor the code, like massively. All right, I'm getting the fertilizer vehicles in place here, so if you want to help with that.
Yep, I noticed you were doing that, so I
check
started working.
Check the fuel gauge.
Yup, that was the first thing I did as soon as I hopped in here. I'm gonna cycle through the working with, because I know I changed that on one of them. We have no idea if it syncs properly or not. I'll work this one towards the northeast corner again.
Okay.
Getting a little hitchy there.
You realize you're going just northwest, right? Northeast is a hard right.
Yep, I'm rather than trying to go off-road, I'm gonna go this way this time, because the vehicle's working the fields. I mean, I'd probably notice that I'm gonna run into one, but I mean, I don't know at this point.
Oh, I hear church bells. It must be about 5 o'clock.
Almost 4:30.
Oh, weird. Why were they... Maybe somebody got married.
Ah. Oh, that's so funny to hear I think you know this, but the music for wedding that we typically think of, I don't think it's copyright, but I won't hum it anyway, just in case. I always wondered why it sounded so similar to funeral music, but there's actually a reason. Apparently, boy, I can't remember who it was, but a king somewhere went through, I think it was like 6 wives or something like that. And it wasn't a, oh, you're divorced kind of thing, because divorces were frowned upon, even for royalty.
Sounds like Henry VIII.
It,
He
that
he
sounds right.
he executed several of his wives.
Yeah, and maybe that's it. And I think somebody did it as a joke. They played the funeral dirge for for like his sixth wedding or something like that. And
That's
ever
daring.
since then,
Imagine. I'm sure he was beheaded shortly thereafter.
actually, I think the king actually appreciated it. I think he liked it, which is just so disturbing because
Yeah, warning.
he's like acknowledging that, yeah, this is your fate, lady.
This is a distinct possibility. So, as if she has a choice on what children to bear. It's like, you better give me a son. It's like, well,
Right.
like,
And
how
it's funny too.
how exactly do
We
I go
blame
about that?
Yeah, we blame women for that for how many centuries when we now find out it's actually, the male who, it's their sperm that determines what gender the child's going to be. So,
Well, yeah, if it's going to be a boy, it's going to have to come from the father, because the
yeah.
mother inherently doesn't have any male genes. Yeah, well, it's funny. My dad tells me the story.
Right.
He was in somewhere. He was in a restaurant with one of my younger brothers, and it was a Chinese restaurant, and so it was one of these small places, and the little old lady comes out. She's like, one of the owners, and they strike up a conversation, and she's like, "You have son?" And my dad is like, "I've got 4 sons. All 4 of my kids are sons." And she just her eyes like got really big, and she's like, "You have 4 sons. You have strong seed." And she, it's just like, because having boys, for a very long time in China, like, that's what you wanted.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was like, "You have 4 boys?"
Even to this day they're suffering the
Oh
consequences
yeah.
of.
Yeah, it was largely publicized. Like, China drops its one-child policy. That was kind of where it was left, and it was like, yeah, they dropped it, and they went to a 2-child policy.
Oof.
uh, uh, well, now I'm glad.
Trying to,
Now I'm glad we have 6 of these.
Wedding March, that's what it's called, I bet.
Here in the States, we call it Divorce March.
There's actually a bit of a misnomer about that. That's mostly, I mean, it's the very large cities that skew the statistics for the entire country. Most regions are not that bad.
Right, but the statistics are based on population, not
Yeah, no.
concentration of population. It's still per capita. It's still how many percent, what percentage of marriage fail and end up in divorce. It's not because of a city. It's just based on population. Yes, there are definitely pockets of the country that
Yeah.
are less prone to divorce, but um, it still
It's just,
happens. I mean, my
there's a
parents divorced.
perception that it's a well, yeah. There's a perception that it's an American problem, and it's not necessarily America as a whole. It's segments of America. I find it an important distinction. Okay, bridal chorus. Maybe that's it. Interesting. Maybe this is one of those things that I heard that wasn't necessarily true.
Something on
It's
the
hard
internet is not true? What?
to...
That is not possible.
I don't even remember where I first heard the whole funeral dirge thing.
I do know that our national anthem,
Yeah.
the tune, the melody to our national anthem is actually a drinking song in the UK. It's an old song sung in pubs. The melody of it is an old song sung in pubs. And Francis Scott Key just basically like wrote new words for it, and that's what our national anthem is. So the tune of it is not even original. I saw a video of a British pub, bunch of guys in a British pub singing the song, and I was like, God, that sounds familiar. And yeah, it was the tune to our national anthem. It was hilarious.
Jeez.
It's like, God damn it, not even that is original.
The famous Star Wars music is very similar to one of those classical music type things.
Well, there's several themes that John Williams wrote. So there's like the Emperor's March. There's, there are several distinct themes that you could call Star Wars themes, but so you have to be specific on which one of those that is.
It's
well, you're talking like dun 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 dun. Like, is it the?
That's the Emperor's.
That's the Emperor's March. Yeah.
The one in the intro and the outro.
Aha. The credits.
Yep, that's what I think of when I say theme, and I think that is kind of the, at least classical definition. Can't necessarily say only definition. And I noticed you're getting the plows arranged as well now.
Trying to be efficient with my time and keep shit going on the stream, because I'm just standing around twiddling my thumbs and whatever.
Yeah, not everybody's here for the BS.
Right. I mean, you come for the content, you stay for the bullshit. That should be my motto.
Oh, damn, I missed an opportunity for a joke. We were talking, though, so it was a little tough. When we were talking about the rockets, like I said, I had to bring it up or to look at it again. I was going to go, I'm going to mute.
Yeah. When I brought up space engineers, my one... if I could mod something, I would mod this. And there's probably a mod out there. I'm not familiar with the latest and greatest space engineer mods. But if there was one damn thing that I would mod in that game, it would be... Yeah, we just bought 2 more plows.
Ah, okay.
It would be the touchy explosiveness of a welding ship. Because every time I've built a welding ship, and I've got super powerful welders on it, right? You have to get so goddamn close to what you're welding that I kid you not, I'm not being hyperbolic, every single time that I have made a nice welding ship, designed it, built it, super thrusters, like I've got everything tuned, I inevitably, within half an hour. I'm in welding something and I'm backing out and I bump into something and the whole goddamn ship explodes because it's like one little tap and boom, it's just like everything, because when one thing explodes it damages the next thing and damages, and those ships are pretty small and compact. But every single time I've had one of those ships, it's exploded on me. And that is my number one irritation with that game, is I can never make something like that actually lasts longer than 5 minutes. So yeah, I'm hoping that there's maybe a whatchamacallit, a mod that either makes shit tougher so it doesn't explode on contact, or makes the welders have a much like further away area of effect. That is what I'm hoping, because I can't be the only one that has this problem.
Yeah.
It's really annoying when you spend that much time and build the ship and get it all running, get it all operational, and then you fill it full of plates and rods and all of the stuff, because the welders need all that when you weld it, and then you bump into something and boom, all that stuff is just obliterated in one shot. It's like, really?
Exploding welders. Are we playing Stationeers?
Yeah, it's a primary reason I don't like that game at all. Is just like, when you punish the players for tiny little mistakes, I kind of have issue with that.
I've never had that problem. That was an early on thing where, well, at least as far as I know. Maybe I'm just lucky enough not to have it happen to me. I'm sure if you go into 1,000-degree room or something, it probably would set off. But I don't know. At that point, I'd say that's on you.
Not on me.
Well, on the, it's not protagonist, but the subject of the story. Carl Patton, hello.
Hey, Carl.
From a minute ago.
Carol? That text is so small. My poor eyes.
I guess it does look like
I think
Carol.
It's Carol. That should be wide enough to grab the whole row. Make sure you can do that.
Just barely. Well, I think
I can shift this one over a row or two, so.
It's good. It's good.
High hole. Hole. Carol. I'm not sure what hole means.
Yeah, she was probably assisting on pronunciation.
Carol. Hole. Carol. Yep. Alright, this has got 2 million liters of sunflower seeds. I love sunflower seeds. It's what I use to snack on, so I can control how much I eat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I eat a lot of sunflower seeds. But 2 million liters of sunflower seeds, that would last me a while. I eat. Let's see. The bags I get are like 16-ounce bags. Which I think would be less than a liter, either at a liter or about a liter. 16 ounce. It's got to be close to a liter. We are... Oh, shit. Oh, that was close.
Oh, for the
Woo,
amount.
that was close.
Ooh, yeah, this one's gonna be super close too.
This one I was in. But the other two were headed right for one another.
Oh,
Down,
I see.
down on the wheat field.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
they
looking at the
were
wrong.
they were on a collision course. Oh.
Ah.
Touched me.
Oh, what the? Sometimes just randomly my computer will hop into Windows, and that was one of those times. That's what the what the was. What the was?
What the what?
Come on, I hit 3. Oh, okay, it is working. I must have just had a bit of latency or something. Got hitchy with it.
Hit you with it. So I'm seeing rocks on this field, and I'm guessing we're going to need the rock collectors on this as well. Horseplay finished work. Keep an eye on... Well, yeah, H is going to have to end when he gets off to the... When he gets to the end of the field.
Yeah.
E can turn around and finish that side, so that's... He's got a ways to go yet.
Oof, such a long drive.
Well, it would be a lot longer if we had default harvesters that maxed out at 9 miles an hour.
Oh my god. Oh, I can see it now. Well, a few people show up, like it was when you started streaming this, and we all log in and hop in the harvesters. Wait, 9 miles an hour is the max?
Yeah. Immediately mod.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking more all of us abandoning you at once.
Yeah. All right. There's the header. I am not from Tennessee, Carol. Not from Tennessee. All right. H. Oh,
you got it.
2.2 million.
Voice. Wah.
I'm just parking them. I'm not worrying about unloading them yet. That'll come later.
Yeah, I'll do the same. You'll probably want to do a tabulation, see how much.
Well, if we're getting on average 2 million each, 4 million plus.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this one's almost certainly going to cross the 2 million barrier.
I mean, this one's got almost 2.2, so...
Nice. So yeah, on average, definitely already have crossed that threshold. Oh, did I specify I didn't find a source on what I was talking about before? I know I said I was looking for it.
For the wedding thing?
Yeah.
No. I mean, you did say that you might have been mistaken because you couldn't find...
Yeah, so I wasn't able to find one. It's not to say it's not true, it just... I didn't quickly find a backup of it. Okay, yeah, this one's at 1.97. Weird number to fall upon. But the other ones definitely make up for it. Hit the cruise control and take a nap. Don't do this at home, kids. I'm an untrained professional. I should have said trained amateur because that would have been funnier.
You're more of an intern. No. Tennessee, that's a beautiful country. There's a YouTuber I was watching for a while. Had a farm in Tennessee.
Nice.
Looked like beautiful country. And much nicer winters than we have here.
For how south they are, I imagine it's pretty much to the point where it'd be a lack of winter.
I mean, they still have a winter, you know, but it's not nearly as brutally cold
Yep.
as we are.
What?
God dang it. When I fire the worker, I don't want to stop what he's doing.
Yeah.
I just want to fire him and just boot him out of the cab. Just kick him.
That would be a funny little. I doubt you could mod it, but well, I mean, you can mod anything, but literally have a little animation where you kick a guy out the cab.
Oh no. Why did this... I thought I fired this guy. What in the world? Why did this turn around? I thought for sure I fired him.
Weirdness. Should I get one of the fertilizers going in the center?
Yeah.
Okay. If I can find one of them, there we go. Excellent.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. So 1.9 million liters of wheat on this one. This will be the fuller of the two, I think. Maybe? No, they should be about equal. You gotta unfold the header before you can before you detach it.
I was a split second too late. There we go. That's words.
Words.
Yeah. On that realization. The burden that the stream is having on my brain is really starting to show. Ah, there we go.
Well, I'm glad I don't stream every day then.
Oh, I would have to abandon you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I've gone into details, but there's days where the next day or multiple I'm out of it.
He sacrifices for us.
I do.
It's interesting. There's, one of the guys I've been watching for years plays the same game almost all the time, and has been playing it for years. He just recently clocked over. He just recently went over 10,000 hours. Oh man, what the hell happened?
Uh-oh, what's...
Something blocked something. Dang it. What? You went the wrong way, Mr. Sprayer. That's why you're blocked. You stupid sprayer. He tried to go over there.
Should I drop off the wheat?
Just leave it in the thing. I'll take
Okay.
care of it later.
Parking these.
There, are you going to behave now? Better behave.
Oh yeah, you were saying about 10,000 hours.
Yeah, he now has over 10,000 hours in the game that he plays. So, you can largely consider him to be an expert in the game. He understands every little nuance of the game, and he can play it very, very well. And I have been tempted to look into the game because it's very moddable, very, very moddable, multiplayer, but it's one of the most complex games that I've ever seen. It's one of these Paradox games that has a lot of DLC.
I think I might know what game you're talking about then.
Yeah, EU4.
Okay.
And I thought I hired a worker over here. What the hell? Maybe I couldn't.
There's another one stuck on the...
No, it's not stuck. I stopped it.
Oh, okay.
Because I was managing multiple. You gotta flip it around so it faces east.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because I hired a worker going up, and then I jumped in the other one, and I was trying to hire a worker going down, but apparently I hit H and then nothing happened. And we can... Oh, wait. Do we have the second? Yeah, we have the second one going in the middle of the other field.
Yep, I got him rolling. Close enough. Okay, and hired. Should I start any of the plows?
Not yet.
Okay. Hop in one just so I can teleport up here.
Higher. Good to go there. These guys are good. These guys are good. Excellent, excellent.
Pretty sure some of them are evil, but...
Now, let's try to attend all of the gubbins that we got here. So, a lot of sunflowers. 2, 4, 6, 8 million sunflowers. Thinking... I mean, what prices are there for the raw stuff? Pretty decent. I mean, we're at the tip like $1,400. So sunflowers is $1,400 per 1,000 liters. Sunflower oil is only $1,500 per 1,000 liters. The recipe in the bakery is 1-to-1. So we get only $100 less than 10%. It's more like 7% if we turn it into sunflower oil. Now we could turn around, I think, let me verify. Yeah, we could turn it in to butter, but it's less than 1-to-1. It's less than 1-to-1 by a little bit. So butter, if I can find it, is somewhere in here, isn't it? Where's butter? Milk, which is road salt cake butter. There it is. Ha! Butter is way less than 1,000. So it actually, believe it or not, would make us more money just to straight up sell the seeds in the sell everything platform. So that's what we are going to do. Because if we put it into the grain mill, the cost of converting it into sunflower oil, I mean, we could turn it into diesel. That might be, well, let's see, what does diesel go for? So that was $3 million for those sunflower seeds. Diesel, I don't even know, is diesel even? I thought diesel was. Diesel. Diesel would actually give us by far the most amount of money. Okay, so now that we have some money, which I don't know how we suddenly have $19 million, but I'm thinking, yeah, let's shove some into the grain mill and get some sunflower oil and then make it into diesel. So how much will fit? Sunflower oil, sunflowers, yeah, 3.6 million will fit in there. Let's turn on sunflower oil. See, this is a 60,000 a month craft, which is why the extra 100 that we would get out of it was if we didn't convert into diesel. So this is the only example of this being beneficial. So go ahead and hop in one of these and let's empty out as much as possible into the grain mill, and the rest can just be, well, we have the silo for it. Might as well put it in the silo.
Yeah. Might find we need it. Easiest with the pipe.
Yeah.
I was looking at where I was going to be going, not where I was going, so I'm sorry about the bales.
Oh, no. Jesus.
Yeah.
At least they were cotton. At least it was a soft collision. You know, even though those things weigh 4 tons apiece. Fold it up. I do love that folding animation. That's got to be my favorite part of the game, is the cool folding and unfolding animations.
Yeah. In hindsight, these buildings are a little too close.
They are not too close.
Well, that or this machine is just a little overzealous on its ascension. There we go.
The wheat can go into the farm supply factory.
Still going.
Yeah, it'll because I have the craft turned on, it'll like spurt out little bits as it crafts. So unless you want to stand there for the next 25 years,
it is done now.
All right, I'm going to.
The numbers were still going pretty strong when I had initially set it, but officer, I swear the tree jumped out in front of me.
So the rest can go in that. If you're not empty, the rest can go in the silo.
Yep, I missed that turn. Or I took that turn. One of the 11. Albuquerque might have been involved.
Dun, dun, dun.
Find the right spot. There we go. Should I go get that last one?
Yep.
I'll let you get through here.
Build this the rest of the way up.
So easy to oversteer these.
Don't forget to fold it.
Oh, yep, thanks.
Just makes it easier to navigate with them when they're folded.
Wait for the animation to finish. There we go.
Right.
I don't know why, but I had hopped out of the cab, and then it occurred to me, oh, yeah, it actually still outputs when you hop out. Makes sense, because it's not like it needs, well, I suppose it would need the engine running for such a thing. Interesting.
Yeah, it would, actually.
Unless it's got like a secondary motor for such a function. Which I guess maybe that's possible, but
Go grab the wheat that I have.
yeah, you were mentioning about EU4. That
Oh yeah, finish my thought on that.
yeah,
So I like every once in a while I'll be like, oh, that is intriguing. It looks like it's pretty fun to play as long as you know what's going on. The problem is knowing what's going on, right? That's the problem for me because whenever I get a hankering for that sort of game, then I watch a Roomba for a little while. And then I realize there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell that I would be able to play that game. Like, I mean, I could, but to play it at that level, right? How efficient he is and how he can maximize everything in the game. So it looks effortless, right? That's the mark of somebody who's really good at that. When you watch him play that game, he's got over 10,000 hours in it. He can pick any country on the map and dominate the world easily every time. And it's funny because when he's streaming, he's got a pretty decent following. And when he's streaming, people are constantly asking him, like, how are you making that much money? Because he will start as a company or a country, be in debt, not be making money, and 15 years later, he's making $7 or ducats, they call them, 7 ducats a month, right? He's net positive in money. And then he just keeps building and building and building. I mean, there was one of his last achievement runs was a world conquest, and by the end of the game, he was making something like, he was netting profit like 4,000 a month. Netting profit. His income was like 12,000 a month. It was crazy. And so, yeah, people are like, how are you making that much money? And he's like, oh, you just do this. This is it. And he just knows how to play that game and knows how to min-max and knows how to sort of kind of play the AI against itself. And, he knows all the little tricks and stuff. And so I look at a game like that, and I look at a playthrough like that, and I know from experience, because I've done it myself, when you play something enough and you get really proficient at it, you can make it look easy, but it's not actually easy. And that is a great example of a game like that, because you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, he's just, he's taking this country as a vassal, he's doing this, these are the decisions that he gets, and he always describes why he's making the decisions, what he's doing, how he's justifying this decision over that decision. He's very, very open about the how he plays, his play style and stuff. But the complexity, the raw complexity of that game, there are layers upon layers upon layers in that game that I don't know how, like, I have my serious doubts. Oh, is there a little strip left? Yes.
Yeah.
I would have my doubts on whether or not me or any of the patrons would have the patience to play that game. Now, I'm sure there are some that would relish the chance of obliterating my poor country, whatever I started as. But I just look at that game going, he makes it look easy, which is the mark of it's the mark of somebody who knows what they're doing. This is even going to be a thinner line. That's funny. So C.
That one?
I'll jump in
okay,
C.
I'll handle it.
Well, yeah, C is going to have to.
Yeah, I'm up at the top field.
Do a
I'll
strip.
get that one.
Remember, you can't hire workers when you do that.
Ah, okay.
Because the worker will maximize the width of the spray every time.
Yeah, I did forget that, but. Okay.
But yeah, EU4 is one of those, like, I like strategy games. I would like the sort of, I would play it much slower, like way slower. I mean, Arumba, he plays it on speed 4 or 5 the whole way through. I mean, he is flying through that game. There's no way I'd be able to do that.
As far as that game goes, from what I've seen, it seems a lot like Civ. And I mean, Civ was one of the first games that I really gravitated towards. My brother and I were just insane with that game. We could beat the space race in the 1800s. Yeah. Or like the conquest. Literally every AI opponent is set to the maximum difficulty, and we conquer the world in boy. That one I think took a little longer. So I think in the early 1900s. But it's really hard to gauge that because it's weird the way the game works. It actually skips more or less time as time goes on. So like you start in I think like 400 or 40,000 BC or something. I'm just throwing out a number. I'm not sure. And every turn then is like 500 years. But then once you get to the I think maybe 1800s, been a long time since I played. Every turn is a year then.
Right. Well, yeah, because most of human history was very slow progress. Like,
Right.
we had the wheel and fire for quite a while before we had anything else.
Um, so yeah, I think I would probably um, enjoy doing that if you ever pulled the trigger. Can't guarantee I'd be great at it. Oh, you got that one. Excellent.
Well, I'm at least gonna center it, get it
Yeah.
ready. You can only operate one at a time, so.
Okay, I'll take over.
And I'll jump back into this one.
Got it good.
Well, what I worry about with you is, I mean,
My brain.
if farming is difficult for you, that game, for one, it's got 30 expansion packs. I don't even know how many. 30 is an estimate. It's got a lot of expansion packs. So God only knows how much it would be for the whole enchilada. But even vanilla, it is one of the most complex games I've ever seen. Like, there are so many nuances to that game. That I would worry that you would immediately go, this is way too much for me. Like, it's so overwhelming. I watch the damn show. I watch him play, and for me, it's a fun game to watch because he's so good at it, and I know that I would be so bad at it. Right? I watch him play this and I'm be like, I would be so bad at this game. There's no way that I would come close to that. So, it's like watching a documentary, an alternate history documentary, right? So
Right.
the way he's playing now, he's playing as the Ottomans, and he's playing a really hard achievement run where the Ottomans basically have to conquer most of Europe within like 40 years of the game's start. So the other thing that I was hoping that they would do for the game that I don't think any of the expansion packs did, because they have other games that cover it, but the game ends in like 1820.
Huh.
Right? So you start in 1444. That's when the game starts, and the game ends in 1820. And
Interesting.
for me, I want more time on that side. Like, I want to continue on to modern techs and see how that affects it. But a good player is able to completely dominate the world. You conquer the entire world. A good player can do that easily by 1820. Easily, right? With any other country. So at that point, why even bother with more tech? Why even bother doing that? So I understand why, and they've come out with other games that fill that niche. They've got Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is an industrial It basically covers like 1820 to like 1940 or something. And it's all about economy, manufacturing, and the Industrial Revolution. And then they have Hearts of Iron, the Hearts of Iron series, which covers World War II. So, you know, on that front, I don't see a lot of players play Hearts of Iron at all.
Sounds painful.
Um,
The making it look easy. I had that for Oni when I was streaming that. I so frequently I'd have somebody pop into chat and they're just like, "Whoa, you're already on cycle, 150. I can't even make it 20." And it happens so frequently. But yeah, I do probably make that look real easy.
and there's a certain amount of like I understand a person has to be watchable, because I have found channels that the gameplay is interesting, but the person is nearly impossible to watch. Right? They're just hard to watch.
Like Mr. Sunglasses.
That guy's hard to watch for different reasons. I'm talking about somebody who, like, something is off with their voice, or they have gimmicks, or they're just overdoing it. They're overdoing everything. They're like their personality. They think they have to invent like a big personality, or they have to have some shtick, like some Mr. Sunglasses, like. But some people are just hard to watch because there's something about them. There's a channel I've run across in the last week or so, and another one of these, like, all he does is read Reddit posts, but he adds a little bit of flavor. He actually adds a little bit of animation as a whatever Reddit post he's reading is a narrative of some kind, right? So it's either like r/malicious compliance or something. And so he's reading whatever stories are posted, and he actually animates them. But the thing that irks me about this guy is, for one, his voice. His voice is not one that's easy to listen to. And for two, you know, these Reddit posts. So the video that he makes, he has the text on the bottom of the screen, like closed captioning. But what he's reading and the text very often aren't in sync, or he'll mispronounce words, like really basic words.
Oh.
And so your eyes always naturally look at the text and follow along with what he's reading, regardless of what the animation is. You follow along, and every other phrase there's something different, or the text is way off from what he says, and a lot of times it's extremely relevant to the story, right? Because it changes fundamentally what is being said in the story. So is it A or is it B? Is it the thing that was on the screen, or is it the thing that he said? And if it's the thing that he said, then it changes the meaning. And so I've posted a couple of times on this channel, like, dude, you've got to read the text right. Like, you can't base your entire goddamn channel on reading Reddit posts and then read the Reddit posts wrong.
Yeah.
Like, your entire channel is based on this. At least do it right. At least put some effort into, like, making it consistent.
crazy.
Or you know, sometimes a channel is just like, it's just the personality is so overblown. I know Deluxe Gaming, when he was around, the amount of energy that he put into every episode, it's no wonder that he got burned out and stopped posting years ago. He was a guy that, you know, as I was building up, he was a guy who was also covering Fortress Craft at way back at the beginning of my channel, and I had many conversations with him. And I there was one time that I asked him, I was like, literally asked him outright, how do you have so much energy in every single one of your videos? Like, how do you maintain that and not get burned out? He's like, well, you know, at the time he was like, well, it's a lot of it's my personality. And I was like, all right, well, I wasn't trying to be judgy. I was just curious on how he was able to maintain that amount of energy. And it turns out very hard to do that because he literally stopped posting within a year and a half of my asking. That's why I've never tried to do a gimmick on my channel. I just don't. If I have to invent a personality, then I know that I'd burn out pretty fast.
You've got those. Okay. There's one I can get going. Let me just make sure. So it is going on the north side. Good.
Yep. Interesting. Now we're going orange. This field down here, this middle field that we just did, when we plowed that, it went right to red.
Yeah.
Weird, and we're basically doing the same exact. Same exact process. Harvest, fertilize, plow. I wonder if it's the crop. Like, you wouldn't think it was the crop that was doing it.
That does stand to reason at least a little.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
Because I mean, if you think about it, corn versus potatoes, for example, because that's just a real good example of how different they are. For potatoes, you would have to dig up a lot of the soil to actually get underneath them.
True, that's definitely true.
Rock pickers.
Yeah, I want to at least start 2 of these on the big field just to get that started because it's a big field. That's gonna take a while.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you know offhand where we have another one of the tractors?
Yeah, there's one by the farm supply factory attached to a TARDIS trailer.
Here's one. It was hiding behind the combines. And these are the ones with the without the trim, right?
Correct.
How I don't have that memorized by now is beyond. Well, I know why. It's, I mean, one, I'm out of it 90% of the time, but the other is that since it was a question, now it's an eternal question. Because am I remembering the right way or remembering the wrong way? If that makes any sense. Okay, so you hit the north side, so I'll take this one. Are you gonna do the... Oh, okay, you're doing just back and forth from there?
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
you can't do you can't do headlands on rock.
That's right. I forgot that.
I just hope that far side is. Yeah, we're probably gonna run into problems.
Yeah, because
it's so close to the trees. Yeah. we can't hire any more after you hire that guy. You're definitely going to want to follow him down to make sure he
Goes the right way.
goes the right way, because he could easily go down to that lower field. 8. We could have 2 more. That would be 10, as we discovered last week or last Wednesday that 10 is the max number of workers you can possibly have, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of work going on.
Oh,
that's right. I gotta do the ride along. Derpy derp.
let's see how this thing fares. And everybody is. I did buy the rest of the map, well, except for 51 and 52, but it is what it is. I could actually buy 51 and 50. Why not own the whole map?
Oh, it's back a little ways now, but you were talking about Mr. Sunglasses. I actually don't like his voice. That's actually what I was talking about specifically, is that I don't care for his voice. Although it's partially also the energy he puts behind it. I just find it cringy.
Yeah, I don't get a whole lot of energy from him when I see it. He tries to do the I'm the cool guy with sunglasses kind of persona.
Maybe it was the video I was watching or something, because as a result of the content I had seen from him, I don't tune into him even if it's a game that I might like.
Yeah, I usually use channels like that because they're bigger channels. They usually get early looks at games, and that's kind of how I track, what might be coming out. Unfortunately, I wish I could make that kind of content. I ran the channel for years trying to build up enough to be able to do that, but these other channels, for some reason, they get an audience, and the audience is very, very loyal, and I am thankful of loyalty, of course. But they got in early, they got a head start, and I was just too late to the game, I guess, and that's fine. I don't want to act, or I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful or something. It's just if I would have started the channel 2 to 3 years sooner, I think it would have really made a difference. Because I was, for a couple of years before I even started the channel, I was playing the heck out of like modded Minecraft and stuff. Like, I could have easily been streaming, or not even streaming, but recording that whole time, even though my internet connection was shit, utter garbage. Yeah, I could have been making content that whole time.
I know it's a horrible idea, but I like to disconnect a trailer while moving. It pleases me. And that one even had oats in it, so it's even funner, because then you can imagine that it just tips over and everything spills out. I think it does keep the contents even if you flip, because man, would that suck. Especially since it's a physics-based game. If a little glitch occurs and your trailer goes flying, it's just like, wow, okay, thank you, game. Guess we're gonna shelf you.
got the other one.
Yep.
Alrighty. So we don't need to lime up here, which is I was thinking we might need to, but no. I think this is the very first harvest we got out of this field, so we don't need to do that, which is nice.
Which is funny because that's been around forever, and it's the first harvest.
Yeah, that field those sunflowers took a while to grow. Yeah, when we can, if we wanted to, plow the other new fields, but I think we're kind of pushing the game kind of hard right now. We got all 10 workers running. We cannot physically hire any more workers. Why is there? Huh. Alrighty.
Oh, yeah, that's weird how there's just those big splotches with less rocks, where they're really sparse.
Yeah, noise generator. They probably have multiple noise generators. That's how you get those empty spots. Is you have multiple layers of noise, and it's if you tweak each a little bit, you can get variations like that. Because if it was uniform, it would look completely unnatural.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of rocks. One thing we could do, let's grab. Where is something?
Not something.
I
suppose we could get the plows, or the planters ready to go. Or is that what you were gonna say?
No, that wasn't what I was going to say. We got a while yet before those are done, before those fields are ready.
And I suppose they'd just be in the way then.
Well, no, what I was wanting to do is go grab a TARDIS wagon full of lime. I just got to find something to pull it. I think I'm going to have to unhook this. Use the semi-Mac truck because we don't have any. Literally don't have any tractors anymore. I mean, I could easily buy another tractor, but the lime.
Use one of the ones attached to the planters, but that they're fine being where they are too, or not. It makes sense to leave them attached.
Okay.
That's
here's what I'm
meant to say.
What I'm gonna do before I pull all of before I pull any lime out of this, I'm gonna fill up each one of these limers.
Oh, I'm not sure if you finished your sentence. Are you just selling excess?
Well, I was gonna put the farm supply factory. There are crafts that use it. So I wanted to empty this out. Just because we're gonna get a lot of stone, and I don't think this thing has actually processed any stone for a while because it's been full of lime for quite some time. God, this Unimog is a pain in the ass to drive.
Yeah.
But it's one of the only things that has a 3-point hitch on it. Oh, gotta use it.
Yeah.
And let's check. Oh, where is it? There it is. Yeah, we have 1.7 million stone in there, so. Whew. It was filling up. It was filling up fast.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how we hit that tipping point. If that makes sense.
Yeah, initially you don't have enough, and because every time you plow a field, especially these big fields, they use several 100,000 lime. So initially it goes quite fast. There we go. Now that is 4 million lime. All 4 of these are full. All right.
Oof. Boy, these have a long ways to go still.
Yeah, those are big
Not far.
fields. Those are really, really big fields.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. Wow. I'm glad I checked.
What's that? The whole stone thing?
Cows
Or
are
something
almost out
else?
of food.
Oh.
All right. Here's some milk. Who needs milk? Who needs milk? Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Donuts have a little bit of milk. We still need to drop some sugar off at the donut plant.
Oh yeah. Let's.
Chocolate.
I can't remember. Did I just leave the truck there? Bet you I did. Yeah, that's right. I was gonna try and, or I was hoping there was a million. Okay, now there is. Excellent.
A little bit of chocolate in here, but cake needs a little bit. The bakery needs some. Chocolate needs some.
What were
Darn.
we talking about? Sugar still, or?
No, I'm talking about milk. I'm
Ah,
trying to decide how to divvy up the milk that I've got, because it's a little bit can go a long ways.
you're next to the chocolate factory, right?
Yep.
That's what that one is. Okay. It's a drop off on the other side. Do not recall offhand.
Or what?
Sugar.
Um,
Oh, what the?
the sugar does not go here. This already has 3.3 million sugar. We've got plenty of sugar in the chocolate factory. Sugar needs to go to the donut factory, which is
Donuts. Oh,
at the end of.
okay. Ah, that one. I don't know why I had chocolate in my brain. I must have heard you talking and it crossed the streams.
Looks like you are empty.
Yep. I'll switch into Windows for a sec.
Right. Now we need go grab another load of flour and drop that off here.
All right.
And I can finally start making donuts.
Right. I think I might need to shut the game down and start it up again because I am getting really hitchy frame rate.
Yeah, I'm getting 23 FPS. It's all the workers that are on.
Yeah, must be then. So rebooting probably wouldn't help matters.
Yeah, it's a lot of data to sync.
Yup. And you said flour. And just to make sure you're same place.
Yep.
Okay.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Which is funny because I think that reference is older than both of us combined.
Not combined. It's from like the
Yeah,
60s.
not combined. That's close though. Well, I suppose we're closer to 50 than we are 40. Or are we? I don't even know anymore.
I'm 44.
Oh, okay. Not quite then.
So yeah, our ages combined would be in the 80s. Fill this thing up. Fill her up. And we are going to need to swipe once on the headlands for the rock pickers, because with those trees, they're not very happy.
I only see at the moment anyway the one little node that got missed. Oh, there's another one. Okay, and the other field has a little dot as well. I mean, one's enough to call for it. Just
Right. Well, it just indicates that the ground itself was not processed. It was not cultivated. So
yeah,
it's, a single rock. The pixels on the map are not exactly accurate because it's like a 2-to-1 or even a 3-to-1 ground to pixel, right? So
yeah.
the fact that they exist means that it's just swipe it once on each side and just to make sure you've got it. Nuke it from orbit, just to be sure.
Yup.
It's the only way to be sure.
For quite a while, I didn't remember the origin of that quote because that's in
Really?
yeah, it was referenced in the Clerks animated TV show. Which, if you want just a weird, random, just everything's out of nowhere show, that's good.
What? Oh, yep. Okay. Oh,
All right, good. J's on its last pass. Last pass. That's the words.
so what do you think the odds were that that Carol person was actually 9?
Based on text, I'd say it's possible.
Give me a
As far
percent.
as
Percentage likelihood.
75 plus.
75 plus, really?
Yep. Because using whole for Carol, you know, that's a real word or a real weird word to use to for pronunciation to be the example, if that makes any sense at all. But then also, she asked, "Or you from Tennessee," rather than "are."
You, sir, if you just wiggle a little bit over, you can get both sides.
Wiggle, wiggle.
There you go. Now you can...
Like this. Okay, so I'm getting this one heading back. All right, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a while before we need to address the rock pickers, but the last plow is still out there. The next stage is we'll do the planting for these, correct?
Yes.
Should we? Well, I suppose we can't because they'll have collisions. So we pretty much just have to let them roll.
For the... Oh, you mean planting while we're rock picking?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's... The whole reason we're rock picking is to prevent wear on the planters.
Ah.
Because planters... There's two main implements that rocks really horrifically murder, and one of them is planters. The other one is mowers and cultivators, but mowers are really bad. Mowers get a massive hit, but cultivators and planters are like 3x or 3.5x damage.
Should I get this one rolling this way?
Just as long as you know where to stop or close to, I want you to stop here. Why don't you, okay. Hop into this one.
Okay.
I'll hop into this one.
Because yeah, this one's pretty easy to tell where it where it ends.
Yeah, you want the line to match the top of that field.
We don't want to go in a little more to avoid the forest, you think? Well, I suppose this one's going east to west when we're actually going to be.
No, this one will be north to south. The workers on this one.
Okay.
So if you want, yeah, you could probably drop down a little bit. Maybe the width of the. Why are you backing up?
It got offset a little. I didn't hit Control W when
Oh
I first
man,
got in.
do I have to clean up the line?
Nope, it's good. It crept inward, not outward.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to drop it from the tree line a bit more, you can. It's a good idea.
Doesn't even need to be too much, really. Oh, what I had meant was, should we hit it with the rock pickers along the headlands so that we could get the planters going? But yeah, and sure we could do that, but I think we'd end up having trouble with them running into each other anyway. So that would
Yeah,
render it.
those planters are big enough to where it's like it. Yeah, even though it's a really big field, you get 4 planters on that. It's going to make short work. Why is my brother texting?
Uh-oh.
Oh. Talking about trading.
Ah.
The other one finished work. Which one finished work? Oh, yep, there it is.
I don't know. It looks like about maybe 6 meters. Think that's good, or maybe a little too much?
At this point, it doesn't matter. I mean, this field is literally millions of millions of liters of stuff. So, just as long as it's straight and flat and ready to rock and roll.
There we go. Since we're doing a corner, make sure I get it nice and lined up.
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure you're using the thingy McDougal.
Yup.
All right. Okay, let me go grab. Where is it? This guy here.
I can't remember. Does this work have to be all manual, or can we hire workers for it?
Last time I tried to do you have to use courseplay if you're going to try it.
Ah.
The last time I tried it, it literally like crashed the game. Like I had to Alt F4 the game because for some reason trying to generate the course on an unplowed plot of land. It I don't know, something about it just did not sit right, and the game just hung, either because of multiplayer, because the field was so big. But I've generated courses since that haven't had a problem, so not 100% sure what happened there, but it is what it is.
Alrighty, should I start doing north to south on this, or should I move to a different corner?
Well, let me get up there and see. Did I
So,
do a good job lining it up? All right.
yeah, it was just a little bit more than I had done. And that,
Yep.
heck, that's in part because I went a little further, a little closer to the trees anyway.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, now we can unfold and go north-south.
all right.
Now that the border is done, I'll go to the other side. Yeah, now that the outside is set, I could try to generate a course, but this is a very, very large field.
Yeah, that would.
But it's largely like mindless. We can just chat about whatever.
Yeah.
Like, takes very little, especially with the vehicle control. You can just offset to the next lane, and it just does it for you. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's just mindless. I need a little bit of mindless at this point.
Yup.
Just make sure you're not alt-tabbing out, because if you
Go too far. Yeah.
just and I think we already have, yeah, the first layer of fertilizer on here. Oh, that's funny. The rock pickers, even when they're raised, you can lower and raise. Even when they're raised, they still pick up rocks. So there's little scoops. There's little scoops taken out of this field.
Oh, weird.
Am I gonna hit this guy? Is this perfect timing or what?
Yeah, I think you are. If you were if it was a true intersection, he was just passing through, I think you'd just miss him. But since he's gonna need to turn around.
Yep.
Dang it! I hate it when I right-click on the screen. And then that brings up the course play thing and unlocks the mouse.
Oh yeah, I disabled that. That was annoying when I first started using it. I was like, oh, I can't. Yeah. Early on in my play, when I was not used to all the keyboard commands. And another reason, I just thought of it, just popped into my head. Another reason I wanted to maybe go and do a Space Engineers is to use the joysticks to see if we can see if I can map the two joysticks that I have, and get some more use out of them.
Yeah, I could see that being useful for that game. Right. Oh, one thing I was thinking of on that, or were you gonna say something?
The X wheat field is done.
Ah. Do you want me to take control of one of those, or keep going?
Yeah, go ahead and stop, and
I'll even lift the thingamajiggy just in case.
I'm gonna grab at least this side here.
Fired. I'm closer, so I'll grab the far side. Oh, but Space Engineers, what was it? Oh, one of the game modes that I thought would work or I don't even remember if it's a game mode or what it was, but I remember when I was first tinkering with the game, you're started on a planet with a little like rudimentary base, and you've got like a fighter, a miner, and a few different vehicles. I mean, something like that could be kind of cool. It does have like an enemy faction though. I don't know if you'd be interested in that part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like having stuff to go explore and find and stuff, so it's not just purely a it's not purely a what words I'm thinking of.
Factory game?
Yeah, a building game. I want something, make ships to go blow up other ships. But I hate the planet start. I hate the planet start because it is by default so goddamn hard to get off the planet. And it's so hard to mine materials. Like, it is not easy, the planetary starts on that game. So yeah, if I were to choose, I would choose a space start. I would spawn in custom asteroids, just like I did last time. I'd have to figure out how to do it again. There's a keyboard, there's commands that you can do, but basically I would, just like I did last time, it was like the size of a small moon, only there were layers, like onion layers of metals. Right? So the very outside was like rock, but then inside you had like iron and then like copper and then, whatever, and the very core of it was like uranium. Right? And so you could just mine through this thing and get all the materials. So part of it is I want to be able to jump in and make a base, have a nice big base, and eventually go to planets and stuff, but it's been so long since I've even looked at that game that it's gonna take at least a week, which again just offsets the vintage engineering mod. It's just a lot of headspace and time to be able to do that. But like Patrick, when he was like, when he introduced himself, he's like, yeah, I've managed other YouTubers like servers and stuff. I'm like, those must be some pretty big YouTubers to be able to afford people to help them.
Yeah.
Like, I could not imagine having a payroll to meet right now.
Unless he just has like or he did it pro bono.
I mean, yeah, that could be if he just did it for fun, but I can't imagine doing tech support, because some of the stories that he says, like tech support and stuff, like I can't imagine doing that for very long pro bono. Like, my patience for that stuff is limited at best, and if I'm not getting paid for it, then what the hell am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
All right. While take advantage.
Get one of the planters going.
Yeah, get a couple planters on this bottom.
All right. I'll help you out. Or should I?
You can help out.
Stay on top.
Oh god, I was driving to the wrong fucking field. Let's go.
Dope.
What should we plant? What should we plant? I think essentially from here on out, we're just gonna sell the material. We're just gonna straight up sell whatever we harvest.
Yeah.
And
anything good that or
I want to plant. Let's plant barley. It's the one crop I have never actually planted because there's no use for it in the game.
All right, you're going north, so I'll start in the northeast again. I'll go in front of you so I don't mess you up.
How many seed does that have in it?
Looks like it's plenty. 100,000?
Okay.
Yeah,
I know one of these
25%.
I know one of these has like only like 30,000. That was the whole
Yeah.
point of the wheat crop, was to make more seed. So we've got about 500,000 seed sitting. All right, let's back it up. Back that ass up. Okay.
Oh, we were talking about space engineers, and I mentioned like enemies, and that reminded me of something. I saw in the Foundry Facts, the Friday Foundry Facts. He was talking about feedback he had gotten from the demo, the Next Fest demo. Yeah, it was Next Fest. And he said one of the common requests that he had was to add some kind of pressure to the game, like an enemy or a time crunch of some sort.
Really?
Yeah. And I guess we're veterans of the factory game, and we've evolved beyond the need to have pressures because the game itself is pressure enough. And I know I said wrong words and that they're all over the place, but that's my brain. Deal with it. I know you're used to it, but anybody watching might be, what the hell is he talking about? Oh, hello.
Hello.
Making sure I get everything right.
Well, I just started my machine, so I need to...
Get it going. Okay. All right. Back to the plows.
What the hell were we talking about? Oh my god, my brain just blue screened on me.
Yeah, foundry pressure.
Foundry,
enemies or
yes.
something.
Yeah, that, like I said, I've said it before, the places that he's taking that game, as more and more has come out in the last couple months, the less and less I'm interested in how that game is evolving, because like, to make something complex for the sake of complexity, to me is like, there are other mechanics that he could have worked on that I think would have been better. And changing, you've got a pool of X number of players, and these players have been playing the game for a while, and they're used to things. They're used to the way that crafting works. Let's make sure this guy goes the right direction, because that would suck if you went the wrong direction. Good. So you have a mining system. Everybody's aware of it. The planet's got layers. You've got a underground mining system. You've got to automate all of this. You've got all of this, and for months and years, this is how this works. And then you go and completely change it. Whether by whatever reason. Now you have a group of people who are very familiar and comfortable with the way that it was. Now you've completely changed it. So there's a certain number of those people that are like, cool, a new thing to learn. But there's also a large number of people who are like, screw this, I'm out. Because it's like, now you fundamentally change the thing, and maybe they're not interested in the more complex version of it. Rather than iterate on what I think was the biggest mistake, And that is having separate goddamn research facilities for every single every single type of science pack. Merge it all into one. And have the logistics of merging them all into one. You know, if you look at like Satisfactory and you look at some of the iteration and some of the innovations that they've done, at the very least, they were introducing really really obvious gaps in the game. So the first massive, I don't know if anybody remembers this, the first massive update to Satisfactory, they surprised everyone and included pipes. When Satisfactory came out, there were no pipes. There was no such thing as pumping fluids.
And that was like feature request numbers 1 through 700.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was like, what is going on? We've got these coal generators. There's no water. There's a ton of recipes that you can use to use water, but there was no indication. Well, bam, they not only, in one of their massive updates, or first updates, they introduced pipes, but they also added a whole bunch of stuff that uses the pipes. And a whole infrastructure. And that, it didn't change fundamentally the start of the game, the process of mining, but they added pipes, and then they added oil, right? And they added other things that can be piped. Didn't fundamentally change the game, the early game, or the way people were used to that. It's just added another component. So that is what I mean by like a really good introduction, a really good feature introduction. And you know, one of the last updates for Satisfactory, they added the drones, and there's certain things in there that they're doing. They're trying to make the game richer, and I think I would be more prone to a Satisfactory playthrough at this point than another Foundry, because it's like I don't want to play Foundry again, because I don't think the updates have come out yet that they're blogging about. They're still working on them. So I wouldn't want to play again anyway, because I know I'd be down setting up the mining system, and I would know, okay, this would immediately break the moment that update comes out. We would have to completely change this. So yeah, it would be tough for me to get back into that game. And then Satisfactory, I'm hoping that the company eventually officially makes modding a thing, and you have to stop relying on the community for a lot of that infrastructure.
Yeah.
Because while, yeah, you can rely on the community for that infrastructure, if it's officially supported, it's a much healthier community, because you can maintain stability. Because some of the mods were just, bad. But my primary problem with Satisfactory is multiplayer. Multiplayer is iffy at best. Like, it works, but late game, rough. It's rough.
Frame rate drops massively.
It's rough. And they just moved up Unreal 5. So they're making strides in making it more efficient. And single player, largely you don't have a problem. But the problems with multiplayer is so many mods break. Like the teleporter mod would not work. The author could not figure out how to make that mod work in multiplayer, because when you're teleporting away, that area of the world is not loaded. In single player, it's fine, because you teleport, the world loads, boom, you're there. But in multiplayer, especially not if it's not dedicated server, multiplayer, you're teleporting somewhere, you immediately crash because none of that stuff is loaded. And you're a client, and it's like, oh, none of this is loaded, so you crash immediately. So getting multiplayer support, getting the modding system integrated would be very, very nice.
Also, to be specific, he was just talking about the comments that people gave. He, as far as I read, he didn't say whether he was going to add a pressure or not.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, he's talking
But
about it. He's obviously thinking about it.
yeah,
And the worst thing that you can do with a factory game is introduce a pure factory game. Is introduce an enemy that doesn't really have a bearing on the game, right? The biters in Factorio, when the Factorio, I don't know, any OG Factorio players will remember this. The biters actually had a function in the early days of Factorio. They actually had a
Yeah.
purpose. The little alien orbs that they would drop were used in research, right? They were actually used. So you had to go out and kill biters in order to advance research, which made sense because you've got, imagine alien autopsies on alien bugs. You figure out where their vulnerabilities are. You can advance tech. You can invent tech that counters them. So it made sense that the biters existed. And they were a neat little distraction in the early game. But late game, completely pointless. By the late game, biters were just a nuisance and a drain on your FPS. So if you really want a very efficient, fast mega base in Factorio, you disable biters altogether. You just disable them because it's a drain. So I'm curious. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say disabling them later can have weird effects. You got to make sure you input all the console commands to remove them.
Right. There's several that you need. There's commands that gets rid of all of them in an area. There's commands that stop them generating altogether.
You could do one big copy paste.
And any and all of those.
Multiple.
Yeah, any and all of those will disable achievements when you run commands like that. So
right.
There's a give and a take to it, but my biggest issue with a modern game, a more recent game, is Dyson Sphere. The team behind Dyson Sphere, what they've accomplished with Dyson Sphere is astounding. Dyson Sphere is a phenomenal factory game. But now they spent the last nearly 2 years developing their AI swarm enemy in the game. So for me, I just am like, why would you do this? This is the stupidest thing to add to a game about building a factory and building Dyson spheres. It's suddenly AIs start fighting you when they realize that the Dyson sphere is being made. So now they have to add weapons, mechanics for fighting, which is a huge amount of code and 3D assets and textures and all of the gubbins that goes along, everything that goes along with adding a giant feature like that. Imagine if they would have instead expanded on what the Dyson sphere is for. Like, you build the Dyson sphere, what do you need the power for? Because the power is very local, right? Your Dyson sphere can't really power the 50 outposts that you needed to use to build the thing. So you've got literally hundreds of gigawatts of power with nothing to use, right? You can generate antimatter and expand on your research, which I think was a very good idea. But the power, like, how do you use that power? What is that power for? You can't have research for the sake of research. You got to have a drive. So I think that they should have expanded the late game, just like what Factorio is doing. Factorio, they took the game that they had, and they're like, well, what do we do? Where do we go from here? And they already have an idea. Obviously, their original plan was always to go into space, but to expand the end game, which is what I'm trying to do with the vintage engineering mod. Because Vintage Story, as far as what it is great. It doesn't need a lot of earlier or mid game content. There's a ton there that already. There's a ton of survival stuff and farming and exploring and leveling up your character's equipment and getting better and better at finding materials and getting your first iron and going from the Stone Age to the Iron Age as fast as you can is a fun mechanic. It's just like, how do you efficiently move? How do you find this material and progress? What was needed was end game stuff, which is why I thought of vintage engineering. Like, once you get steel in the game, that's the top tier resource. Like, that's the top tier stuff. Where do you go from there? There's nothing to do. You make your first set of steel tools, and that's it. Like, there's no reason to make steel in the game, other than cool tools and maybe some armor. Which is where a lot of my mods come in. The diamond tools and the titanium armor and stuff like that. Like, oh god damn it! I hit the wrong button. Alright, let's fix this. God dang it.
Yeah, I had a conversation with somebody about a game, and they're like, "Oh, adding optional content." And it's like, well, yeah, but you add optional content, and you're rejecting some players. You might entice some, but at the same time, you're rejecting some as well. And then, in addition, you're splitting focus of the devs. They're creating what many will perceive as useless art, useless mechanics.
Yeah, all that. What's funny, the Dyson Sphere example is hilarious, because here they announced. They did a huge blog post and some of the early gameplay recording of this AI, what it looks like, and it looks, I mean, conceptually it looks cool, but it changes the game from Dyson Sphere, right, to AI fighter. Now the point of the game is to fight the AI, not to build a Dyson Sphere. Now it's tech up, get resources, and build defensive systems. And the fact that you have so many planets to manage, the AIs can literally go to any planet and start attacking your factory. So you have to visit every single planet and have enough firepower everywhere. It's just overwhelming. And
actually, is that how it works, though? I got the impression that it will be certain planets and you'll have plenty of heads up.
The triggers, the triggers are largely based on Dyson Sphere construction and energy levels. So if you start generating a lot of power, that I think is a trigger. And
but I got the impression that you'll roll into a system and the AI will already be there, so you'll know. Oh, okay. Well, this is one I've got to watch.
No, the AI, the impression that I got was when you start a fresh world, when you start a fresh game, the AI spawns on some planet in a system that you don't even know about, right? You don't even know the details. It's some planet in the system that has this AI spawn, and the AI runs in the background slowly building up, using resources and power to strengthen itself. And it's basically monitoring the player, and if it the AI can determine whether there's a threat, and the AI's interest is power. So it wants to siphon as much power as possible. And so if you start pulling a lot of power out of a system, like with a Dyson Sphere, it will fully attack. But you might not even know it exists until you start exploring, until you start getting out there.
I can't cite examples, but I recall it being different from that. I'd have to look into it.
Either way, I remember when I saw that blog post with the announcement and all of the either concept art or renders or gameplay or whatever, right at the very bottom, after they described this whole enchilada, the very bottom of the post said, players who don't want this will be able to disable it in the options. And I just thought, imagine spending 2 years of your life building a feature only to have X number of people just disable it outright because they don't want it. I would be interested to know if they actually are going to track how many of their player base turns that off.
They'll probably look at analytics of the achievements.
Right, but this is, I mean, the company that makes Dyson Sphere is a Chinese company. These people are right out of China, so they are not. And I know Dyson Sphere communicates with an outside server.
Yep.
I've tracked it. They have it under the guise of a galaxy. Let's have this galaxy view to show overall how much power is generated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the amount of data they're actually sending is pretty high, and you can't disable it. I've gone through like the code. I've looked at the code, and if you have it disabled in the options, I've looked at the code. It's not disabled. It still is communicating with the server. It's still wrapping up and sending data to the server. So that game is one of those, like, yeah, they could easily have a flag on there. Oh. This field is done. This poor worker was like, "Where's the field? I'm out of a field. There's nothing out here in the plant."
Yeah, at any point they could change their terms of service and then scoop up a whole bunch of extra data on your computer. Is that the kind of where you were going with it?
Right. I mean, you don't know what data they're sending. It could be many, many different things. Is it nefarious? Is it bad? Probably not. Is that guy still running, or is he? Yeah,
but
everybody.
There's many people out there that have the opinion of any data is too much data.
Right.
And they have some legitimacy to that too. For example, a lot of companies make money off of not advertiser dollars, but metadata, which gets sent to advertisers, and they make money off of that. Well, where's my cut? It's my data. Why am I not getting some of that? So it's not, black and white of all or nothing. Train started derailing, but I think I got my point across.
Yeah, the frightening thing to me is the overt way that they use data. I mean, TikTok is the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst app. If you have kids, do not allow TikTok on their devices. Do not allow it. Do not allow your child to watch it. It is a pure propaganda platform. That's all it's used for. And you have the Chinese government with their thumb on the algorithm, and they're deciding what data to feed their customer, what data to feed the TikTok customers. And to give you an idea of how serious it is, TikTok is banned in China. So
Oof.
if you're like, well, it can't be that bad. Well, if it's bad enough where China's like, nah, our citizens can't use it, then it's probably pretty bad.
This product is amazing. It cured my back issues, etc., etc. Oh, we'll drink some. I don't want to.
Yeah. It's it's a interesting conundrum. Like, do you enforce free speech, and do you say, well, this could fall under the guise of free speech, or do you block it because it's controlled by the Chinese government?
Yeah, that is an interesting conundrum.
Like, does the Chinese government have the right to free speech in this country? That's a good question. If we believe in free speech, then in its purest form, you can't block an app like TikTok. But as bad as TikTok is, and as bad as things are becoming, the things that people are doing for quote unquote TikTok fame are grotesque. Harassment, theft, crime, all for TikTok fame. And I think in general it is a detriment to our culture to emphasize that. But if a person of a freedom of speech purist would look at it and go, that's censorship. You can't censor if you have freedom of speech. Well,
actually, not necessarily, because some of the things you were commenting in there, committing crimes and stuff like that, that's an enticement to violence, and that's where even free speech absolutists will say, well, okay, there's an exception there. You can't yell fire in a theater because
right.
you have an intent to do harm.
Right, and I understand. When it comes to freedom of speech, I understand fundamentally what the founding fathers meant, because they put it in the government constitution, and they said specifically that no law shall be passed to infringe on this right. So they knew that freedom of speech was important, and why was it important? For speaking out against the government.
Yeah.
The freedom to question the freedom to question the people in power is what they were after. Not yelling fire in a theater.
Yeah.
That's not what they were talking about. They wanted to be able to say this president is a POS and he needs to go. Vote his ass out because he's lying and he's deeply, deeply corrupt. Without repercussion, right? Without getting arrested for it, which this is what's happened in a lot of countries. You speak out against the powers, you are disappeared. So the freedom of speech is vital for that. The freedom of speech does not cover me threatening your life. That's not what it's for. I don't have to agree with whatever viewpoints you have on whatever topic, and we can debate those all day long under the freedom of speech. But the problem that I think that the founding fathers obviously didn't acknowledge was the issue with corporations and how big maybe they could not fathom a company being as big as, say, Google or Facebook, and being able to have the power to censor outside of the government, right? The power of Facebook or whatever social media to censor the narrative is greater than the government's ability to do it. And I don't think the founding fathers really understood that.
I would actually pose that they probably knew it was a potential issue, but the gravity of it, they might not have quite grasped that. They didn't see media companies being that big, because they did see companies that grew very large. East India Trading Company, I mean, they were huge.
Right.
So they could see very large corporations being a problem, but yeah, in regards to media, not necessarily. I think their hope was that truth would prevail and alternate media sources would combat it to the point where eventually things would work out, which, if we're still in the middle of it, maybe it will eventually.
Yeah, the
We can hope.
the connectivity, I don't think they were even capable of seeing
Yeah.
like how connected people are and how crazy it is, how easy it is to communicate with all corners of the globe instantaneously. There's no way that they were able to do that. And the companies that control those narratives, again, I don't think they really could have fully understood. All right, this Far East line is going to be nicely manicured.
The funny thing, this just popped into my head. Maybe it's because you were talking about aliens earlier. Did we bring up aliens?
Aliens.
As in the TV show Aliens? Or was that Wednesday or last week or something?
The movie?
Yeah, with Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nuka from Orbit. That's what it was. That reminded me that was really big in that era of having mega corporations being the big bad, the big villain. And it's funny because those were more industrial type companies, whereas the real big bad that we're seeing nowadays are the media companies. I'm sure you've heard of it. The 6 corporations own 80% of the media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just funny because that's how you envision them being militaristic and I guess from one perspective I guess we are a hair away from of having people with Mickey Mouse ears with shotguns roaming the streets. It would not shock me.
And hello, Ran Gaming. How's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to Waxing Pine on Flexible Games.
Hopefully our subject changes don't give you whiplash.
Why am I doing silage? I have a factory that has a bunch of silage. Certainly. I don't do it the normal way, like driving over it over and over again. Can't quite figure out, or, I mean, that's one way of doing it. Bales is the other way. But the number of bales that I would get just from this plot of, this is my grass right here. I get 2.5 million liters of grass off of this plot. That would be a lot of bales. What is a bale of grass? Like, I want to say 5,500 or was it 3,500 liters? Yeah, that'd be a lot. Be a lot. A lot of bales. And it would just take so much time. So I just load it into a forage wagon, load it into a factory, and turn it into silage, which then turns it into TMR and makes my life that much easier. Which I know is not everybody's cup of tea, but I've got a lot of customized mods on the for these streams. Take this DB for instance.
Do you want me to get the other planter set up?
No, I can
That
get it.
probably takes. Okay. Getting that going probably takes precedence over this field. Although,
Yeah, we're not going to process the entirety of the field in this stream. No effing way we're going to build it.
gonna bother plowing it? Or
Well, we are plowing it already.
yeah, I mean finish plowing.
Yeah, we're going to finish plowing it, but
Okay.
we're not going to plan it or anything like that on this stream because we've already.
Tis a good idea. I'm gonna start falling apart more than usual pretty soon.
Go ahead and hop in that H worker and stop him at the top.
Sure. Get it oriented to go east to west.
If you want to wait for me to do that, because I know
I can get it. I just have to make sure I back up enough.
it's wiggly and fiddly for sure. It's a big planter.
Yeah. That's weird. It stopped before it got to the end of the.
It saw the trees.
Ah.
The script actually looks ahead to see if there's any obstacles. If it sees them, it's either stops or tries to avoid them. It's a big, this is a big field. And this is a big field, and this one's a big field, and this is another big field. Yeah, this is a 4X. This is my Prairie Flats 4X map. I've got a Prairie Hills that is it's like this map, only it's got rolling hills in it. It's pretty fun to play with, but I wanted to do a mega farm flat map after our last nightmare of a series of streams with the rolling hills map, which was an utter disaster. Just way too many trees on that map. So this one has minimal trees and maximal. Yeah, there's a little spot of trees down here, but maximal stuff. And as you can see, I am planting cotton. More incentive for me to make a cotton trailer.
Lower and start.
Oh, come on. Get. There we go.
Should I go ahead and hire also?
Yep.
Right. Plenty planting.
All right. Now.
Got another question?
How do I get the map? All the customized mods and maps that I've made are for channel members and patrons. I mean, the map alone, is cumulatively 60 hours of not only learning how to do it, but fiddling around and making sure it all works. Because I've got all the trees you see around, the map, those are all custom trees. So it was a lot. And they're all plantable. All those trees are plantable. So it was a lot of work getting everything going. Yeah, I'm not trying to be greedy or anything, but it was a lot of time. So I apologize if I let you down on that, but you know, when you have a skill and you're good at something, typically people like to get paid for their work.
I thought he was going to go Liam Neeson on me.
What do you mean?
Particular set of skills.
Oh, skills, yeah. I have a particular set of skills. I will find you. No.
Hell,
Yeah,
I think you already know where I live.
I mean, I've got 25 years of programming experience and modding experience and all of that. It's not a common skill set. So, how much is that worth? Is it worth $1 a month? Is it worth $2 a month? Is it worth a month of membership and just downloading everything? Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to ask for anything because it's like, what can you ask for in that instance? Where's the other planter? There it is.
Yep,
Oh,
this is on PC.
Yep. Yeah, the custom trailer I have for wood. This is very unique for my channel, by the way. Let me show it to you. I gotta get there. It's a run. So this lizard logging truck, this little trailer, it's got wood in it. You can actually load logs in it. There's almost 5 million wood inside that trailer. Rather than run around hauling logs individually hour after hour after hour, you just drive up through there. There's triggers on either side. It just sucks in the wood, and you just pull it over the sawmill that I have, which is another one of my mods that I made. And you unload the wood. Simple as that. And you can even sell it. So it just simplifies that process. Because we did the very first set of streams we did back in July was Silver Run Forest. So we did a bunch of logging on that, which is kind of where I learned about the game and stuff. And after we finished that, we basically built the roller coaster. After that, we started on Rolling Hills, and that is where I realized we were going to need something else to do logs because we had so much wood. All right, which direction are you going, Mr. C? C is...
The real big thing is that you don't need to chop them for yours.
Yeah, the trees, you can fell a tree, and if you angle it right so it falls right next to the trailer will just suck the tree right in. It's glorious. Quite proud of that. And I'm planning to do a similar trailer for cotton bales. Because as you can see, these fields, this one down here is already cotton, right here. This one here is going to be cotton. It is really annoying to try to haul over 400 cotton bales. And by bales, I mean the square ones. The square bales, the big honking guys. It's kind of annoying to drive truck over and over and over again to pick those up. So I'm going to try this week to make a version of that trailer. It's going to have to be a separate trailer because of the triggers, how the triggers work. But yeah, it's going to be a trailer like this. It's going to look exactly the same because I use the exact same XML and I just tweak it, and then I have to tweak the Lua
I have to tweak a few things in there and add a custom script for loading bales. I can use the same trigger, but I have to switch it to a bale. I have to switch it to a bale trigger instead of a log or a wood trigger. And then all the other customized mods, which I mean, they're too many. I've got almost what 60 of them now. I forget how many are on the thing, but it's a lot. It's a lot of work. Some things are, simple tweaks like maximum speed of a machine, just like this. We're going 36 with this plow. Simple edits like that are very easy, but then some of the crafting, some of the buildings, the customized buildings, there's more involved. There's added tweaks, there's added things, so lump them all together, and I think it's worth whatever if you're an avid player and you want to try them out. This is one of the reasons why it's PC only, because you can't have custom mods and custom scripts and stuff like that on a console, which sucks.
Yeah, it restricts those to the portal, right? The mod portal.
The mod portal, and it restricts them to a certain number of mods, because when they put out a mod for a console, they always tell you how many slots it takes. So some of the bigger mods are like, this is 4 slots. So obviously when you start a map on console, you're given X. I don't even know what the slots are. I don't have it on console, but you have X number of slots that you can use mods for, and you have to pick and choose which slots or what mods go in what slots. And it's done that way because of memory. Limited memory on a console, and just how much different rendering pipelines are on console. So the number of slots that it uses is depending on like texture space, texture memory, stuff like that. So a super, super complex, awesome looking tractor will be way more slots than a simple like plow that we're using here. But yeah, I could not imagine being so limited. I mean, PC there is no comparison to modding. You can have hundreds of mods on PC. I think I'm up to like 142 or 145 mods. For my game. Not to mention the custom maps and stuff, but like this custom map was one of the things. Tank is empty. Did it? Is it out of gas or is it out of other things? That must be out of gas. You want to check that, Os? Or he's probably AFK. So yeah, I mean, you play Xbox, that's fine. You might not even have a PC. I understand the difference. But like, one of the things I did on this map is something I wanted to do for a really, really long time, and that's edit how much wood you get from each type of wood, right? Like vanilla wood. Like you cut down a spruce, how much wood is that worth? It's out of seed. Unreal.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is going to be a painful drive, everybody. This is going to be a painful drive. Might as well fill it up with gas while I'm there, too.
Yeah. Jeez.
I didn't even think to look at the seed when I. Good God. Okay.
Yeah, it uses it so slowly, so you never really think of it.
Well, all the other ones had like 30,000, 40,000, 60,000, like, so you just don't think to check, but man, oh man. Let's get some fuel. So yeah, every one of these are all crafting buildings, processing and crafting. These are all customized. These are all customized for my use. Tweaked recipes, optimized throughput. This is mainly another reason. See, this is all cotton. All of this cotton came off of this middle field right here. So this tiny field, relatively tiny, this field produced that cotton plus about
3-4 times as much.
at least 2.5 times, maybe 3 times more than that. Yeah, millions of cotton. Oh snap. I forgot about the TMR. Goddamn cows, they're probably hungry.
Ooh.
I'm coming, cows, I'm coming. Completely forgot to feed the cows. Hopefully not too many hours have passed. Oh, there's the dead zone.
I was just seeing in your description, you said how many workers can we have going at once, I wonder.
Yeah, I put the answer to it too.
Yeah, I do see 10 as the limit, but then it cuts it off because it abbreviates, or not abbreviates, but limits the amount. That's the word.
All right, so the health of the cows is still 100%, which means they weren't starving to death, which is good. I got it in time.
He asked if you have the Alma map. I'm not familiar.
Alma, Missouri? I don't think I have that one downloaded. I think it just came out. Or at least it was more finalized. Yeah, I mean there are map makers. The vanilla maps are unbelievable, and then there are plenty of map makers that are just astounding work that they've done. They've spent, making these maps, right? So this map here, and then if you look at my other two maps, Rolling Hills and Prairie Hills, I mean, total, if you look at all the maps combined, we're looking at probably 80 hours of time. One of those maps, like Alma, Missouri, you're looking at 200-300 hours of work to get those on that level. It is an astounding amount of work. The map making process in the game is not the simplest or easiest. It is tedious at best, and bugs, and it's so easy for stuff to go, like, you just don't know. You know, something breaks, you're like, what in the world could that be? There are so many moving parts in the map, and really hard to manage. But yeah, those maps are, you know, kudos to the guys, the people that make those maps, because it is amazing.
Imagine being the developer for a game like this, or technically it'd be one of the map making team, you know, that work really hard on them, and they're good. They're, you know, pretty darn good. The Silver Run Forest map was pretty good, and then you see the maps that some of the modders make that are just amazing.
Oh man!
You go, oh man!
My favorite thus far on the hub, artistically speaking, creatively speaking, my favorite is the one in the sandbox, where all of the art. Why do I hear the truck still moving over here? God dang it! Turn off. There you go. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't, but Yeah, artistically, the way that they designed that map, it made it look like you were in the middle of a sandbox. Kind of gave me Grounded vibes, you know, when you're in the sandbox and Grounded. But yeah, that one in the sandbox, you're literally driving around. There's a giant like shovel sticking out of the ground. Like I had a sandbox when I was a kid, and that just gave me like lots of memories I had of playing in the sandbox. All right, let's see. I think I was over here.
Yeah, that shrunken character feel is really distinct, and it's difficult to pull off. Grounded did a pretty good job. Small lands did an amazing job. I love the feel of that game.
Mm-hmm. They just came out with a big update too.
Yep.
But
I think December they're rolling to 1.0. So do we hit that now or just wait? I'd be fine.
It depends on what they plan to do for 1.0. Like,
yeah,
do they have the end game in there? Is that the latest update, or is 1.0 going to be is that going to be the de facto the finish? Are they adding a bunch of content at that time, or are they or is it still got a ways to go?
I get the impression that that's going to be the final content released, of course, with the caveat of nowadays games are always releasing content. You know, but as far as like main mission goal, I get the impression that it's gonna be it's gonna wrap it all up.
Yeah.
We'll finally be able to finish that.
I do know the latest update adds like 2 new NPCs, a whole new area, tons of more crafting recipes and materials. And my big problem with Smalland, it's a phenomenal game, of course. My big problem was with the inventory management. When you have a game like this, like Smalland, inventory becomes a massive, massive problem. And when you have update after update after update, adding new crafting recipes, crafting components, ingredients, and you don't do anything for inventory management, that becomes a problem. Because I hate inventory management games. I hate it. Every game that I've ever played that has some weird shenanigans with the inventory, it just grates on me. Which is why most games I play, I try to mod it out as much as possible.
Rand said the planter is drifting, but with the stream delay, I don't know how far back that was. I looked at the map and everything seems good.
Yeah, everything's good. I've got it online.
Okay.
Once you hire the worker is boom. They don't drift. They go straight on. But yeah. Thanks for keeping an eye out. But
I think I read, I'm not sure which post it was, but I read they were doing something about inventory management.
I hope so. I mean, I'm not looking for an AE system at all, but I'm hoping that we can do something with inventory, because, man, I hate being out exploring in a game that is fun to explore in, and then immediately hit, oh, my backpack's full. Now I gotta pick and choose what I want to keep. Now I gotta... Like, I just hate that, because you don't know what you're gonna need. Most games, you're out exploring, you don't know what you're gonna need. And so you tend to take it all. You tend to grab everything because maybe you might use it. And that fills you up so fast. So yeah, inventory management is always just a royal pain in the ass.
And you have some games where basically every item you pick up is potentially useful.
Right. Like the Project Zomboid was like, there were tons of items. I was like, man, we could take this, you could scrap it, you could smelt it, there's tons and tons of stuff like that. You know, people, when they first started playing Starfield has a metric ton of just generic clutter. We're talking like pens, paperweights, ashtrays, tons and tons and tons of clutter, none of which is relevant to anything. But there are lots of other things that are ingredients to unlock tech that you need. Like, there are certain things that are like, oh, you better use this. This is a crafting ingredient. Or this is a research thing. But there's tons of just clutter, which I understand. That's realistic. You walk around your house. How much stuff is useful? How much stuff is clutter? But at least give the person an option or a little dialogue or some text when you're looking at an ashtray that just says clutter on it, right? Or alternatively, on the usable stuff, put a little piece of text in there that says crafting ingredient or research ingredient.
Yep.
To differentiate the stuff. And then over a short period of time, people will just train, they'll train themselves on what's important and what isn't. But yeah, I remember early days when I first started playing Minecraft, I wasn't playing it modded. I had no idea about the modding community. A friend of mine he introduced it to me on console, on an Xbox. And so that was my first experience playing Minecraft, was on an Xbox, pure vanilla Minecraft. And we played it for a while until I was like, all right, well, I've kind of seen pretty much everything. The Nether was terrifying. The Nether is terrifying in vanilla. Like, terrifying. And so I was like, well, I've kind of seen everything the game has. It's fun building, but, I had fun building. How many times do you burn your house down accidentally before you're like, maybe something else I want to do? And then I discovered modded. And holy cow, modded was... That just blew me away. And then I discovered applied energistics. And I'm like, oh my god. It was the perfect mod. Do you have... Yes, I have the No Man's Land map. I basically based the Prairie Hills map and this map off of No Man's Land. The description I have in the XML for this map is literally a No Man's Land style 4X. It's a 4X map, right? So you can't, on console, you can't have 4X maps. There's not enough memory. But this is a 4X map, so it's the base game maps, the maps you're used to playing on console. Those are 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, 2K by 2K. On each side, so 2K, 2K. These are 4X maps. These are 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. So while any math person knows, you double the width and height, you quadruple the area. So it's a 4X map because it's 4 times the area, double the width and height. So this map, the way that I have this designed here, this square on this corner here, this is one of your vanilla maps. So all of this is one map. For like Alma, Missouri, this is one map. Whereas this map is, I've got 4 times that size. It's another benefit to PC. And there are, believe it or not, if you've got the beefy system for it, 16x maps. Which is 8K on a side. 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers. Which is 4 times bigger than this map. So imagine 4 of these on a map. Those maps are unbelievably large. It literally takes driving a tractor from one side to the other like 15 minutes to drive one side to the other. They are huge maps. You do silage, yeah. No Man's Land, yeah. Silage is a really good early game moneymaker. You got to wait a couple months for it to turn into silage once you bale it and wrap it. So you got to wait for it to turn into silage, but usually silage is worth it. I did the same on here. So grass is relatively cheap. Hay is really cheap. Silage, you get a bonus. You get a benefit out of that. Because when you start this map, you don't even actually own any fields. There's no fields on the map, and you have to basically purchase, just like I say, No Man's Land. Here's the landform. I just now bought the rest of the map, but this is actually the exact same. It's funny. It's the exact same grid that No Man's Land has. It's the same grid. It's just 4x, and
I'm gonna stop B.
Stop.
Since it's on this side.
Oh, B.
Yep.
I was like,
Yep.
Stop B. What is that
It's
word?
E. I was initially going to stop the one on the other side, but it makes more sense to stop this one because it's on the side closer to the town.
Yeah. What's up? What is up? Oh goodness.
She looked at the clock.
Yeah, she's like, it's so past due, dude. It's TREAT time. You made $1 million in silage. Wow, that's a lot of silage. You mow the whole map? Holy cow. That takes dedication.
I think he has an extra 0 on there. My eyes go kind of wonky sometimes when there's repetitive.
Yeah, maybe. It's either... I want to say it's 1 million, but if it's 10 million, it's even crazier, but...
10 times the credit.
That's a lot of grass. And let me tell you, if grass was that valuable, I'm in the wrong business. If it was really that valuable, I'm in the wrong business, because why are farmers planting wheat when they can just mow grass? Like, I get that grass is valuable and hay is valuable and all that for animals and stuff, but it's not as valuable as it is in the game. I highly doubt it. When you sell a bale of, I've seen some people when they stream, they sell a single bale of silage, and it's like $1,000. It's like, what? Imagine a farmer, like, I need some silage, and a truck pulling up with 9 bales, and it's $9,000. That is a lot of money for what is effectively just plant material, fermented plant material. And I asked my dad about it because my dad worked on a farm when he was young. He's like, yeah. I asked him about silage, and I was like, because I'd never heard the term before. Didn't even know it was a thing. And he's like, oh yeah, I've made more silage than I care to think about. He goes, it smells really bad. Really, really bad. And I believe him, because it's literally fermented straw, literally like fermented grass. Anytime you ferment something, it's going to be ripe.
Beyond right.
And the fact that cows are eating, like, oh god, cows are like, ooh, yummy. Something that isn't bland like grass. It's actually like, it's a little tangy, It's like the dressing you put on a salad. It's like, ooh, there's some tang to this.
Got some more comments there. Told you how long it takes.
Each bale is $400. That's took about 5 months. You have it on hard. Yeah, it took 5 months. Yeah, I noticed that when I was playing around with the settings of the game, because we played the last stream series, Uber Production. We played it on hard. And I honestly think this is on hard as well. But I've customized all the prices on this. Like, I've not only customized the prices, I've also customized all the yields of all the material. So, anyway, the $400 for a bale isn't bad. I mean, I would say that's definitely average. Yeah, if you're playing on hard at $400, I imagine that being easy and it being like $1,200 for a bale. It's just crazy. Like, no way. No way would that thing be $1,200 in real life. Everybody would be making it at that point. OMG, are you kidding me? There's going to be a little strip left over.
Oh no.
Can I get that in one shot? If I can, that means your tractor. Yes, I can. Okay.
Nice.
That means this one can go away. Let's make sure limit to fields is on, so we don't accidentally. It's really messy if you accidentally do it.
I think I actually know what silage smells like, because you know the way you describe it sounds super familiar. And if I recall correctly, the smell is so potent that you can literally taste it.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. That would not surprise me. Not in the least.
But honestly, I've smelt it so much that if it's the same thing, that it doesn't bother me anymore.
You must have a lot of yeah, you said you live out in the country, so you must have a lot of farms around you.
Oh yeah.
I think the worst would be living downwind of a pig farm.
Oh, they're horrible. Yeah.
Oh man. Or chickens. I've heard that chickens are big factory chicken factories are horrific to live downwind on. Like, it is almost a crime to live downwind of one of those. They're so bad.
Yeah, I've heard the same, that is.
Yeah, I can imagine. The property values go down quite a bit with when those projects. I mean, one of the, my brother's a big investor, and he always is looking at different companies, and a lot of times he wrote his own software to analyze the market and find potential stock picks for himself. And he's constantly honing it and getting it better and better and better, and it's at a point now where it's unbelievably good. And he'll throw like random charts at me of a stock symbol, and be like, "What company is that?" He's like, "I have no idea." Like, I have no idea what this company actually is, and I kind of fundamentally disagree with him a little bit on stocks, a little bit on that, where he does like, "Oh, if it looks like a good buy, then it's a good buy, and I'll invest in it." And I was like, "Yeah, but if you don't know what company it is, like, that makes a difference. Like, what sector are they in? What potential like problems could they have depending on current culture and current like things. And so I usually, when he does that, I usually look up the stock symbol and see what company is behind it. And then I look up the company and see like what does this company do? So like one of them, I think the stock ticker symbol was ELF. It was like elf. What are they? And it turned out to be like beauty products. It was a cosmetic line. And it was, it looked like a very good buy. It looked like a very good opportunity. But I remember one of them, I looked up and I was like, the company name, it just sounded, it had a like a double last name, so it sounded like a law firm, right? It was like Lawson DeWitt. And that was the company name. I was like, what? So I started looking a little deeper. Turns out the company is one of the largest worldwide suppliers of chicken.
Huh.
And like we're talking unbelievable. And so I looked into their financials and they had their last quarterly financial statement. They sold like $4.2 billion in chicken. And I'm like, that's a lot of goddamn chicken. Like $4.2 billion. How many chickens a day is that if you're doing that in a quarter? So I just imagine these companies having enormous farms to supply the world with the products they want. And but yeah, it's one of these like companies that, they consistently have great earnings reports because people need their chicken nuggets, I mean, I just couldn't imagine a single company that $4.2 billion in chicken. That's a lot of chicken.
It's a big business.
It is a huge business. How to make a custom map. That might sound like a really simple question. Maps in the game. Oh, I feel a paw on me. Yep. Somebody is standing at my chair. Are you gonna come up here? Oops. There she is. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, there she is. The Lucy. The
Lucinator.
The Lucinator, yeah. Loose is on the loose. Yeah, custom maps, really, really difficult. Everything in the game is dictated by the map. The planting cycles, the environment, the weather, the types of crops that you can plant, the textures of those crops, the textures of the fill types when you pour one crop into like a silo, like all of that stuff is dictated by the map. And you can have custom things. You can have, oh man, there's so many things in the map. Everything is dictated by the map itself. The tree types that you can plant. I mean, you name it. The map controls it. I tried to customize the stones in the map, but I did something wrong there. It just didn't take. But yeah, it took me 20 to 30 hours even to start, knowing where to even start with the map. And then you've got the i3D and all of the i3D shenanigans, trigger areas, the animal. So the buildings that exist on this map when you first load in is the water pumping plant, this building here, this building here, this building over here, this gas station, and then this over here. So this is like the animal thing. Those are the buildings that exist. All these other buildings I placed. So these are all custom placements. So these buildings are all placed on the map. Well, all these trigger markers that you have, all of the triggers, all of the buildings, all of the things have to be all defined in the map. It is a spaghetti tangled web of cross dependencies, and then you have, I mean, yeah, it's very complex. Depending on how complex you want to make it, it can be really bad, but I try to be very basic.
So basic.
But yeah, the trees, the custom trees that I have, this is one of them. This is the buck. Big, tall, oak type tree. There's another one. If you like logging, well, logging in the terms might not be the best way to say it, because you don't really log. I have to run all the way to the end of the field. Unfortunately, there's no shortcut. How are these doing? These, all right. I need to run the edge of the field or the edge of the map to show you the other. So I added 5 custom trees to the map. And then I have a script that customizes the split types. With Patrick's help, I finally figured out how to do that. But so that each new type of tree has its own split type, which is what the game bases everything on when you cut a log, when you cut wood. The weight of the log, all that stuff is based on the split type. So this tree here is the Big Bertha, 71 meters tall. Yeah, I'm talking. Are you freaked out? Are you like, are you talking? You talking to me? I don't even know if you're talking to me or not. So this is the Big Bertha. This tree is probably the biggest tree I've ever seen in the game. And I got this tree from a obscure FDR logging map that it exists on, and I took it out of there, and many hours figured out how to make it plantable. So if you purchase where is it? Pallets. Here. So you can see Prairie Flats 4X. This is coming off the map, right? So it's integrated into the map. There has to be something in there. And if you look, eventually it should load up. Obviously the base game stuff is in here. So spruce variant, pine, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's also Big Berthas, Smarrick, Beech, which is that buck tree that I showed you. There's the Jedla and the Douglas fir, right? And those trees are also over here. So here is another one. This one is the Jedla fir. And then there is, where is a good example?
A zoom tight.
Where is the other one? There's the Smarrick right there. This is a base game one, spruce. This other one, this is a Smarrick. And then this little guy here, all the way up there, that's the Douglas fir. Right? So the fact that you see those types down in the bottom right corner, that's where those split types come from. That's where that text comes from. So in order for those to have custom tags, I had to customize the split types. So the Big Bertha, when you load that into when you cut one of these babies down and you load it into you have to do it manually. There's no harvester equipment that allows you to automate that. I wish somebody would put something out that could do it, but it all has to be manually. It's another reason why I made that trailer. But loading that into a sawmill will give you, I want to say, like 140,000 liters of wood. Right around 140,000 liters. The Douglas fir will give you like 125,000. And then I edited, for really logging enthusiasts, I edited the regular spruce. So if you planted, so it's kind of an Easter egg, if you planted a bunch of the regular spruce and allowed them to grow, those you get, because they're harvestable. With the harvester, you can use all the machinery on it. I didn't change how much they weighed. I didn't change anything but the multiplier on how much wood they actually give. So they don't sell for any more, but if you load them into a sawmill, right, they'd be worth like 150,000. So it's a little Easter egg. But anyway, yeah, all massive number of trees customized, and they're all plantable, as you saw with the seed. So they're all plantable and growable. This is the only, and the other trees, the jedlah and the buck, those I got off of a really obscure, hard to find map from a site that I would not recommend anybody go to. It was just littered with like spyware and malware, and oh god, I had to be very, very careful when trying to find that map. But those trees are coming from there. So yeah, lots of work. It was lots of work. It was an accumulation of about 3 months of trying to figure all this stuff out. Lots and lots of work. So yeah, I've even customized the hydroponics greenhouse. So I have the regular version and the mirrored version. So you can see this is a regular hydroponics greenhouse. This is a hydroponics greenhouse mirrored with the pallet output on the other side. So you can drive the truck right in between these and load up all the pallets. Right? You don't have to rotate, so the orientation is the same. The green barrels, which means the inputs are in the same spot. It's just really convenient. So little things like that I try to do, help things out a little bit. But yeah. So thanks for all the questions. Thanks for all the things. Thanks for subscribing. I see that you said that, so thank you very much. But this is 8, almost 9 hours in, and I am hungry. I need some supper, and I'm sure Oz is nice and well done for the day. So, yeah, we're gonna end it here, everybody. Thank you all for coming by, and next stream is obviously on Wednesday, and I believe, yeah, next week isn't Halloween. I think it's the week after, like the Tuesday or something. I can verify that. So yeah, Wednesday next week is the next stream. Wednesdays and Saturdays. So we will hopefully get this last gnarly large field plowed. It's going to be super long, thin but super long. Yeah, hopefully we get that plowed, ready to go, get the whole map planted, and by then I hope to work on the cotton trailer this week. So that should be coming out. Upload that fix whenever I can. But yeah, thank you all for coming by, and see you all on Wednesday.